Yes, good morning all, and shall we start? Yesterday we were discussing about material cost variances. So may I know the material cost variance formula, please? Material cost variance is equal to standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost is standard quantity into standard price minus actual quantity into actual price. And that could be divided into price variance, usage variance. Price variance is standard price minus actual price into actual quantity, and usage variance is standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Correct? And then we were discussing about that usage could be divided into yield and mix. Yield variance is standard quantity minus revised standard quantity into standard price, and mix is revised standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Now, how to arrive at revised standard quantity? Revised standard quantity is your total of actual quantity in the standard ratio. Correct, no? And standard quantity means standard quantity for actual output. So using actual output you can find out standard quantity. Using standard quantity you can find out actual output. Please keep in mind. Okay. And we discussed about how to determine when missing figures are there, how to treat when there is a opening stock in inventory, all those things. Yes or no? By the way, actual quantity means quantity consumed, not quantity purchased. Okay, these are the few things. And whenever the batch is there, you know that if at all AQ they haven't given directly, then whatever is to be given to the batch, that is assumed it's given. Right? But output is not as expected. That is the thing. That 5,600 and 6,000. After that, one more question we have seen. Correct? No? Now, shall we start with labor variances? Yes? Guys, again, labor cost variance is nothing but your standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost means standard hours into standard rate. Actual cost means actual hours paid. Actual hours paid into actual rate. Standard hours means how much time they should take to complete the work, what they have actually completed. That means standard hours for actual output. Standard hours for actual output. Is that clear? And always remember that if at all we are discussing any idle time in the standard costing, that means we are discussing about abnormal idle time. Why, sir? When determining standard cost itself, standard hours itself, we would have taken normal idle time into consideration. For example, now if ArivuPro says this particular chapter should get over in 5 hours. Now, do you think they expect me to teach for 5 hours? No, they might have kept half an hour break in it. But still, how much standard time they have told? 5 hours. But the class time is only 4.5 hours. That means that normal break and all, your normal idle time, that they will already account for standard hours. So whatever the idle time we discuss in standard costing now, that is abnormal idle time. Is that clear? Okay. Now, the labor cost variance could be divided into 2 or 3 based on idle time not given, idle time given. If idle time given, it could be divided into 3. If the idle time is not given, it could be divided into 2. Okay. So let's say idle time is given, etc. Standard cost is standard hour into standard rate minus actual hours paid into actual rate. That could be divided into rate variance, idle time variance, efficiency variance. Guys, rate variance. Rate variance is, boss, how much we should have paid to that particular employee per hour. Standard rate. Minus how much we are paying to that employee actually. Actual rate. Into being a HR manager, what's your work? to get the employee to the required hours. You can't question them. Why you are getting more employee? Why you are getting less employee? No. If your production manager says, I need 1000 hours of labor, you can't tell them standard hour is just 800. No. Your work is to make sure to get that 1000 hours of employee. Is that clear? Now, that only we call it as rate variance. That is standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours paid. Please keep in mind. Into actual hours paid. Is that clear? That is your labor rate variance. That is your labor rate variance. Is that clear? Next one is your idle time variance. Guys, idle time variance is difference between your actual hours paid and actual hours worked. Correct, no? How many hours I am paying, how many hours they are working. The difference only will be your idle time. Yes or no? So, actual hours paid minus actual hours worked is your idle time. Idle time, if at all you multiply with your standard rate, automatically will get idle time variance. And remember always, idle time variance can never be favorable. It's always adverse. Because you paying to them, they are not working. You tell me one place when it will be favorable. Good morning. Tala for a reason. Okay, sir. Tala for a reason. Tell. What place it could be that when you are paying for them and those people are not working? Possible? No. That means always remember, idle time is always adverse. Now talking about efficiency. Efficiency is very simple. For the completed job, how many hours you should have taken? That is nothing but your standard hours. Minus how many hours you have taken? Actual hours worked. Not only here, anywhere always remember. Efficiency means the time you should have taken and the time you have taken. If you remember budget ratios, we discussed about efficiency ratio. What was the formula? Standard hours by actual hours. So always remember, not only here, not only in overheads also the same thing. If at all efficiency is there, very simple. How many hours I should have taken for the work completed? That is nothing but my standard hours. How many hours I should have taken? That is my should have is standard hour minus how many hours I have taken. Actual hours worked, okay, not actual hours paid. That will give me into standard rate, of course, because actual rate I will take only for HR. Here we are talking about production manager. They are least concerned about rate. So it is standard rate. For idle time as well as efficiency, it is standard rate. Got it? Now that could be divided into yield variance, mix variance. Yield variance, mix variance. Yield variance is also called as sub-usage variance. Mix variance is also called as gang variance. I repeat, yield variance is also called as sub-usage variance. Mix variance is also called as gang variance. Yield variance is nothing but your standard hours minus revised standard hours into standard rate. Same, seriously. Rasam, that is your mix variance. That is revised standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. How to arrive at revised standard hours? Total of the actual hours in the proportion of standards. Total of actual hours in what proportion? Actual hours worked. Because efficiency is divided. No, in efficiency you took actual hours worked or actual hours paid? Worked. So that only will get divided. Is that clear? That's all. Simple. Same like material, only few here and there add-ons. First, labor cost variance. How to arrive at it? Standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost is standard hours into standard rate minus actual hours into actual rate. Actual hours what? paid. Actual hours paid. That could be divided into three. Rate variance, idle time variance, efficiency variance. Rate variance is standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours paid. Paid because as a HR, for how many hours you are paid, for that you are held responsible. Okay. Whereas idle time variance is actual hours paid minus actual hours worked. That itself is idle time into standard rate. Efficiency variance is actual hours, standard hours minus actual hours worked into standard rate. Standard rate that could be divided into yield and mix. Yield is standard hours minus revised standard hours into standard rate, and mix is revised standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. And how do you arrive at a revised standard hours? Total of actual hours worked in the proportion of standard ratio. Got it? Standard hours means standard hours for actual output. Idle time refers to abnormal idle time, as normal idle time would have already adjusted in the standard hours. Idle time variance, always remember, it's always and always and always adverse. And yield variance and mix variance is also known as sub-usage variance as well as gang variance. If the question says work, this one is very important. Employees work for 1000 hours. What is this? 1000 actual hours. Employees have completed work of 1000 hours. Employees have completed work of 1000 hours. For this marathon, let's say, for this revision session, not marathon, Rastrith should have taken 60 hours. Okay, I should have taken 60 hours. Let's say question says, Rastrith has taken 70 hours. Rastrith has worked 70 hours. Now what is that 70 hours? Actual hours worked. Rastrith has completed work of 60 hours. What does that mean? What is that 60 hours? 60 hours is standard hours. That's it. So always remember, if the question says employees work for so many hours, actual hours worked, employees have completed work of so many hours, that doesn't mean that they have taken so many hours only. They would have taken more or they would have taken less. But the work which you should have completed in those many hours, that got completed. That means that is standard hours. Clear? So always remember, if question says work of X number of hours to be done, then X is equal to standard hours for actual output. Work of so many hours completed. Worked for so many hours. Both are different, not same. Please keep in mind. Revised standard hours is total of actual hours worked in the standard hours ratio. If abnormal idle time information is not given, then your rate plus efficiency itself is the cost variance. There won't be any idle time variance as such. Is that clear? Pakka? Hello? So we can see few questions. Before going to questions, shall we revise the formula once again? Not labor, material. Yes? Material cost variance is equal to standard cost minus actual cost. Whoever is watching recording YouTube, please repeat with me so that it will be, you guys also will be able to remember those formulas. Standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost is standard hours into standard rate minus, standard quantity into standard price minus actual quantity into actual price. That could be divided into price variance, usage variance. Price variance is standard price minus actual price into actual quantity, and your rate usage variance is standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Usage variance could be further divided into yield and mix. Yield is standard quantity minus revised standard quantity into a standard price, and mix is revised standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Got it? Now, labor variances. Labor cost variance is standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost is standard hours into standard rate minus actual hours paid into actual rate. That could be divided into rate, idle time, efficiency. Rate is standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours paid, and idle time is actual hours paid minus actual hours worked into standard rate, and efficiency is standard hours minus actual hours worked into standard rate. Efficiency could be further divided into yield variance, mix variance. Yield is standard hours minus revised standard hours into standard rate. Mix is revised standard hours minus actual hours into standard. Is that clear? Now shall we see few questions? Question number 15. The standard and actual figures of the firm is as under. Standard time for the job is 1000 hours. This is standard hours. Standard rate per hour is rupees 50. Actual time taken, that is your actual hours. Actual wages paid is your actual cost. Actual cost. Is that clear? Now, calculate the variances they are asking. First, let's find out labor cost variance. What is the formula? Standard cost minus actual cost. Standard cost is standard hours into standard rate minus actual cost. Standard hours are 1000. Standard rate is 50 minus actual cost is 36,000, which is gonna be rupees 14,000. Adverse or favorable? Favorable, because your standard is more than actual. This could be further divided into rate variance, efficiency variance, and always remember mix variance won't be there if at all there are not more than two type of employees. Or actual may you might take, that doesn't matter. Standard, if only one type is there, then how can you arrive at a RSQ? There won't be RSQ at all. Sorry, RSH or RSQ, whatever it is. Is that clear? Now, labor rate variance. What will be the formula? Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. I can redefine it as standard rate into actual hours minus actual rate into actual hours. Standard rate is how much, guys? 50. Actual hours are 900 minus actual rate into actual hours are 36,000. So rupees 9,000. Favorable or adverse? Favorable, because the side of standard rate is more. Okay, is that clear? You understood now? Without finding out the actual rate, how can we do this? Next, labor efficiency variance, that is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Standard hours is how much? 1000. Actual hours are 900. Standard rate is 50, which is gonna be 5,000 favorable. Total is 14,000 favorable. Matching. Is that clear? Hello. No idle time. Unless and until question says about idle time, there is no idle time. PYP May 2022. 5 marks question. The standard output of product X is 25 units per hour. In a manufacturing department of a company employing 100 workers, that means they are telling to produce 25 units. How much is a standard hour? 1 hour. This is where, read the point. So how many units, for producing 25 units, how many hours of labor is required? No. Read carefully. In a manufacturing department of a company employing 100 workers. That means if 100 workers work for 1 hour, then you are able to produce 25 units. That means how many labor hours is the standard hours? 100. Please keep in mind, not 1 hour. If 100 employees work for 1 hour, that is not equal to 1 hour's work. That is equal to 100 hours of work. If I give one student, let's say 100 pages notes to write. Now, if that student takes 10 hours, 10 labor hours, instead of that, same 100 pages, if I give 10 to 10 people, then in how many hours they will complete? In 1 hour. Does that mean that hours required is 1? No, hours required is 10 only. Is that clear? Done. The standard wage rate is ₹6. In a 42 hours week, department produced 1040 units. So how much should be the standard hour? Should be there. PYP.
PYP May 2022 year is manufacturing department like 120 workers.
Same it is. I mean, this study material question, which is also similar to your May 2022. Sorry? 4160 hours. This will be your standard. Is that clear? Now, 42 hours week, department produced despite 5% of the time paid being lost as an abnormal reason, that is idle time. The hourly wage rate paid are 6.2, 6 and 5.7 respectively for 10, 30 and 60 workers. That means actual sense also we have 100 workers only. Calculate the relevant labor variances. But standard wise, how many type of labors we have? Only one type of labors we have. Same standard hours, standard rate, actual hours paid, idle time, actual hours worked. No need of revised standard hours because you can't find out revised standard hours. Only one type of worker is there. Is that clear? Now, standard hours, very simple, 4160 hours. Standard rate is ₹6 per hour. But in case of actual hours paid, 10 employees working for 42 hours, which is 420 hours they are taking. And for them, we are paying ₹6.2. Other 30 employees, when they work for 42 hours, how many hours we pay for them? 30 into 42. 1260 hours. And for them we are paying per hour ₹6. And other 60 workers are there who are working for 42 hours. 2520 hours. For them we will pay 5.7. Idle time is 5% they are telling. Idle time is 5%. So 420 into 5%, 21. 1260 into 5%, which is 63. 2520 into 5%, 126, and actual hours worked will be 399, 1197 and 2000, no, 94, 2394. May I know the total idle time, please? Also total hours, actual hours paid and actual hours worked. Oh, sorry, 210 is the idle time, then it should be 4200, then it should be 3990. Is that clear? First, calculate the relevant labor. You understood this table or no? Calculate the relevant labor variances they are asking. First, let's find out labor cost variance. That is your standard hours into standard rate minus actual hours paid into actual rate. As the three different actual rates are there, this will run for 3 lines. Standard hours into standard rate, 4160 hours at the rate of rupees 6 minus 420 at the rate of 6.2, 1260 at the rate of 6, 2520 at the rate of 5.7. May I know just total of this, please? First tell me, 4160 into 6 is how much?
260.
Which one? 24,960. Okay, minus 691. Difference 24,528. Favorable or adverse? Favorable, because standard is more than actual. Hope it is clear. Labor cost variance. Sometimes in examination they will give like this: one standard, 3 different will be there. That will be your actual. In one question of examination they have asked gang variance for that. The answer you should write and come is there won't be any gang variance. Reason being, there is only one type of standard labor. Got it? You should write and come that way. Next, labor efficiency or labor rate variance will find. Okay. Labor rate variance, again we have 3 different type of rates. So better to go for 3 lines. What is the formula? Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours paid. Now, first standard rate 6 minus first one actual rate we are paying 6.2. For how many hours we are paying for that? 420 hours. Next one 6 rupees only. For that how many hours we are paying? 1260. Next one 5.7. For that how many hours we are paying? 2520. May I know the first one answer, please? Rupees 84 adverse, nil rupees net. Got it? Sometimes question, whenever there is a missing figures and all, you should think from this point of view also. Cost variance will give you efficiency plus rate plus idle time. If 2 figures are there, one more could be found out by taking a difference between cost variance and those 2. Like that also you should be knowing. Shall we proceed? We'll go to labor idle time variance. What is the formula for labor idle time variance? Chi. When you know the idle time column, why you want to go for actual hours paid minus actual hours worked? So jobless people. Idle time is how much, guys?
20 months, 20
Why? You don't have to go employee by employee. Standard rate is 1, no? Adverse. In regular class, of course, we might go line by line. The reason is we have lots of time. Here, not that revision we don't have lots of time. In examination, you won't be having time to write those 3 lines. So, wherever it's possible to avoid, you should avoid. That's why, sir, we write only for 60 marks. Full avoiding. Adverse. Done. Next, we'll go to efficiency variance. Labor efficiency variance. Always remember, when there is only one type of labor or material is there, then your efficiency or usage is there. No, that itself will be yield. Because mix variance will be 0. That means whatever the usage or efficiency is there, everything should be yield variance due to quality issues. Okay, keep that thing in mind. Efficiency. Standard hours minus actual hours what? Work into standard rate. 1 line answer, 3 lines answer. 1 line answer, 3 line answer. 3 line answer. Proud of you. 4160 minus how much is actual hours worked? 3,990 into ₹6. Standard rate. Material also yesterday we discussed this only, no, for opening stock. 1,000 favorable. Just check things are matching. Yeah, so favorable it is. How much is 672 plus 1,020 minus 1,260? 432. Correct. Anyone, any doubt here? Here the best thing is to determine that standard hours in first place. Many will do 25 for 1 hour, 1,040 question mark. Gone. Here 25 hours, you will take 1 hour rather than 100 hours. Labor hours matters. Shall we proceed? 16 done. We'll go to 17th. Hello. Similar question only. Everything is ditto. But here they haven't given standard rate. They have left you guys to determine standard rate. Ditto question. See there. The standard output PYP July 2021 for 10 marks as well as RTP May 2022. The standard output of product DJ is 25 units per hour in a manufacturing department of the company employing how many workers? 100 workers. That means, can you tell me the standard for standard to produce 25 units? How much is the standard hours? 100 hours and not 1 hour. In a 40 hours week, department produced 960 units. So, how much should be the standard hours for this? $3,840 hours. And a week of 40 hours, please keep in mind. That means actual hours paid is how many hours? 40 hours per employee. The department produced, okay. Product DJ despite of 5% being lost due to abnormal reason, idle time. The hourly wage rates actually paid are 6.2, 6, 5.7. See, ditto. Everything is ditto. Same like study material question only. Can you imagine in examination study material question? But the thing is, Standard rate they haven't given. Hours changing. Sorry, my bad. It is not ditto, okay? There it was 42, here it's only 40. 2 hours difference is there. Awesome. That to find out standard rate. Huh. The hourly wage rates are done. Niveda gave you any chocolate or something? The one who came yesterday. There she sat. No. She kept her hand like this. On your head, she kept her hand like this. Then from where you got that blessings? So, consisting of 10 workers, Group B consisting of 30 workers, Group C consisting of 60 workers. So, total is 100 only. Need not be 100, okay. Standard was 100, that doesn't mean that actual workers also need to be 100. No, need not be. The standard wage rate per labor is same for all the workers. Awesome. Labor efficiency variance is 240 favorable. That means your standard rate you have to determine. Now, same thing. First, standard hours. Standard rate, of course, they haven't given. Actual hours paid. Idle time. Actual hours worked. Actual rate. Here only I told. See what they have asked. Will that be there? Whatever the your efficiency variance will be there, everything will be your yield variance. Your efficiency variance and yield variance will be same. So they haven't asked efficiency variance separately here. Got it? Now, standard hours. See, 3840 hours. Correct? Actual hours paid for 10 workers for 40 hours. 400 hours. For 30 workers, 40 hours. 1200 hours. And for 60 workers, 40 hours. 2400 hours. Total hours of actual paid are 4000 hours. It's your call. Should I take actual hours paid, idle time for each and every line item, or should I just go for idle time for overall? Overall? Sure? Okay. So, which is 200 hours. 5% of actual hours paid. Actual hours worked. Should I take for all the three, or should I go for overall? Overall. Because it is there only in efficiency variance. Where do we take standard rate? Actual rate, should I take overall or should I take line by line by line? Total, please. Huh? And where it is useful, you should tell me now. There is no point in adding the actual rates. Shall we proceed? First, what they told? Efficiency variance they told. What is the formula for efficiency variance? Standard hour minus actual hours worked. That means, listen, if at all actual hours worked is more adverse, actual hours worked is less favorable, that means minus I have written. So if it is adverse, the answer will be minus. If it is favorable, it is plus. Sir, from yesterday you were telling this for material, labor, everything minus plus minus plus minus plus. We are getting confused. What we should do? If that is the case, by heart the formula as it is. Minus means adverse, favorable means plus. Or examination, it doesn't matter. But you understood the logic, no? If I write actual hours work minus standard hours, then minus is favorable, plus is, got it? Okay. Into standard rate. Here, how much is standard hours? 3840. minus actual hours worked 3,800. Of course, it should be favorable only. Correct? No? If they don't tell 240 favorable or adverse, you only should know to determine. It is favorable. I don't know the standard rate. That is equal to, I am getting positive 240. Now, 40 SR is equal to 240. SR is equal to rupees 6. I think in illustration also it was 6 only, no? No, sir. Okay. Standard rate is equal to rupees 6. Now they are asking cost variance, rate variance, gang variance, yield variance, idle time variance. I don't think I have to do it. You guys will be able to do it. Yield variance is nothing but apply the formula of efficiency variance and solve it. Simple. One line answer. Only for cost variance and rate variance, 3 lines will be there. For all other things, 1 line. Is that clear? Guys, standard rate 6 rupees. See, gang variance, they have given 0. You don't have to calculate and all like this, some nonsense things. All you have to do is, as there is only one type of labor in standard, there won't be any mix variance as such. In fact, gang variance in the given question. Yield variance is nothing but your standard time minus actual hours work. That is nothing but your formula of efficiency variance. Don't get confused. Ayo, sir, efficiency variance you told standard hours minus actual hours work. For a yield you told revised standard hours minus revised standard hours and all. Nothing. Only one type of worker is there. So yield is nothing but your usage or efficiency. Idle time variance is there. Simple question, isn't it? For how many marks they have asked? 10 marks. My God, crazy. This you like, of course you like it. But you have to write formula and write it. That takes time.
But that is okay.
That's okay. Till you get correct answers, it's happening.
The flow can be very
Very quick. Yeah.
There's no need thinking too much, and there will be always a fear like
Whether I'm doing correct or not.
messed up something.
That's the beauty of CA exams. No, you can't look at the person sitting next to you. You don't have confidence that whether whatever he is doing is correct or no. That is the point there. Shall we proceed? May 2019 for 10 marks. A gang of workers normally consist of, that means they are trying to say that standard 30 skilled workers, 15 semi-skilled workers, 10 unskilled workers. That means it is a ratio of standard. They are paid at the rate of skilled 70, semi-skilled 65, unskilled 50. In a normal working week of 40 hours, gang is expected to produce 2000 units of output. During the week ended on 31st March 2019, gang consists of 40 skilled workers, 10 semi-skilled workers, 5 unskilled workers. The actual wages paid are 75, 60, 52 per hour respectively. 4 hours were lost due to machine breakdown. That means, remember, idle time don't take 4. Machine is broken down. All of us are sitting idle. That means my 4 hours lost, your 4 hours lost, your 4 hours lost, your 4 hours lost. That means 4 hours you should multiply with number of employees. Don't forget. Don't take only 4 hours as idle time. Please keep in mind. If machine is not working, not that only I am not working. All of us together not working for 4 hours in that week. That means you should multiply with labors. Total 4 hours per labor lost. Multiply with labor to arrive at a labor hours lost. $1,600 units were produced. Calculate the following variances showing clearly adverse or favorable. Shall we? Hello? Listen. First, let me take standard hours. We have three type of worker: skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled. They only have given. Correct? No? How much? Skilled? 30 employees? 30 employees. Okay. 15 employees. 10 employees. Working for how many hours week they are telling? Normal week. Normal week of 40 hours. So, how many hours of skilled workers? 1200 hours. How many hours of 600 hours? How many hours of this? 400 hours. Total would come to 2200 hours. If at all you take it as standard, gone. If at all you take it as standard, gone. Why, sir? This is to produce 2000 units. Our actual output is 1600. So standard you should take for actual output. No. Simple. Now we'll do standard hours for actual output. This is standard for standard. These standard hours for standard output. Now we have to find out for actual output. See. Skilled worker is there, semi-skilled worker is there, unskilled worker is there, and please remember here yield and mix possible. I mean mix is possible. Yield anytime it's possible. Mix is possible. So standard hours, standard rate, actual hours paid, idle time is given. Yeah, 4 hours they have given. No? Actual hours worked, actual rate, revised standard hours. Got it? Now, standard hours. Listen. To produce 2000 units of output, skilled worker, how many hours we are taking? Jatre. 1200 hours we are taking. Correct, no? Now, we are actually producing 1600. So how many hours of this? 960 hours. Is that clear? To produce 2000 units, we are taking 600 hours of semi-skilled. We are producing 1600. For this, we are taking 480 hours of semi-skilled. For producing 2000, we are taking 400 hours of unskilled. To produce 1600, 320 hours. Is this clear now? Hello? This, of course, because the 2000 will take, no? And it will take that as standard. Gone. It should not. That is for standard output. Your actual output is not 2000 at all.
I think we need to put don'ts.
Sorry?
What we need to do.
You should write down don'ts. In simple, you have to remember standard hours means standard hours for actual output. Whatever they have given it for 2000.
Even in the class test, no, I would have worked out to see some in the morning itself. So I'll be writing in the afternoon.
That time it will miss out. Practice. Wrong. Yeah. But you don't know where it is. I mean, it happens. No, that's what. What you should do is practice, practice, practice. And in examination, don't rush. You guys should know where to not waste time. Don't waste time rolling your pen like this, playing simply in calculator. Write slowly, that's okay. But don't waste time. And very simple logic is, first 15 minutes will be more than sufficient to read that 70 marks paper, because MCQ paper anyhow they won't give in the earlier hand. After exam starts only MCQ paper they give. They are giving before only, but you can't open, no? They are combining and giving. What is this ICI? Great. Then you do one thing. From recent attempt they have done that. I don't know what and all they are bringing changes. Yeah, so don't read MCQs. Start with descriptive section. 15 minutes, take your time, don't rush. That 15 minutes, if it goes to 25 minutes also, it's fine. Once they say, now you can start writing, they say you can, not that you should. So take your time, read all the question carefully, slowly. So when reading only, certain things will come to your mind. That is sorted there. Next, again, when you are solving, again read the same caution only. Don't say, hey, this is red, let me go. No, don't do that. Again you read it. Always remember, you can go and try this. Same question you read thrice, 3 new points will come to your mind. 3 new points will come to your mind. So again you read it. Nothing you will lose. Just don't waste time in putting whitener and all. Don't use whitener, all those stuff. That's it. Calculator also slow, no need to rush. Because you know the concept. Every workings you have written, answer you have given wrong, marks won't be allotted.
Sir, I've tried that. Everyone was doing it very fast.
No, you do slowly. No, you should not do fast.
But the difference is very little, the time difference. But the mistakes I could make when I'm doing wrong.
No, very simple, 10 marks mistake. 10 seconds you might complete early, it will be 10 marks mistake. Everything you show properly. Numbers instead of 55,000, if you have written 5,000 or 5,500, gone, no. And worst part is, that's not the only place where you will do mistake. Answer is 55,000. Your calculator is showing 55,000. Brain will be running faster than hand. You write 5,500. Your brain says, okay, it's done, proceed. That happens many times. So, put comma properly. So, when you put comma, when you see 55, comma 00, that time only when you see that, your brain will say, something is missing, boss. Or instead of 5,500, the comma you would have put later part. Something you would have done. Some mistake you would have done for sure. You will recheck it.
Even the rupees and commas, I'm just practicing, as you said.
You should. So take your time and do all those things. Because there is no point you rushing and doing 30 minutes, sum in 20 minutes, okay. And you have written wrong answer. What is the point? The wastage is not 10 minutes. The wastage is, saving is not 10 minutes, wastage of 20 minutes. Because you didn't get anything from that. Sometimes that might become so costlier that the time wasted would be 4 months. If you know, you know. That is the case. So take your time. You don't have to complete 100 marks. Complete the paper perfectly, 80 marks, that's absolutely fine. Take your time and do. Luckily, in my inter time, what this ICI worst thing they have done, only one attempt they did that, and thankfully, it is done only once. After 2 hours of exam, you can walk out. I am writing audit paper. 60-70% of the class walks out. Automatically that psychology will be there, no? In you also the rushness will be there. Let me go. Because when writing degree exam and all, it's like that, no? Hey, my friend gone. Forget 10 marks, no, I will also go. That same thing will come. Lot of distractions. Luckily, ICI stopped after that attempt. I mean, for me it was no use, but still, at least for the next, whoever has written. Because if you don't know, they will just walk out. Audit was better. One more paper was there, EIS. They were waiting for 2 hours. Exact 2 hours, they walked out like anything. 80-90% of the class. But in my life, I have this one rule. Until the last bell ring, although my paper is complete, I won't go. I will sit and watch what others are doing. Or if anything is there, I will keep trying. Few will do this. They will just sleep off. What is the point? I don't understand. Are you slept enough? Come on, sit. Something your brain will say. If any question is not done, let's say your paper is ready, done, everything is done. Let's say other 20 more minutes is remaining. Just stare at the question. Sit and stare. Whatever is the remaining question. Some or the other idea will come. Something you can write. It happened with me in my finals. 80 marks paper I completed. Last 6 minutes or 5 minutes was there. One big case scenario, 3-page cases. They used to give 20 marks on single case. You have to write lot of answers. That was remaining. Now 3-page can you read in 5 minutes? No. In that first 15 minutes also I left it. And I was confident that I have written good. Other than the 20 compulsory question, in that 80, I have written so well. Easily I can get 60, 65. That was my confidence. So generally what we will do? That's okay. Let me check whatever I have written. But somewhere in my mind said, boss, it's not about 5 months. It's about 5 minutes. It's about 5 months. Then I just flipped the pages and I read the question. 3 generic questions were there. Not related to case. I mean, what is this strategy? What is this? What is this like that? No numbers are related, etc. Of course, the firm name and all you should have written like that. What firm using strategy, etc. Now what I did, that 3 question it was for 3 question for 2 and 1 mark, 5 marks total. I read it. I wrote it also for in that 5 minutes. I wrote generic, whatever is, generic in the sense, question was generic in nature, but meaning I wrote properly. In that paper, I got 40. I am still happy for that. If I haven't written that 5 marks, I'm damn sure I wouldn't be completing in that attempt. So don't think that 3 hours of your examination is 3 hours. It is your 3 months. It's your 9 months. Think from that point of view. Proportionately, 9 hours is like big inflow, but outflow you have only 3 hours. So to make sure that happens.
So can we do one thing? Last day, every chapter, just can we discuss for a few minutes what are the tools? Yes.
Will do. All the chapters.
All the chapters.
Don't see the examination. Oh, yeah. We'll note it down. What are the don'ts?
Exactly.
Actually, if we discuss do's, that will be 5 points. If we discuss don'ts, it will be 50 points. Everyone will come up with different mistakes.
We done mistakes.
Done. We'll discuss. And few people, what they do mistake is this also. Question is there, half question you know, other half you don't know. Leave the full question. What is the point? Step marking is there. Complete how much ever is possible. And majority of the time this happens. Let's say I know 30% of the question. Once I start doing that 30% will lead me to other 20%. Other 20%. That will start giving me hints. One by one. In marginal costing also we saw that only, with one link if we start doing, it will connect and somehow we will end up with all the questions. It's like that only. Any missing figures and all what we have done. Only one answer we had. So once you start doing that, and one more thing is very simple. Whenever you are getting confused in the question, just take the sheet, write working note. Whatever the data you find in the question, keep writing. And 2 minutes you look at the data, one or the other point will be coming up to your mind. Provided similar chapter you revised earlier. Not that, sir, I will chill now, I will go to examination, I will write the data and I will sit like this. No. For that you don't know what to do with the data. First place you won't be knowing what data is. Correct, no? That's why you just write it to that as a working note and keep looking at it. You will get one or the other. Plan it. Standard rates are how much, guys? 70, 65, 50. Now, actual hours paid. Actual hours paid would be 40 skilled workers into 40 hours. 1600 hours. 10 semi-skilled workers into 40. 400 hours. And 5 unskilled workers into 40. 200 hours. And idle time they are telling 4 hours. 4 hours, every one of them are losing 4 hours. So 40 skilled workers will lose 160 hours. So actual hours worked would be 1440 hours. Here 10 semi-skilled workers will lose 4 hours. 40 hours. 360 hours. Here 5 unskilled workers will lose 4 hours, which is 20 hours. 180. Is that clear? And actual rates are 75, 60, 52. Rupees 75, rupees 60, rupees 52. Now, revised standard hour is nothing but your actual hours worked in the standard ratio. May I know the total actual hours worked, please? 1980 hours in the standard ratio. Standard ratio array I know already. 30, 15 and 10. That only know. Into 40, into 40, into 40 we did. So, which is 6 is to 3 is to 2. 11. 1980 divided by 11 into 6. Or you can take it in the total of standard hours multiplied with 960, 480, 320. 1080 hours. 1980 divided by 11 into 3. 540 hours. 1980 divided by 11 into 2. These are your revised standard hours. Now using this, don't you think you can find out all the data? And everything will be 3 lines.
The ratio which you mentioned is
30, no? 30 is to 15 is to 10. Or you can do, if at all ratio is confusing, take the total of SH. No, I mean generally. Take the total of SH, 1980 divided by SH total into 960. 1980 divided by SH total into 480. 1980 divided by SH total into 320. Madam? 1760 now. I think now all the applying formulas you can find out the stuffs here. Yes, I don't have to work out that. 3 lines for everything. Cost variance, may I know the formula first? Standard hours into standard rate minus actual hours paid into actual rate. Rate variance, please. Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours paid. Efficiency, standard hours minus actual hours worked into standard rate. Mix, revised standard hours minus actual hours worked into standard rate. Idle time, idle time into standard rate because we have computed it all. Hope it's clear. We'll proceed. We'll proceed. Question number 19. NPX Limited uses standard costing system for manufacturing of a product X. Following is the budget data given in relation to labor hours for manufacture of 1 unit of product X. That means they have given standard for standard here. Please keep in mind. 2 hours of skilled worker you need, 3 hours of semi-skilled worker is there, 5 hours of unskilled worker is there. That means here there is a scope for revised standard hours, there is a scope for mix and yield. In the month of January, total of 10,000 units were produced. So can you guys quickly tell me the standard hours for actual output? 20,000 hours, 30,000 hours, 50,000 hours. Because those many hours per 1 unit, this is the case. And this is your standard hours, this is your standard rate. And this is your actual hours, okay, paid. They have given actual rate. Actual idle time during the month they have given. These are your idle time. So your actual hours worked would be 18,000 minus 500. 17,500. 33,000 minus 700. 58,000 minus 800. Actual hours work would be 1,07,000. Is that clear? Hello? They are asking you labor variances. Easily you can find out labor variances. Also show the effect of labor rate variance if 5,000 hours of skilled labor are paid at 5.5 hours and balance were at 7. That means they are telling what will be the change if the skilled workers out of that 18,000 hours what you are telling, 5,000 will be paid at 5.5. Remaining 13,000 will be paid at 7. Okay. Other two remain same. Unskilled and semi-skilled will remain same. Skilled only changes. Okay. Accordingly, you should do it. I don't think so. We have to discuss it now. Hope you guys understood. Revised standard hours will be total of actual hours worked 1,07,000 in the standard ratio 2:3:5. Okay. This is nice. Question number 20, study material question only. Illustration 8. The standard labor employment and actual labor engaged in a week for a job are as under. Standard number of workers, skilled 32, semi-skilled 12, unskilled 6. Actual number of workers employed 28, 18, 4. Standard wage rate per hour 3, 2, 1. Actual wage rate per hour 4, 3, 2. During the 40 hours of working week, this is very important, concentrate on this point. During the 40 hours working week, the gang produced 1,800 standard labor hours of work. What do you mean by that 1,800? Standard hours for actual output. That's what I told earlier. We didn't work for so many hours. We worked so many hours ka work. Understood? We didn't work for 1,800 hours, but we completed work of 1,800 hours. Hello? Pakka. Now, if at all you want me to do the table, very simple. Standard hours, standard rate, I think idle time is not given, no? Great. Actual hours, actual rate, revised, standard hour. We have skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled. Listen here. Standard hours, total 1800 hours, I know. Total 1800 hours, I know. That I am going to divide in the standard number of workers we should have appointed. Now, many will do what mistake? They will take 32 into 40, 12 into 40, 6 into 40 standard hours. No. Because we are not producing so many units, no? So always remember they have given standard here. Now I am going to divide it in the ratio of 32, 12, 6. So total you tell me. 50. Okay.
They mentioned like that gang produced all
Gang-
it is
Gang produce 1800 standard labor hours of work they are telling. Standard.
this 1800.
Huh. Output is equal to 1800 hours of work. You can take more than that, you can take less than that. That left your efficiency. But you have completed the work which you should have completed in 1800 hours. In that week, you are completing the work equivalent to 1800 hours. Now, 1800 divided by 50 into 32. 1152. 1800 divided by 50 into 12. 432, 216. Is that clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Pakka. Standard rate. Standard rates are 3, 2, 1. Actual hours. 28 workers are there in the skilled. Working for 40 hours. 28 into 40. 1120. 40 into 18. 720. 40 into 4. 160. Total of actual hours. 2000 hours. And the standard rate, actual rates are 432. That means rate variance, all the three adverse only. You can see there. 1 rupee we are paying more than what we planned. Now, revised standard hours are nothing but your total of your actual hours, 2000 hours in the standard ratio. Standard ratio is 32, 12 and 6. Or you can go for 1152 also. 1280, 480. This is the table. Using this table, don't you think the things could be found out? But here majority will do the mistake that way. 40 hours they will take into standard employee numbers, they will multiply and they will write it as standard hours. Gone. Because that will be standard hours for standard output. Here I know that exactly how much is my standard hours for actual output produced. Should take that. Is that clear? See this. One last question on labor variances. Separate question on labor variance. PYP Jan 2025, they asked for 6 marks. Whoever completed RTP November 2023, they would have had fun there. Whoever saw November 2023, they saw this question, then they are like, okay, let me read later, and they never read. They also would have fun there. The following information has been provided by the company. Number of units produced and sold, 7,000. Standard labor rate per hour, 9. Actual hours worked, 17,820. Labor efficiency, 106.8. That means standard hours divided by actual hours is equal to 1.068. Correct, no? Yes or no? Now, standard hours is equal to 1.068 into actual hours, which is 17,820. 030. So this is how we will compute our standard hours. Is that clear? They are telling labor rate variance is 71,280 adverse. What and all they are asking here? Actual labor rate per hour, standard hours required for 7,000 units. This is already sorted. Crazy. 19,032 hours. 2 marks for writing one formula and solving it. Labor efficiency variance. Standard hour is there, actual hour is there. You can find out standard labor cost per unit. Please keep in mind. Actual labor cost per unit. First, let's find out actual labor rate per hour. Shall we? What is the formula for the rate variance? Because rate variance they have given. Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours paid, but here they haven't given 2, so whatever work, that only is assumed to be paid, is equal to labor rate variance. How much is standard rate? Rupees 9. Per hour only they have given. Please keep in mind, if at all it was per unit, what you should have done? You should have multiplied with number of units, then you should have divided with standard hours for it. Now 9 rupees minus actual rate. We don't know. Shall I take actual rate as AR only? Actual hours are 17,820 is equal to labor rate variance, which is minus 71,280. Minus, because I know that my actual rate is more, adverse. Now rupees 9 minus AR is equal to A division, not minus. 4 minus 4. Is that clear? Now actual rate is equal to rupees. Actual rate is 13, right? 5. 13. If you take 5, then you won't get advancement. If at all you get confusion, you can go to fundamentals and see there. Because standard is 9, actual is 5, means you should get favorable. In question they are telling adverse. 13. So actual labor rate is rupees 13. Next, efficiency variance. Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Standard hours are how much? 19,032 minus actual hours are how much? 17,820. Standard rate is how much? 9, which is adverse or favorable? Favorable, because standard is more. Got it? Now this side took that side, became positive AR. This minus 4 I took this side, it became plus 4. And then I did. Which minus stereo? Oh, this minus. Now? Now it's fine. $10,009, not 8. Standard labor cost per unit, very important. Listen. Do I know the standard hours required to produce actual output?
Yes,
19,032. Am I working for these many hours? No. But this is the hours I should have worked. And I plan to pay how much? Pay how much? 9, right?
9.
That means how much is my standard labor cost for actual output? Correct? This I plan to pay for how many units? 7,000 units. So per unit, how much I planned? Per unit 24.46. Also one more way is there. What is that way, sir? I planned I'm gonna work for 19,032 hours for producing 7,000 units. Per unit, how many hours? 2.72 hours is what I planned. Per hour, how much I planned? 9 rupees. 2.72 into 9. Is it clear?
So what is the other way?
Find out how many hours per unit, then multiply with per hour. Multiplying later. Okay. Next, actual labor cost per unit. How many hours you are actually paying? 17,820. How much you are paying, by the way, per hour? 13 rupees. So total, how much you are spending? 2,31,000. 660. Divided by how many units you are producing? So per unit, how much is your labor cost? Sorry? 10 is also 1 only, 09 is also 1 only. Leave. Simple, no? If someone is helping you out. But don't, if you practice it, okay. So sir, if at all we solve these many questions and we go, are we going to get 100? That I can't guarantee. But are we going to get 60 plus? Easily. Because ICI might ask any new type of questions, but not whole paper will be new type. These things only will be there.
And
1 or 2 questions for, 7-14 marks will be something new where you have to use brains. That okay, you should use brains. You should not pass just by going through whatever is there already, right? I mean, if you process it in costing, it should not be difficult. Fundamentally, conceptually, you should be very strong. Because without concept, if you solve 1,000 question, if the question is 1,000 first, you will not be able to solve. With concept, if you solve 10 questions, then when 11th question comes on concept, somehow you will be able to manage. That's the case. So always remember, any subject it is, concept should be prioritized. So sir, only concept I will read and go, any of question I will be able to solve? No way. Not possible. Without practice not possible. You should know to apply the concept. That's why we are solving so many questions. Now it's like solving so many questions is like revising that concept again and again and again and again and again. That is the case. Shall we proceed? Overheads? Yes. We'll do one thing. We'll start with overheads. We'll complete variable overheads. Then we'll take break. We'll come back and we'll go to fixed overheads. Okay? Overheads is very important. where majority of you feel like overheads. Listen. First, overheads I am not going to discuss separately as a fixed overhead as well as variable overhead. Rather, first let's take the basics of overheads. Guys, when discussing overheads chapter, I told you your under absorption, over absorption. Yes or no? Guys, that under absorption, over absorption itself is your overhead variance. That under absorption, over absorption is there. No, that itself is your overhead variances. So overhead cost variance is nothing but under absorption or over absorption. Under absorption is adverse because you spent more than what you recovered. Over absorption is favorable because you recovered more than what you incurred. That means to arrive at under absorption or over absorption, what we do, we compare our actual overheads with the absorbed overhead. Actual overhead with the absorbed overhead. Now, how to absorb the overhead? It could be done on the basis of units. It could be done on the basis of hours. It could be done on the basis of units. It could be done on the basis of hours. First, what if it is done on the basis of units? Very simple. My absorption rate, that is my recovery rate. In fact, here we call it as standard rate. I repeat, my absorption rate, my recovery rate, what we call it here as a standard rate. I am going to multiply that with my actual output. Standard rates will be multiplied with actual output. Standard rates will be multiplied with actual output. Clear? How do you arrive at a standard rate, sir? Budgeted overhead divided by budgeted output. Budgeted overhead, not standard overhead, or like standard output, etc. Standard output means standard output for standard means standard for actual. Here we are discussing about budgeted. Is that clear? So what we are going to do? Budgeted overhead divided by budgeted output. That we are going to multiply with actual output. But hours, if you remember the other day when I was telling, I told you actually we should not multiply with the actual hours. We should multiply with the standard hours. But in overheads chapter, they are not giving information of standard hours. That's why we are assuming actual itself as standard. So remember guys, if at all you are absorbing overhead on the hourly basis, it's not standard rate into actual hours. Just like standard rate into actual output you did, it's not standard hour into actual hours. Sorry, standard rate into actual hours. Rather it is standard rate into standard hours for actual output. Reason being, if at all you take actual hours, the under absorption, over absorption is not only because you didn't work, it will be because you work fast or you work slow. That means even efficiency will also get adjusted. That should not happen. I am trying to find out not due to efficiency. I am trying to find out overall not because of working. Got it? Overall because of not working, how much is my variance? That's the reason. Always remember it is standard rate into standard hours. Standard rate into actual output. Output basis means absorption will be done on actual. Hours basis means absorption will be done on standard. Now, how do we arrive at a standard rate? Budgeted overhead divided by budgeted hours. Budgeted overhead divided by budgeted hours. Simple. That will give me standard rate for standard rate. Standard hours for actual output is for 10 units, let's say how many hours you should have taken. You have produced so much, how many hours you should have taken for these units. Like that. Is that clear? Hello? So how do you arrive at under absorption over absorption? Actual overhead minus absorbed overhead, or absorbed minus actual. It's completely your choice. But know the conclusion. If actual is more than absorbed, under absorbed, adverse. If the actual is less than absorbed, over absorbed, favorable. Then, in our building, work is going on. Next building. Window is open by any chance? All right. Okay. Next. How do we arrive at absorbed overhead? Standard rate to be multiplied with actual output or standard hours for actual output. Is that clear? Clearer? Next. Variable overhead. Guys, again variable overhead cost variance is actual overhead minus absorbed overhead. How do we arrive at absorbed overhead? Standard rate into actual output or standard rate into standard hours for actual output. Is that clear? That could be divided into expenditure variance, efficiency variance. Now, expenditure variance means standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Nothing but your labor rate variance. Sir, but should I take actual hours paid or actual hours worked, sir? In labor variance, we used to take actual hours paid. What should we take here? Guys, there is nothing called idle time in the overheads. Please keep in mind. Please keep in mind. Actual hours work will be there. No, that only will be your actual hours. There won't be any idle time as such. So expenditure variance is nothing but your standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. If at all units, you should multiply with standard output. Standard output is how many units you should have produced in the taken time. How many units you should have produced in the taken time. Okay. Now, efficiency variance is your standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. This is also normal like labor only. Correct? No? Units wise it is how many units I have produced minus how many units I should have produced in the taken time into standard rate. By the way, when it will be favorable, when it will be adverse, in case of efficiency hours wise, if the standard hours are more than actual hours, favorable, because you worked faster than what you should have worked. If the actual hours is more than standard hours, adverse, because you work slower. Unit wise, why? Because in the same number of amount like time is taken, in the time taken I produced actual output. How much I should have produced? That is standard output. If at all the units I should have produced is more than what I produced, that means I didn't work faster. What I have produced is more than what I should have produced. That means I worked faster. So if actual output is more than standard output, favorable. If the standard output is more than actual output, adverse. Okay, units wise it's ulta, please keep in mind. Hello.
Yes.
Any doubts? Sir, unit wise or hours wise, what should we prioritize? We should prioritize hours wise always. Okay. Hope it's clear. Guys, variable overhead cost variance, absorbed minus actual. Actual they will only give, absorbed is standard hours into standard rate. Standard hours into standard rate. Could be divided into efficiency, expenditure. Expenditure is standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Efficiency is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Is that clear? Shall we see few questions on this? Not few, I think only two we have. 2 in the sense, later part again we have merge questions. Now I am discussing only variable overhead, purely variable overhead cost variance type of questions. Look into the question. From the following information of G Limited, calculate variable overhead cost variance, expenditure variance, efficiency variance. Guys, budgeted production 6,000 units, budgeted overhead 120,000, standard time for 1 unit of output is 2 hours. That means budgeted hours will be how much? $12,000 hours. You can do unit wise also, but I told you, no, wherever hours are possible, just go for hours wise. Is that clear how we got 12,000 here? For 1 unit we are planning it will take 2 hours. So for 6,000 watt units we are planning to produce, that means we know that we had around 12,000 budgeted hours. That's why we are planning 6,000 units. Actual production is 5,900 units. Actual overhead is 122,000 and actual hours worked are 11,600. So may I know the standard hours? Standard hours for actual output 11,800 hours. That is, I know that I plan to take 2 hours to produce 1 unit. Now I am actually producing 5,900. How many hours I should have taken? 11,800 hours. Okay. First, variable overhead cost variance. Variable overhead cost variance. Guys, variable overhead cost variance, what should be the formula? Just now we discussed, no? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead is standard hours for actual output, which is 11,800 into standard rate. Standard rate we didn't find out. Very simple. Budgeted overhead 1,20,000 divided by budgeted hours 12,000 rupees 10. Rupees 10. Is that clear? In fact, 10 per hour. Always remember, rate per hour and per unit might not be same. Rupees 10 per hour. This will be your absorbed overhead minus actual overhead is 1,22,000. That means under absorption of rupees 4,000, which is adverse. Is that clear? Next, variable overhead expenditure variance. Variable overhead expenditure variance is nothing but, guys, standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Correct?
Yes.
Anyhow, I am going to denote it further into C because I didn't find the actual rate there. Correct? So I am just expanding the formula. Standard rate into actual hours minus actual rate into actual hours. Now, standard rate rupees 2 per hour. Actual hours taken 11,600 minus, correct, no, minus actual rate into actual hours 1,22,000. That is your actual cost, no? Actual rate into actual hours, which is rupees. As per standard, I should have paid what?
Standard rate is 10.
Oh, standard rate is 10, no? I should have paid 1,16,000, but I have paid 1,22,000. That means 6,000 I paid extra, adverse. Understood? Hello? Next, variable overhead efficiency variance. That is, how many hours I should have taken minus how many hours I have taken into standard rate. So standard hours, how many hours I should have taken? 11,800. How many hours I have taken? 11,600. Where the standard rate is 10 rupees. That means I have worked faster, favorable. 2000 is it? I have worked faster, favorable. You can see there 6,000, 2,000, negative 4,000. Correct. Simple. Anyone any doubt here? Pakka? Shall we proceed? One more study material question only, question number 23, concentrate. The following data for PG Limited is given. Budgeted, they are telling 400 units. Man has to produce that is budgeted hours 8,000. Variable overhead is 10,000. Actual 360, where we took 7,000 hours, and 9150 is your actual overhead. Guys, can you tell me standard hours per unit? A. To produce 400 units, we are taking 8,000 hours. 20 hours. Yes or no? Now, I know the actual standard hours. That is standard hours for actual output. 360 into 20. 7,200 hours. May I know the standard rate? That is budgeted overhead. 10,000 divided by budgeted hours. 8,000. Rupees 1.25 per hour. First, variable overhead cost variance. Variable overhead cost variance. Absorbed overhead, which is basically standard rate into standard hours, minus your actual overhead 9150. First one is 9,000. 150 adverse, because your actual is more than absorbed. Variable overhead expenditure variance, that is standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. I can further divide it and write it as standard rate into actual hours minus actual rate into actual hours. Standard rate being rupees 1.25, actual hours being 7,000, minus actual rate into actual hours is your actual cost 9,150. 400 adverse, because your standard rate is less than actual. Correct, no? Done. Next, variable overhead efficiency variance. Variable overhead efficiency variance, that is in how many hours the work should have got over actually how many hours I am taking into standard rate. In how many hours the work should have got over standard hours 7,200, but how many hours I have taken? 7,000. Awesome. Good news or bad news? Good news, because you have taken less number of hours and completed that particular work. Standard rate is 1.25, which is gonna be adverse or favorable? Just check things are matching. Yes, it is. 250, 400, 150 adverse. Is this clear, everyone? Is variable overhead point clear? Any doubts? No doubts? Pakka? Great. Fine. We'll do one thing now. We'll take a break. We'll come back. After that, we'll revise fixed overheads. Okay? After that, we'll revise fixed overheads.
So illustration 10 was also like variable, but that is not.
No, that is having fixed also in it, I feel.
Yes.
That is there. That question is there. Don't worry. Fixed overhead, at what time shall we start? 10:51, no? 11:22 AM. Sorry? It was good. It was good.
But it is such.
Sorry?
It is such.
It was stretching.
Better that biryani was very different.
Yeah. Biryani, I feel like
That is what Praveen asked to me. Please don't take me here to biryani anymore. Oh, போயிட்டு பத்தி நான் சொல்ல வயலன்ஸா அடிச்சியா
நேற்று வச்சு எங்க இது பண்ணிருக்காங்க. நான் முந்தானே அடிச்சுக்கிறேன். அவங்க நேற்று வச்சு எங்க அம்மா
இதெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் வருஷம் தான். அதுக்கப்புறம் கூப்பிட்டாலும் அவன் பக்கத்துலயே வர மாட்டான். போயிடும். நீயும் அப்படிதான். வீட்டுல போய் ஒரு நீங்க கடைசியா பாட்டில் ஒரு மணி நேரத்துக்கே அது வீட்டுக்கு போய் சொல்லுங்க.
எங்க இருக்கு?
காந்திபுரம் இங்க இருக்கு.
பஸ் ஸ்டாண்ட் கிட்ட இருக்கா? இல்ல
பஸ் ஸ்டாண்ட் கிட்டே ரொம்ப ரேட் அதிகமா இருக்குது. 4 பரோட்டா 2 சிக்கன் ஃப்ரை மாதிரி இருக்கு. சிக்கன் கிரேவி ஃப்ரை 2 பீஃப் கொடுக்குறோம். பீஃப் பதிலாக 2 சிக்கனா அது 180 ரூபாய். பரோட்டா வெளியே இருக்கும் 25 ரூபா மேக்ஸிமம்.
அங்கேயே 45 rupees. ஆனா நம்ம அந்த அளவுக்கு
இங்கே 45 தான்
சின்ன சைஸ் தானே.
பரோட்டா பெருசா இருக்கு. ஆனா எல்லாம் கேரளா ஸ்டைல். நம்ம காரம் அதெல்லாம் எல்லாத்தையும் தேங்காய் பால் ஊற்றி கொஞ்சம் எல்லாமே லைட்லி போட. ஆனா அந்த மலையாளத்துல ரொம்ப சூப்பர் கடை. ஏன்னா குச்சிக்கிழங்கு இருக்குல்ல, அது வேக வச்சு மேல தேங்காய் போட்டு அது மீன் குழம்பு ரெடி போட்டு சாப்பிட்டேன். பால் கப்பாலாம் போட்டு போடுவாங்க. அது என்னன்னா கப்பக்கிழங்கு இருக்குல்ல, கீழே கொடுக்கலாம் தேங்காய் பால். அதெல்லாம் இன்னும் அவங்களோட டிஷ். குச்சிக்கிழங்குல கப்பக்கிழங்கு நல்ல கப்பல் போட்டு மிளகாப்பொடி எல்லாம் போட்டு தாளிச்சு கருவேப்பிலை போட்டு அப்படி வேணா சாப்பிட வேண்டியது. குச்சிக்கிழங்கு பச்சையா கிடையாது, குட்டி குட்டி குட்டியா உருளைக்கிழங்கு கட் பண்ணுவோம்ல கியூப்ஸ், அந்த மாதிரி கட் பண்ணி வேற தாளிச்சு தேங்காய் மேலே சாப்பிடுவோம். வரக்கத்தூள் வர தாளிச்சு அப்படி இல்லாட்டி உருளைக்கிழங்கு மாதிரி மிளகாப்பொடி மஞ்சத்தூள் இங்க வந்து மீன் குழம்புக்கே அது நான் சாப்பிட கிடையாது. மீன் குழம்புக்கே போய் எனக்கு வித்தியாசமா இருந்தது. எல்லாம் பிரியாணி சாப்பிட்டு கடைசி டீ காஃபி எல்லாம் அவங்களோட பிரியாணி என் கூட கவி உங்க அப்பா வச்சு அதனால சரி வெஜ் பிரியாணி வாங்கி நம்ம தான் மீன் குழம்பு தானே சாப்பிட்றோம். அவருக்கு வெஜ் பிரியாணி சொன்னோம். ஆனா இது கேரளா ஸ்டைல் தலச்சேரி ஸ்டைல். அப்ப என்ன பண்ண வெள்ளை வெள்ளையா நிறைய சாதம் இருக்கும், கொஞ்சம் அந்த கிரேவி மாதிரி இருக்கும். வெஜ் கிரேவி உள்ளுக்குள்ளடா சாம்பார் சாதம் மாதிரி இருக்குங்க. பேருக்கு கேட்டா மேல குழம்பு திட்டுவாங்க, அந்த மாதிரி அது பிரியாணி. அங்கிள் சொல்றேன் நீ சாம்பார் சாதம் வாங்கி கொடுத்து பிரியாணி சொல்லிட்டேன். பிரியாணி கேட்டப்ப அப்பளம் எனக்கு டவுட்டா இருந்தது. அப்பளத்துக்கு பிரியாணி அவங்க பப்படம் இங்க பப்படம் கொடுக்குறாங்க அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சு சாப்பிடாங்க. ரொம்ப சீப்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நான்வெஜ் மீல்ஸ் வந்து 120 சூப்பரா இருக்கும். நீ ஒரு நாள் ட்ரை பண்ணு. மீல்ஸ்ல குழம்பு ஃபிஷ் மட்டன் எங்கேயுமே டிசப்பாயிண்ட் பண்ணவே பண்ணாங்க. ஆக்சுவலி இங்கேயும் கிடையாது. நான் நிறைய ரெஸ்டாரண்ட்ல ஃபிஷ் மீல் வந்து எப்பவுமே டிசப்பாயிண்ட் பண்ணாங்க. நேற்று ஃபிஷ் கறி மீன் ஒரு ஃபிஷ் கொடுத்தாங்க, அந்த ஃப்ரை சூப்பரா இருக்கு. மீன் குழம்பு நல்லா இருக்கு. பட் நம்ம மீன் குழம்பு மாதிரி இல்லாம தேங்காய் பால் போட்டு கிரேவி மாதிரி கொடுத்தாங்க. பட் நல்லா இருந்தது. ஒரு சேஞ்ச் வந்து மாங்காய் அரைச்சி மாங்காய் பீஸ் பீஸ் அதெல்லாம் அதெல்லாம் பிரியாணி மட்டும் நான் என்ன சொல்றேன், எப்படி இருந்தாலும் டேஸ்ட் பாருன்னு வச்சுக்கோ. பிரியாணிக்கு அவங்க பப்படம் கொடுத்தப்ப என்ன யோசிச்சேன், நான் வந்து அதை பார்த்துட்டு அனுப்புது நீ தானே எனக்கு சாம்பார் பிரியாணின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நீயும் பாரு சாம்பார் சாதம் சாப்பிட்டு சாப்பிட்டு கடைசி எல்லாம் பார்த்தா எல்லாருமே டீ எல்லாம் வாங்கி குடிக்கிறாங்க. உங்க டீ காஃபி வேணுமான்னு எதுல கேட்குறாங்க. கூட சில பேர் குடிப்பாங்க அது காஃபி டீ மேக்ஸிமம் யாராவது காஃபி பிடிக்காதவங்க மாட்டா எது பிடிக்கும் ஏன்னா கேட்டு எல்லாரும் என்ன லைஃப் சோடா மேக்ஸிமம் குடிப்பாங்க. இங்க பார்த்தா எல்லாருமே டீ காஃபி டீ காஃபி குடிக்கலாம். நினைச்சிருப்பா ஒவ்வொருத்தருமே என்ன ஸ்டைலு டிஃப்ரெண்டான ஃபுட் ஹேபிட் எல்லாமே டிஃப்ரெண்டா இருக்கும். இதுல நண்பனுக்கு அந்த வேல் வச்சுட்டா அதுல தேங்காய் பால் ஊற்றி தராங்களா பால் பாலே ஒரு மெல்ல எப்பயுமே என்னன்னா கீழா ஸ்டார்ச் ரொம்ப அதிகம். அதனால மேல ப்ரோட்டீனுக்கு வந்து இந்த பால்ஸ் உள்ள ஏதாவது ஒரு ஸ்டோர் ப்ரோட்டீனுக்கு டேப்லெட்டா ஓகே. பட் எங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ண புதுசா குழந்தையும் அப்படியே தூண்டு சாப்பிடுறாங்களா ரைஸ் மாதிரி டிஷ் மாதிரி தான் சாப்பிடுறாங்க. மீன் குழம்பு பீஃப் கிரேவிக்கெல்லாம் தொட்டு சாப்பிடுவாங்க. நான் பார்த்துக்கே கேட்டேன். ஆனா இதுல பாலை ஊற்றி கலக்கி பாலையும் அதை தொட்டு சாப்பிட்டா இன்னுமோ வித்தியாசமா நல்லா லாபம் நல்லா வெஜ்ஜுக்கு கடலைக்கறி அங்க புட்டு கடலைக்கறியா அதெல்லாமே இருக்கிறாங்க. அதுல எப்படின்னா இந்த செஞ்ச புட்டு இருக்கு வாயில் செஞ்ச புட்டு இருக்கு கடலைக்கறி போட்டு ஜாக் ஃப்ரூட் போட்டெல்லாம் வரும். சாப்பிடுறவங்க எல்லாருக்குமே ஜாக் ஃப்ரூட் பைனாப்பெல்லாம் பிடிக்கும். ஏன்னா அதுல தேங்காய் சக்கரை போட்டு நான் சக்கரை போட்டு இதெல்லாம் பெங்களூர்ல இருக்கவங்க நிறைய பெங்களூர் ஃபுட்டை பத்தி சொல்லாத. பெங்களூர் ஃபுட்டுக்கு ரொம்ப எந்த குழம்பு கேளு சும்மா சிட்டிக்கு தானே போடுவோம். இவங்களுக்கு சம்டைம்ஸ் சாப்பாடு சாப்பிட்டா பாயசத்தி சாம்பாரி கலந்த மாதிரி இருக்கு. இவ்வளவு இனிப்பெல்லாம் இருக்கு. அந்த ரவாய்க்கு கூட வச்சு சாப்பிடுவோம். நம்ம நார்மல் இட்லி அவங்க ஃபுல்லா ரவாய்க்கு ஸ்வீட் அப்படி மிக்ஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். மிக்ஸ் பண்ணி பிரியாணி much better. ஏன்னா அது கிரேவி கீ ரைஸோட கிரேவி கலந்து சாப்பிடுவாங்க. வெஜ் வீடியோ
நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு மாதிரி எதுவுமே ஃபுட் வராது.
ஆடு கூட ஒரு பெட்டர்ல தம்பி ஆடுல வச்சுக்கோ இந்த சாப்பிட்டதோட ஒரு திருப்தி அது சாப்பிட்டாவே ஆந்திரா வந்து எனக்கு பிடிக்கும். கர்நாடகாவும் தொன்ன பிரியாணி சேஞ்சு சாப்பிடும். பிரியாணி ஹெவியாவும் இருக்காது. பிரியாணியே அந்த ஃபிளேவர் தான். பிரியாணி நீங்க குஸ்கா வச்சுட்டு பிரியாணி குஸ்கா வந்து ஆக்சுவலா லோ ஃபிளேவர். ஒரு மற்றதெல்லாம் ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருக்கு. கீ ரைஸ் பட் கொஞ்சம் ஃபிளேவர் தான். பிரியாணிக்கு ஸ்ட்ராங் ஃபிளேவர். பட்டை கிராம்பு அதெல்லாம் இஞ்சி பூண்டு வெங்காயம் இதுதான் அதோட பேசிக். தக்காளி பிரியாணி இருக்காங்க தான் தொட முடியாது, எதுவுமே கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது. எல்லாத்தையும் ஒண்ணா ஆச்சு ஊத்திடுவாங்க. வெறும் 60 மினிட்ஸ் மட்டுமே பிரியாணி எனக்கு தெரியும்.
அதுல யார் தெரியுமா இப்ப ரொம்ப பிடிக்கிறது இந்த ஜென்சி கிட்ஸ்.
ஒரு எல்லாருமே நல்லா பண்றாங்க. தக்காளி பக்கம் பண்றாங்க, வெங்காயம் பக்கம் பண்றாங்க.
அப்புறம் போய் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் கியூல நிக்கும்போது பேர் எல்லாம் திருமலா இருக்கு எல்லாம்
எல்லாத்தையும் தக்காளி எடுத்து வைக்கிறாங்க. அப்படி எங்க சாப்பிடுவாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல. அன்னைக்கு வந்து ஊத்தி சாப்பிடுவாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எனக்கு இந்த வெங்காயம் போட்டா நான் வாங்கிட்டு சின்ன குழந்தைல. ஆனா இப்ப என்னன்னா வெங்காயம் அதிகமா
வெங்காயம் சீடு கொள்ளலாம்.
சின்ன வயசுலேருந்தே நம்ம வந்து இந்த மாதிரி சாப்பிட மாட்டோம். நமக்கு பிடிச்ச டிஷ்ஷா இருக்கும்ல, அது இல்லாம அதிகமா போட்டுருவாங்க. முதல்ல இப்போ நம்ம சின்ன வயசுல மேகி அதிகமா சாப்பிடுவோம். நம்ம அதிகமா செஞ்சே கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. மேகிலாம் வந்து அப்போ நம்ம சின்ன வயசுல இருக்கும்போது லெட்டர்லாம் இருக்கிறது ரெஸ்டே இதெல்லாம் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. அது என்ன மேகி சிஸ்டம்
வெஸ்டர்ன் கல்ச்சர்ல மட்டும்தான் ஒரு ஹர்பை எப்படி நேச்சுரல் ஃபுட்டா சாப்பிடுற மாதிரி அட்ராக்டிவா கொடுக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறது நோமோலியில எடுப்போ அவ்வளோ நல்லது. நம்ம யாரு சாப்பிடுறதுனாலும் நம்ம சாப்பிடவே உனக்கு பீஸால போட்டு தரால ஆரியம் அது என்ன கற்பூரம் ட்ரை ரோஸ்ட் பண்ணி தான் கொடுக்கணும். அதுவும் என்ன ஃபுல்லா அதோட ஹைட்ரேஷனா எடுத்து ட்ரை பண்ணி டீஹைட்ரேட் பண்ணி அது கூட மாட்டு சர்வீஸ்
இந்த இலை பச்சையா இருக்கு, அதுதான் வந்து கருப்புல இலை. இங்கிலீஷ்ல ஆயிரம் சொல்றாங்க.
எப்படி கொடுக்காங்க பாரு. நம்மள வந்து நம்ம குழந்தைகளுக்கு ஊட்டி வருது ரைஃபார்டுங்கிறது மொழி இதுதான் அதான் இது அவங்க எவ்வளவு அழுத்தத்தை மாத்தி கொடுக்குறாங்கன்னு அவங்களும் சாப்பிட முடியும். நாளைக்கு
வீட்டுல இருந்தா பண்ண மாட்டாங்க.
நானும் அந்த இதுல பொரியல் கொடுக்கும் ரொம்ப நல்லது. ஆனா நம்ம அதை வந்து லைட் ஒட்டு அதுவும் அது எப்படி நம்ம சுட சுட இருக்கும்போது நீ போட்டனாதான் அதை அப்படியே மனம் வருது.
கஷ்டம்
வெந்தயக்கீரை
அந்த வந்து ஃபேவரட் பிளேஸ்.
ஆமா
லைக் வந்து சாம்பார்ல
அது என்னது 22 ஓ நான் தான் எல்லார்கிட்டையும் சொல்றேன். அவங்களுக்கு மட்டும்தான் நம்மளோட ஆசை எவ்வளவு அவங்களோட ஃபுட்டுல எப்படி சேர்த்து எப்படி சாப்பிடும். அவங்க எல்லா சாலட்ஸ் எல்லாத்துலயும் தூவாம சாப்பிடுவாங்க. நம்ம வந்து பீஸாக்கு மட்டும் கொடுத்தோம்.
ஆமா மீன் போனா ஃபாஸ்டா அவங்களுக்கு அதுதானே இல்லையே. நமக்கு தான் வந்து
இன்னும் பல போய் இருக்கு.
சில்லி பெப்பர் சால்ட்.
நீங்க மத்தியானம் லஞ்சே சக்கரை இருக்காங்க.
அது என்னன்னா கொஞ்சம் சாப்பிடலாம் காது
சக்கரை டைம் மாதிரி சாப்பிடுறேன். நான் எழுதி போடுறேன். அது உள்ளே மாதிரி இல்ல
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரொம்ப ஸ்வீட்டா
ஒரு தடவை தேங்காய் நெய் சக்கரை போட்டு நீ சொல்ற மாதிரி ஒரே மாதிரி அதை சாப்பிட்டோம்னா
அது விற்கிறதே எனக்கு பெரிய
நல்ல கழுவிட்டு காலையில எழுந்திரிச்சோன்னு தண்ணி கொடுக்கும். ஒரு மணி நேரம் அது தேய்ச்சி கழுவி நல்லா கிளீன் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் அப்படியே ஊர் வேக வச்சு எடுத்து கட் பண்ணி அப்படியே ஒண்ணுமே சக்தியில லைட்டா வெங்காயம் எண்ணெய் பிடிக்கணும் ஊற்றி இதை போட்டு கொஞ்சம் வெங்காயம் தான் போட்டேன். எல்லா பண்ணுமே கேஸ் பொடி கொஞ்சம் இது ரைஸே அரைக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி நீ இதை சாப்பிட்டே ஆகும் முடிவு பண்ணுறேன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. டேஸ்ட் தகுந்த மாதிரி அதை எப்படா மாற்றலாம் அப்படிங்கிறது உண்மையாலுமே ஒரு பரவாயில்ல சாப்பிட்டுட்டு நினைச்சேன். மரியாதையா வீட்டுல ஒரு அரை சிக்கன் பிரியாணி வாங்கி போய் சாப்பிட்டுருக்கேன். ஆனா ரொம்ப டயர்ட் ஆயிடுறேன்.
அப்படி போய்
அது நான்வெஜ்ல குக் பண்ணுறதுக்கு
பிரியாணி
ஈஸி.
சிக்கன் எல்லாம் ஈஸியா ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை. வெங்காயம் இஞ்சி பூண்டு மட்டும் ரெடியா இருக்கு. போட்டு விசில் விட்டுனா ஆனா விசில் கண்டிப்பாவே நேச்சுரலாவே ஏஜ் ஆகுது.
ஆனா வீட்லயே ரைஸ் பேஸ் வந்து
பாடி டெம்பரேச்சர்
நல்லா சாப்பிட்டு எனக்கு வந்து இந்த இடத்துல கலந்து இருக்கு. நானும் எங்களும் சின்ன வயசுல வந்து சண்டை போடும்போது சேரோட ஆணிக்கு இதாயிடுச்சு. ஸோ ஃபுல் ப்ளீடிங் வந்துச்சு. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ல கூட்டிட்டு போய் முடி ஃபுல்லா போயிடுச்சு. அதுக்கப்புறம் எங்க தாத்தாலாம் எங்க வீட்டுல டெய்லியும் வெஜிடபிள் கட் பண்ணலாம் பண்ணுவாங்க. எந்திரிச்சுனே என்னை கூட்டிட்டு வந்து உட்கார வச்சு டெய்லியும் சின்ன வெங்காயத்தை பாரு ஒரு வயசு சின்ன வெங்காயம்
நீ குளிக்கிறதுக்கு முதல்ல ஒன்றும் நிறையலாம் ஒரு 4 சொட்டு மட்டும் எடுத்து நைட்டு தேய்ச்சிட்டு நான் இந்த கோர்ஸ் இந்த வளர்ச்சி அதை தாண்டி முடி வளர்க்க இந்த வளர்க்கை நமக்கு சோடியெல்லாம் செய்யறது பாடி டெம்பரேச்சர் மெயின்டைன் ஆகணும்னா நீ கண்டிப்பா என்ன குடிச்சுக்கலாம்.
ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை குளிச்சுட்டு நல்லா சாப்பிடணும்.
எதுல குடிச்சனாலும் தகுதி எப்ப இதெல்லாம் வச்சிருக்கீங்களோ அந்த டேலாம் நல்லா பகல்ல சைனஸ் டெவலப் ஆகும் தெரியாது. ரொம்ப டெவலப் ஆகிட்டே
அப்போ வந்து இந்த மாதிரி நமக்கே ஹீட் கொடுக்கும். அப்படி ரெண்டு
ஒரு நாளைக்கு 2 hours எழுந்திரிச்சு டிவி பாரு இல்லாட்டி வெளியே ஓடும். ஆவி பிடிக்கிறது வந்து ஜெனரலாவே த்ரோட் நோஸ் எல்லாமே கிளியரா
தேங்காய் வந்து என்ன தேங்காய் வந்து சீரை
எனக்கு இன்னும் அந்த correct
எப்படி இது எல்லாத்தையும் நீங்க correct பண்ணீங்க? அது நீங்களே correct பண்ணல. அதுதான் என் கதை.
correct spot பண்ணிடுறேன்.
அதே மாதிரி இந்த மாதிரி கத்தாழை பண்ணி கலந்து நீ சொல்றீங்களா? அப்ப வந்து தேங்காய் கொஞ்சம் இருக்கு, கத்தாழை தண்ணி நல்லா சுத்திக்க வச்சு இதை உள்ள வச்சு ஹீட் பண்ணணும். அப்படியே அந்த கத்தாழை கண்ணாடி மாதிரி போதும். அப்புறம் அதை எடுத்து நல்லா கத்தாழையோட தலையை நல்லா பிடிச்சிட்டு ஒரு 1/2 hour வச்சுட்டு பிடிச்சிட்டு
அந்த கத்தாழை கலக்கிறதுலாம் என்ன இது?
அதுவும் புரிஞ்சு எல்லாமே ஒவ்வொரு வேலையும் விளக்கெண்ண தலையில வச்சா என்ன பெனிஃபிட்? விளக்கெண்ண வைக்கிறனால முடி வளராது. உள்ள இருக்க ஒரு ப்ரோட்டீன், ஒரு டைப் ஆஃப் ப்ரோட்டீன் வந்து நம்ம ஹேர் நேச்சுரலாவே ட்ரை ஐனஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கு. நம்மளுக்கு ட்ரைனஸ் சில பேருக்கு வந்து நிறைய நேரம் முடிச்சிருக்கு டிவி பார்க்குறது, கண்ணு காலையில் இருந்துச்சா மனவலி கொடுத்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் கண்ணு விளக்கவே முடியாது, ட்ரையா இருக்க மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபீல். கண்ணு மேலேயும் என்ன வச்சுட்டு படுங்கன்னா காலையில அவ்வளோ சூப்பராக.
நான் வந்து என்ன ஊத்தி விடுவாங்க கண்டிப்பா.
இப்பதான் எல்லாம் அடல்ட்ரேஷன், அதனால வராது. அதே இதெல்லாம் ஒழுங்கா சூப்பர் பண்றதுல கண்ணு நாள் உள்ள நீ வெளியே விட்டாலே கண்ணுக்கு இமேஜ் மேலேயும் ஐப்ரோஸையும் நம்ம தேய்ச்சிட்டோம்னாலே ஐப்ரோ ஹேரும் டார்க்கா இருக்கும், எப்பயுமே நல்லா இருக்கும். நான் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு 30 years வரைக்குமே நான் ஐப்ரோஸ்
அப்பாவுக்கும் இப்பயுமே சொல்லிட்டாங்க, வெளியே போனாலும் எடுத்துக்கிறாரு.
ஒரு மாதிரி மங்களா டிஸ்டர்பா ஒரு ஃபீல். கண்ணுக்குள்ள ஊற்றணும்னு அவசியமே இல்லை, இனிமேல் மேல மட்டும் ஒவ்வொரு டிராப் ஐப்ரோஸ்ல தேய்க்கிறாங்க, ஐப்ரோஸ்ல தேய்க்கிறது கீழே அப்படியே தேய்ச்சிட்டாங்க.
We'll start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Such a smart people. By mistake, instead of 20, I wrote 30 minutes. No one told it was 30. Oh. Something.
We are very happy in case if we complete and go early.
That's also there.
That's nice.
It will be done. What is remaining? Other half an hour work is remaining in standard hours, standard costing. Now shall we start with fixed overhead cost variances? Yes, one of the simple concept. Fixed overhead cost variance. Listen. Fixed overhead cost variance, we actually divide it into two. Expenditure variance, volume variance. Then volume variance could be divided into 2 or 3 depending upon calendar information is given, calendar information is not given. If the calendar information is not given, then it is divided into 2, efficiency and capacity. If the calendar information is given, then it could be divided into efficiency, capacity as well as calendar. Listen. There will be budgeted overhead. There will be actual overhead, or let's say there will be absorbed overhead. There will be actual overhead. Budgeted overhead, absorbed overhead, actual overhead. Listen guys, what is the best part about the fixed overhead? Fixed overhead will not change along with the level of activity. What is the worst part about the fixed overhead? It won't change along with the level of activity. That's the best part, that's the worst part. When it will be best?
When the number of units are more.
When the production is more than planned production, right? When it will be worst?
Less than
When the production is less than planned production. That means, remember, it's not like material, labor, variable overhead what we discussed so far, because those things were completely variable. You produce more, you incur more. You produce less, you incur less. But fixed overhead is not like that. You produce more, good for you. You produce less, bad for you. Got it? Now, listen. Your absorbed minus actual will be there, no? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. This only will be your cost variance. This only will be your cost variance. Correct, no? How much I plan to recover, sorry, how much I have recovered minus how much I have incurred. That only will be your cost variance. Now, this will be due to two reasons. Reason number one, my estimation. Let's say rent. I estimated my rent to be 5 lakh. I estimated my rent to be 5 lakh. But that means absorption will be done on the basis of 5 lakh. Correct? But I recovered, but I incurred, let's say I planned for rent of 5 lakh. I have recovered, let's say, around 5 lakh 50,000 from my output. That means output is more or output is less? More. And actually I incurred 6 lakh. Actually, how much I have incurred? 6 lakh. Is that clear? Now listen, guys. Your absorbed overhead minus actual overhead is what? Cost variance. Correct? Now, the reason for this are two. Reason number one, you are not incurring how much you estimated. You estimated how much? 5 lakh. Actually, how much? 6 lakh. Just because you produce more, you produce less, will it change? No, because it's the fixed overhead. That means difference between your budgeted and actual overhead is there, no? That is how much you plan to incur and how much you have actually incurred. This we call it as expenditure variance. What do we call it as? Expenditure variance. Finally, the variance is 50,000. Correct, no? How much I have recovered, how much I have incurred. I spent 50,000 extra overall. Correct? Reason number one. Reason number one for spending that 50,000 extra is you planned to incur 5 lakh, but you incurred 6 lakh, which is expenditure variance. Got it? This is 50,000 adverse. Yes or no? Or favorable? Adverse. Because you thought or you recovered 5 lakh 50, but you incurred 6 lakh. So you under recovered 50,000 rupees. Is that clear? Whereas you budgeted 5 lakh, but you actually incurred 6 lakh. That means 1 lakh extra you incurred. Yes or no? Favorable or adverse?
adverse.
Again adverse. Again adverse. Is that clear? Now, guys, I plan to recover total budgeted overhead. Yes or no? If at all my production was as expected. If at all my production was as expected. I repeat again. If at all my production was as expected, then I would have recovered how much? Budgeted overhead, not actual overhead. Please keep in mind. Because when I am planning in the year beginning, if at all I am planning to produce 1 lakh units, I am planning to produce 1 lakh units. Per unit, how much I thought of recovering? 5 rupees. That means recovery rate is computed on the basis of budgeted or on the basis of actual. So I plan to recover 5 rupees, correct? If at all my actual production was also 1 lakh, then I would have recovered how much? 5 lakh. But my actual production is 1 lakh 10,000. That's the reason I'm recovering 5 lakh 50,000. Got it? Hello? That means I'm recovering more. I'm absorbing more. What is the reason? Reason is we produce more. Our production is more. Volume is more. That's the reason we call this as volume variance. What do we call it as? Volume variance. Is that clear? Hello? Yeah, who told bad? Who told bad? I didn't tell bad. It's good. Recovered is more. I planned to recover 5 lakh, but I recovered 5 lakh 50. That means I recovered 50,000 extra. Hello? Favorable, no? So you can see, check there. 1 lakh adverse, 50,000 favorable. Overall, 50,000 adverse. Understood? Understood or no, guys? This is your volume variance. That means, remember, in volume variance, actual won't come into picture at all. Because you plan to recover total budgeted overhead. You recovered absorbed overhead. Where actual was not in picture at all here. Because we planned in the beginning, no. I planned I am going to recover rupees 5 per unit. I am going to produce 1 lakh units. If I produce less, I would recover less. Adverse. If I produce more, I recovered more. Favorable. Is that clear? Now further. Now we produced more than what we planned. Hello? We produced more than what we planned. Yes or no? For that, there could be 2 or 3 reasons depending upon calendar information is given. Calendar information is not given. 2 or 3 reasons depending upon calendar information is given. Calendar information is not given. What those 2 or 3? First reason is assuming I work for the same number of hours what I planned earlier. I would have produced more number of units. I am not working extra, I am not working less. I am working as many hours as what I planned. But my speed is more or less. Because of that, I am producing something more. My speed is more, because of that I am producing more. But
Efficiency.
I am able to achieve something. That means, can I call it as efficiency variance? Reason number 1 is efficiency. That is, my speed of work is different than what I planned. If at all I worked at the same speed what I would have planned, then I would have produced 1 lakh units only. But I produced 1 lakh 10,000 because my speed is more. Reason number 1 is this. But this is not the reason. I mean, only reason. Also, there might be one more reason. What is that? I am exploiting my capacity. I am exploiting my capacity. By the way, this efficiency means standard hours is what I should have completed the work in, but actual hours is what I have taken. Correct? Into standard rate. By the way, standard hours is greater than actual hours means favorable, because you have taken less number of hours than what you should have taken. Whereas if actual hours are greater than standard hours means adverse, because you have taken more number of time. Is that clear? Next one more reason is, guys, next one more reason is your capacity variance. Capacity variance. What is that, sir? You exploited your capacity, or you under exploited your capacity. That means if at all we asked you to work for 1 lakh hours, you are working for 1,05,000 hours, let's say. That means you are over exploiting your capacity. What we asked you to work is your budgeted hours. During the period, boss, you should work for so many hours. Budgeted hours. What you actually worked is actual hours. That will give you capacity variance. Hello? Clear or no? Now, I planned that I am going to recover the cost from students, fixed overhead, rent from students, by considering 200 students. Or by considering that in a day we are going to work for 5 hours. Now instead of 5 hours, let's say we are running 10 hours batch. 2 batches we are running. That means budgeted for a month was 150 hours. 30 days into 5 hours, 150. Actually, let's say we are working 300 hours. Is it good or is it bad? It's good. We are exploiting the capacity. Because the production will be more, no? Number of students served will be more, no? Like, yeah, that depends on output. That's why I'm just segregating it. Overall output we have seen here. 10,000 we produce more. Reason number 1 could be speed. Reason number 2 could be speed is same, but we work for more number of hours. So that one we call it as capacity variance. That one we call it as capacity variance. One more is there called as calendar variance. What is that, sir? We plan to work for 28 days. Our speed is also normal only. Our working hours per day is also normal only. But instead of 28 days, we are working for 30 days. That means automatically 2 days production will be more. But will the rent change? So always remember, in our variable cases, if actual hours is more, it is bad. But here, if at all you are working more, it's good. Because they are not spending extra.
Working less number of
No, working, let's say less number or same number, but working more than expected speed. Second, working for more hours than expected. Third, working for more days than expected. Hope it's clear. Yes. So, first we discussed about overhead cost variance. Correct, no? That was nothing but your under absorption or over absorption. That is absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. How do I arrive at absorbed overhead, guys? Standard hours into standard rate. If you want in units, actual output into standard rate. Correct. Now let's say calendar variance is not there. Assume calendar variance is not there. Standard hours into standard rate or actual output into standard rate. Then I divided it into 2 if you remember. That is what expenditure I plan to incur. That one I called it as BO. Correct, no? Budgeted overhead. That I compared with actually what I have incurred. This one, what did I call it as? I called it as expenditure variance. What expenditure I plan to incur minus what I have actually incurred. Sir, should we take units hours into consideration? The answer is no. Why? Fixed overhead. You work for less, you work for more. Will your budget change? Will your actual change? Is that clear? So unit work, the unit produced or hours worked is not going to matter at all. Hope it's clear. Yes. This is your expenditure variance. Also told you one more reason is you produced more or you produced less. That I called it as volume variance. Correct, no? What did I say it as volume variance? How much I thought of recovering, right? Minus how much I have recovered. Let's say how much I have recovered. I have recovered absorbed overhead minus how much I thought of recovered. Should I take budgeted overhead or actual overhead? How much I thought of recovering? Budgeted overhead, because my absorption rate is calculated on what basis? Budgeted overhead basis, no? Hello? Clear or no? This will give me what? Volume variance. You know how to arrive at absorbed overhead. Budgeted overhead, how to arrive at it, sir? Budgeted R into standard rate or budgeted output into standard rate. Is that clear? Then here I am able to produce more or less due to two reasons. Actually three if calendar information is given. If calendar information is not given, then only two. What are those? One is my efficiency variance. How efficiency variance is affecting me, sir? How many hours I should have worked minus how many hours I have worked into standard rate. How many hours I should have worked is standard hours minus how many hours I have worked is actual. For the actual output I am telling. Okay. If at all you want it in unit basis, then in that standard hours, how many units I should have produced? Actual output I should have produced. Actually, how much I have produced minus in the taken time, how many units I should have produced? Standard output into standard rate. Got it? How many units I am producing in the same number of hours? In the taken number of hours, how many units I am producing? Minus how many units I should have produced. Should have. Standard.
I can write it as standard output minus
Standard output minus? You can write, but remember the conclusion. If the actual output is more, favorable it is. Because I am producing more using the same cost.
It is the standard hours should be greater than the actual hours.
Yes, to be favorable. Yes. Yeah.
The hours taken is less.
Huh.
Actual hours is less. And the output is more, we get totally favorable situation. And what if in one we get the actual
How is that possible?
sir, the hours
Let's say, let's say 1 lakh hours you have taken. Let me call it as actual hours. You have produced, let's say 12,000 units. Okay. As per the standard hours, 1 unit takes 12 hours. 1 unit takes 12 hours. So can you tell me the standard hours? 1,20,000 hours. Because standard hours means standard for actual. Actual output is 12,000. Correct? No? Now, unit wise if you want to see, how many hours you have taken? 1 lakh hours. In that 1 lakh hours, if at all you worked at 100% efficiency, sorry, 10 hours. 1 unit 10 hours. Okay. If, correct, no? If at all you worked at 100% efficiency, then how many units you would have produced in that taken hour? 10,000 units. That means 2,000 units you produce more or you produce less? Favorable or adverse? Hours wise, is it favorable or adverse? How? You should have taken 120,000. You have taken 1 lakh. That means unit wise, hours wise, answers won't change. Answers will be same only. Please remember. Unit wise, hours wise, answer won't change. Answer will be same only. Is that clear? If at all unit wise, if you are getting confused, in simple, shall I say something? In fixed overhead, wherever the actual hours are there, no? Replace it with standard output. Wherever the standard hours are there, no? Replace it with actual output. Peace. Hours wise, if you learn the formula, wherever the standard hours are there, replace it with actual output. Wherever the actual hours are there, replace it with standard output. Is that clear? Efficiency variance, is that clear, everyone? Hello? Anyone? Any doubt till here? No doubt? We can proceed. Okay. Next one is your capacity variance. Your capacity variance. That is, I underexploited my capacity or I have overexploited my capacity. Guys, how many hours of capacity we asked you to use? Budgeted hours. How many hours you are actually using? Actual hours into standard rate. Got it? In terms of unit, I don't want to take the speed into consideration here. That means eliminating the speed. In the taken number of hours, how many units you should have produced? Standard output. Minus how many units you plan to produce? Budgeted output into standard rate. Got it? Hello? Unit wise, if you are getting confused, remember actual hours to be replaced with standard output, standard hours to be replaced with actual output, budgeted with budgeted.
Yes.
Now, when it is favorable, if actual hour is greater than budgeted hours, favorable. Why?
We have taken more number of hours, but actual hours. We have produced.
We have exploited more. Same payment, but factory used for more than expected hours. Favorable, no? You produce more, you produce less, let them go and sleep there rather than working. Doesn't matter. But building is used. That's what matters. Building is used for more than. Got it? If employees goes and take that nice power nap for 10 hours, that's fine. 10 hours extra building was used than what we expected to use. Is that clear? If the calendar is there, how many units I thought of producing earlier is budgeted. Now, because of the days change, how many units I am going to plan as per the new days. That is for 28 days I have planned so much. That is budgeted output. Now 30 days, no. For 30 days, how much I should produce? Revised budgeted output. So I will compare my revised budgeted hours with budgeted hours into standard rate. That will give me calendar variance. Unit wise, revised budgeted output minus budgeted output, standard rate. And always remember, whenever there is a calendar changes, then this won't be budgeted anymore. This will be revised budgeted. This won't be budgeted because your actual utilization and budgeted utilization, the reason will not be only capacity. Reason will also be due to calendar. So that I am dividing into two. Is that clear, guys? Hello? Pakka? See there. Your absorbed overhead minus actual overhead will give you cost variance. That could be due to two reasons. Expenditure variance, volume variance. Expenditure variance is how much I plan to incur, budgeted overhead, minus how much I have actually incurred, actual overhead. If my budgeted is more favorable, if my actual is more adverse. Volume variance, how much I thought of recovering, or how much, let's say, I have recovered, absorbed overhead, minus how much I thought of recovering, budgeted overhead. So absorbed overhead minus budgeted overhead will give me volume variance. And calendar information is not given, then it is divided only into two: efficiency, capacity. Efficiency is how many hours I should have completed the work, how many hours I have taken to complete the work. Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Capacity is how many hours of work I should have done, budgeted hours minus how many hours I have actually worked, actual hours. If calendar information is given, efficiency variance, Capacity variance, calendar variance. Efficiency variance is standard R minus actual R into standard rate. Capacity is revised, budgeted and standard. Calendar is revised, budgeted and budgeted. Okay. If at all you are getting confusion, don't worry. We are going to see a few questions. Automatically you will be able to understand. Okay. See here. Question number 24, which is also study material question. Now in this, listen, I am not going to do only on the hourly basis. I will also show you to do it under unit basis. Both will do. Okay. If at all you have confusion in that formula wise, don't worry. Just concentrate here. You will be able to understand. Yes. This question as well as next question with the calendar information. If you are able to understand that, more than sufficient. Overhead is sorted. See. The cost detail of J&G Limited for the month of September is as follows. Fixed overhead budgeted is 15 lakh. Actual is 15 lakh 60,000. Units production budgeted we plan to produce 7,500. Actual is 7,800. Standard time per unit we planned is 2 hours. So may I know the budgeted hours? We planned to work for 15,000 hours. That's why we planned for 7,500 units. Correct? No. May I know the standard hours? 15,600 hours. Whereas actual hours are 16,000. Okay. Calculate cost variance, expenditure variance, volume variance, efficiency variance, capacity variance. Shall we start now? Yes? Concentrate. Concentrate. We'll take slowly one by one. First I am going to do it on hours basis. First I am going to do on hours basis followed by unit basis. First I will do on hours basis followed by unit basis. Okay. First I need few basic information. Shall I write down those basic information? First, budgeted overhead. How much? 15 lakhs. Budgeted hours. 15,000 hours, because we planned one unit will take 2 hours. So if at all we are planning to produce 7,500 units, then we are planning to work in the factory for 15,000 hours. Correct? Now, standard rate is budgeted overhead divided by budgeted hours. Rupees 100 per hour. Correct? 100 only, no? Okay. Next, standard hours 15,600 hours. Actual hours 16,000 hours. Actual overhead 15,60,000. Is this data clear completely? Now we'll go one by one. First one, fixed overhead cost variance. Fixed overhead cost variance. Very simple. Cost variance is nothing but your under absorption, over absorption. How do we compute it? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. How do we arrive at absorbed overhead? Standard hours into standard rate. Standard hours, not actual hours, please keep in mind. Output is actual, hours is standard. Standard hours are how much? 15,600. Standard rate is rupees 100 minus actual overhead is 15,60,000. Nil. That means you are not doing any under absorption, over absorption. But you know that budgeted was 15 lakh. If actual was also 15 lakh, then it makes sense. But actual is 15 lakh 60,000. No, that means here you are not that everything went perfect. Certain things are here and there, like went here and there. So let's check one by one. Reason could be two. One, you would have incurred less or more than what you planned, that is your expenditure variance, or you would have produced less or more than what you planned, which is volume variance. First, fixed overhead expenditure variance. One of the easiest thing anyone can ask in the costing. Whole costing subject mein easiest is fixed overhead expenditure variance. That is how much I plan to incur, budgeted overhead, minus how much I actually incurred. Correct, no? Now, budgeted overhead is how much? I thought of incurring 15 lakh. But in variable, we didn't take this. In variable, we took standard rate minus actual rate. Reason being that changes per unit. So actual hours matters there. Here it doesn't matter at all. Whereas actually I have incurred 15 lakh 60,000. That means around 60,000 I incurred more than what I planned adverse. Correct? Next is your fixed overhead volume variance. Fixed overhead volume variance. This is very simple. Boss, how much I am recovering? Absorbed overhead. Correct? Minus how much earlier I planned to recover? Budgeted overhead. I never planned to recover actual overhead because actual overhead I didn't know only. If at all I knew that, then I would have planned for that only, no? I wouldn't have brought back budgeted overhead into picture at all. Correct or no? So, here, your absorbed overhead, how to compute it? Standard hours, which is 15,600 into standard rate, which is 100, minus budgeted overhead is budgeted hours into budget standard rate, in simple 15 lakh. Rupees 60,000 I absorbed more than what I planned. Good or bad? Favorable. Good it is, because I am able to produce more units, no? Yes or no? Is these three clear? Now one thing we understood, that we produce more units. Reason could be two. One, I work faster than I expected. Reason number two is I would have worked for more hours than what I planned. Simple. One, I would have worked faster than what I expected. One more is I would have worked for more hours than what I planned. Now, first let's discuss about speed. Yesterday or today, I don't remember, I told you one thing. Efficiency variance in any formula, it will be simple. How many hours I should have taken? How many hours I have taken? Into standard rate. How many hours I should have taken? 15,600. How many hours I have taken? 16,000 hours I have taken into standard rate 100. That means 4,000 hours I have taken more. Sorry, 400 hours I have taken more. 40,000 adverse. Is efficiency clear? Hello?
Yes.
No doubts? Pakka. Next, one more is, don't feel bad that you have taken more hours, because there is a good news. What is it? You took hours more than what you planned to work. That means you work for more hours, right? So that is your fixed overhead capacity variance. Fixed overhead capacity variance. How do we ascertain it? Very simple. How many hours I thought of working? Or you take actual hours. How many hours I have worked minus how many hours I thought of working. Okay. No. How many hours I have worked? How many hours I plan to work? 15,000, right? That means 1,000 hours I work more. Good or bad? 10,000. Just check things are matching or no. Efficiency plus capacity will come to 60,000 favorable. Volume is also 60,000 favorable. 60,000 favorable, 60,000 adverse will bring you to 0. Simple, no?
So in
Simply you guys will complicate.
efficiency variance it is adverse. But since capacity variance is 1 lakh favorable, the net is
Favorable.
Shouldn't we do budgeted minus actual?
Why? Your call. See, I am writing just positive negative way. If you want to, you do budgeted minus actual. But while giving conclusion, you should know. If actual is more, it's favorable. So if you get negative answer, that will be favorable. Like that. Anyone, any doubt in this now? Now I think to some extent it's clear. Now shall we do it in unit basis and check? Same question, unit basis. Budgeted overhead is there, budgeted output is there. That will give me standard rate, rupees 200 per unit. Don't take standard rate as 100, that is per hour. Now I want to multiply with units. That means I should take unit. 200 per unit. Is that clear? Your actual overhead is 15,60,000. Your actual output is 7,800. Only one thing here is computation of standard output. How to compute, sir? Very simple. Guys. In 2 hours, we thought of producing how many units? 1 unit. In 2 hours, we thought of producing 1 unit. But actually, you are working for 16,000 hours. If at all you are 100% efficient, that is not more, not less, then how many units you should have produced? You should have produced 8,000 units. Is that clear? In the actual hours, if at all you are 100% efficient, how many units you would have produced is your standard output. Anyone, any doubt in this? No doubt? We can proceed then. Now listen. First, fixed overhead, cost, variance. What is the formula? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead will be, guys, how much you are absorbing unit basis actual output, which is 7,800 into absorption rate 200 minus actual overhead 15,60,000. Is the cost variance clear? Pakka. We can proceed then. Next. Fixed overhead, expenditure, variance. This is very simple. How much I thought of incurring minus how much I actually incurred. How much I thought of incurring? How much I have incurred? That means I have incurred more, 60,000. 60,000 adverse. Is that clear? Next. Fixed overhead, volume, variance. Fixed overhead, volume, variance. Guys, fixed overhead, volume, variance is very simple. How much I have absorbed? from the actual output. Correct, no? Minus earlier how much I thought of absorbing from the budgeted outputs. That means if at all you produce the same number of units what you planned, then there won't be any volume variance at all. Right? So here, how much you have absorbed? Actual output, correct? 7,800 into standard rate, 200 minus budgeted overhead, 15 lakh. Otherwise, you should take budgeted output into standard rate. Rupees 60,000, I have absorbed more than what I planned. Favorable. Understood? Now, this could be due to two reasons. One is efficiency, fixed overhead efficiency variance. That is, how many units I am producing, actual output, minus in the taken time, how many units I should have produced, standard output into standard rate. How many units I am producing? 7,800 minus in the same taken number of hours. If at all you worked at 100% efficiency, how many units you should have produced? 8,000 that we computed there. Standard rate 200. $40,000 adverse, because in the taken time you should have produced 8,000, but you were able to produce only 7,800, which is chi or wawa. Chi. Correct, no? Shall we proceed? Okay. Fixed overhead capacity variance. That is, how many, if at all you worked at 100% efficiency, in the taken time, how many units you would have produced? Standard output. Earlier I planned to produce how many units? Budgeted output into standard rate. In simple, actual R is replaced with standard output. How many units I should have produced? Because if I take 7,800 there, then efficiency also will get adjusted, no? Efficiency I already adjusted and kept it aside. Without giving the impact of efficiency, I should take the capacity. 8,000 minus how much I thought of producing? 7,500 into 200. This is unit wise. Hope you guys got a bit hold of it. Of course, it should have been, you guys should have got it in regular class, but still, in revision class, you guys got a bit of it. Anyone, any doubt? Hello? Anyone, any doubt? No doubt? Great. Now with the days we are going to see, with the calendar variances. Shall we check this out with the days? Should be practical problem. How many questions are there we discussed total? Sorry?
24.
Eh. 50 is it? So half of it is done then. I mean, the thing is, questions won't take much time now. Concepts, everything is done. So we'll be seeing the remaining questions.
When we are seeing individual ones,
Hmm.
that is variable overhead. Seems to be clear.
No, next one also it is easy only. I mean, you have to revise everything one. No, you have to revise everything, and if you proceed, it will be easy one. We'll see that. Don't worry. A company has a normal capacity of 120 machines working for 8 hours per day for 25 days in a month. That means it is what we budgeted. Correct? So now can you tell me budgeted hours, please? We planned 120 machines will work for 8 hours a day. That means in a day, how many hours we are planning? 960 hours in a day. Like that for 25 days. So your budgeted hours are 24,000. Is that clear? And fixed overhead budgeted for the month is 1,44,000. So your budgeted overhead would be around rupees 1,44,000. Standard time required to manufacture 1 unit of product is 4 hours. That is standard for standard. Let it be. Let it be. Next. In the month of April, company work for 24 days they are telling. So they are giving you hint of actual hours. 840 machine hours per day. So how many machines and all they are not telling. Straight away they are telling how many machine hours per day. 840 machine hours per day. For 24 days we have worked. 20,160 hours. Is that clear? End produced 5,305. So may I know the standard hours also? What we are planning? To produce one product we need 4 hours. Right? To produce 5,305 units. 21,220 hours. And actual overhead they are telling rupees 1,42,000. Correct? And budgeted overhead is known, budgeted hours is also known. So may I know the standard rate quickly? 144,000 divided by 24. Per hour. Unit means everything will change. Please keep in mind. Now, also, we planned for how many days? How many days we are working? Moral of the story? There is calendar variance. So, let's find out revised budgeted hours. Guys, we plan to work for 24,000 hours. Assuming we are going to work for 25 days. But now we are changing it to just 24 days. Got it? Hello? Anyone, any doubt in these datas? Shall we start? First one, they are asking efficiency variance. What will be the formula for efficiency variance? In how many hours I should have completed the work? Standard hours minus how many hours I have taken into standard rate. Standard hours 21,220 minus actual hours 20,160. Standard rate 6 per hour.
6,360.
Favorable or adverse? Why? Because you have taken less number of hours than what you should have taken. You have taken less number of hours than what you should have taken. Favorable. Is that clear? Shall we proceed? Next, what they are asking? Capacity variance. What is the formula for capacity variance? How many hours actually I am working? Correct? Minus how many hours I should have worked. Not budgeted hours here, rather revised budgeted hours. Because as per my revised plan, how many hours I should have worked? Revised budgeted hours into standard rate. I am working for 20,160. As per my plan, I should have worked for 23,040. $17? Adverse or favorable? Adverse, sir. Because you are working for less number of hours. Clear? Hello? Next is your calendar variance. Calendar variance. What is my new plan? Minus what was my old plan? Into standard rate. What is my new plan? 23,040. What was my old plan? 24,000. 5,000. Adverse or favorable? Adverse. Why? Because earlier we thought of, see, payment will be made is same only. Earlier we thought of working for 24 days. Now we are reducing it to 23. But the rent is same, no? Reducing the days, is it good or is it bad? Bad. From fixed overhead point of view, it's bad. Got it? Hello? Next, what they have asked? Expenditure variance.
So here it means like whether I'm using it or not, and next day I'm going to pay the fixed.
That is there.
So I would have-
Expenditure variance is how much I thought of incurring budgeted overhead minus how much I am actually incurring actual overhead. Budgeted overhead is how much? Guys, how much ever the difficult the sum might come from fixed overhead. At least make sure you write and come expenditure variance. At least 1 or 2 marks you will get for expenditure variance. Correct? And efficiency also is very simple. Actual overhead is how much? 1,42,000. But I don't know. Actually, students only complicate the fixed overhead. Nothing much is there in that fixed overhead. 2,000 adverse or favorable? Favorable. Why? Because you incurred less than what you planned. Right? Next is volume variance. What is the formula for volume variance? How much I am absorbing, correct? Minus how much I should have absorbed. How much I am absorbing is standard hours 21,220 into standard rate rupees 6 minus how much I should have absorbed was 1,44,000. How much I am absorbing? 21,220 into 6. That means I am absorbing less than what I should have absorbed, which is, just check whether your calendar plus capacity plus efficiency total is matching with volume. Calendar plus capacity and efficiency, is it matching with volume? 17,280 plus 5,760 minus 6,360 matching. Done. Next they are asking total fixed overhead variance. That is nothing but overall. That is cost variance. Yes or no? Cost variance. Cost variance is nothing but, guys, how much I have absorbed minus how much I have actually incurred. How much I have absorbed? 1,27,320 minus how much I have actually incurred? 1,42,000. 14,680 adverse. Just check whether your expenditure plus volume is matching with cost. Matching? Tell me, is it simple or is it complicated?
After arriving at
Data. Correct. So now the thing is, you should work on the data thing. Formulas difficult. Formulas. Okay, one person want to get to know the data. One more person want to get to know the formula. Now, if I consider these two, I don't think so. Nothing is left for CA students to do. If I give this data, if I give this formula, 5th standard kid, I will tell wherever SO is there, you put this number. Wherever AO is there, you put this number. That will put. Done.
formulas, I feel some of the things are replicating from the concept. Data.
Efficiency variance, labor also same.
Other things.
But concept wise, yes, we can. But that one, if we do somewhere, some small.
Mistakes will happen. No, forget. Mistake will keep happening. Now listen. This one. Following information is available from the records of the factory. Budgeted they have given, actual they have given. Okay. Now, and you can see that hourly basis only they have given. So accordingly, I am doing hourly basis only. Shall I write the few informations here? Whatever is required. Budgeted overhead they have given 10,000. Can I write it as budgeted overhead? Budgeted units they have given 2,000. And standard time per unit they have given 10. That means, can I say that my budgeted hours would be 20,000? Per unit 10 hour, we are planning to produce 2,000. That means budgeted hours are 20,000. Correct? Now, I know the budgeted overhead. I know the budgeted hours. Can I say my standard hours would be, standard rate would be rupees 0.5. Hello.
Yes.
Actual overhead they have given. Actual output they have given 2,100. I know standard hour per unit is 10 hours. That means to produce 2,100, standard hours required is 21,000 hours. And actual hours is also 21,000 hours. Moral of the story, there won't be any efficiency variance. Okay. Now, shall we proceed? First, they are asking cost variance. How do we arrive at a cost variance? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. How do we arrive at a absorbed overhead? Standard hours for actual output 21,000 into standard rate 0.5 minus actual overhead is 12,000 rupees 1,500 adverse because you recovered less. Is that clear? They have asked only 3. Let's do all the 5. Fine. Next, cost variance done. Next, what they have asked? Expenditure variance. That is, how much I should have incurred budgeted overhead minus how much I have incurred actual overhead. How much I should have incurred is 10,000 minus how much I have actually incurred is 12,000. That means rupees 2,000 adverse. Got it? Then your volume variance should be 500 adverse or 500 favorable? 500 favorable. It should be 500 favorable. Let's check. Volume variance. Very simple. How much I have absorbed minus how much I should have absorbed. How much I have absorbed? 10,500. 21,000 into 0.5. Minus how much I should have absorbed? 10,000. That means rupees 500 favorable. Sorry. See, brain one thing, hand one thing. No coordination only. Cheat. We'll proceed. Next, volume variance could be divided into efficiency, capacity. Correct? No. Efficiency is how many hours I should have taken minus how many hours I have taken into standard rate. How many hours I should have taken? 21,000 hours. How many hours I have taken? 21,000 hours into 0.5 nil. Got it? Capacity. How many hours I have actually worked? 21,000. As per my plan, how many hours you should have worked? 20,000. That is your actual hours minus budgeted hours into standard rate. How many hours I have worked? 21,000. How many hours I should have worked? 20,000. Good news or bad news? Good news. Why? Because you worked for more. Is this clear? Simple, no? Do you know Abba? You don't know Abba? A for actual, B for budgeted, A for absorbed. Your difference between actual and absorbed, or you can take it as ABS and actual. Okay, this will be your cost variance. Okay, your absorbed minus budgeted will be your volume variance. Budgeted minus actual will be your, very good, proud of you, expenditure variance. Listen, this one you understood? Let's say, madam, what's your name? Harita, with her dog, she planned to go to Chennai to see the beach, that is, to see the sea. To see what? Sea. Okay. She went by what? You know to drive? Can your dog sit in two-wheeler? No. So you want to go by four-wheeler? So she went by cab. She went by what? Cab. After coming back, her dog fell sick. After coming back, her dog fell sick. When human falls sick, he will take them to whom? Awesome. In hospital, who will be there? Doctor. Crazy. Humans. So, humans, he will go to the doctor who has done MBBS. Correct? No? But now dog Dog also you take to doctor only. But what doctor? Veterinary doctor. What would be the name of the degree they hold? Bachelor of Veterinary Science. That is BVS. Okay. Now listen. C. Efficiency. E for efficiency. S for standard hours. A for actual hours. In cab. C for capacity. C for capacity. That is actual hours minus budgeted hours. In BVS, V for volume. V for volume. That is budgeted hours minus standard hours into standard rate. Now, budgeted hours into standard rate is nothing but your budgeted overhead, no? Standard hour into standard rate is nothing but your absorbed overhead, no? That only your volume variance, no? Yes, you can remember this way. It's your choice, however you want to remember. Somehow you remember, make sure you write and come properly. So first one you understood, no? Abba, you understood, no? Absorb minus actual will give you cost variance. Absorb minus budgeted, volume. Budgeted minus actual, volume. Remember the story. She went to see the sea with her dog in what? Cab. After coming back, dog fell sick. They went to where? No, they went to doctor who has done BVS. Correct, no? 3 code word you can remember. 3. All clear. Crazy. So we can proceed, I feel. Next question. Again, study material question only. SV Limited has furnished the following data. Number of working days are 25. Actual work for 28. Can you quickly tell me, is it favorable or adverse in terms of calendar variance? Abba. And then see the question. Oh my God, that question only is not there. What?
Sir, please.
You want fixed overhead question in your?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Done. Let it come. Variable you want? Let it also come. Labor also you want? Let it also come. Material also? Okay. Full standard costing only, let it come for 50 marks. And I want your opinion to be same. Once we start from question number 31. Mixed variances. I mean, simple only. You should know to break the things to material, labor, variable. Let's see that. No worries.
Even for 5 marks, 7 marks, these kind of questions.
Sorted. Life is sorted, no?
With ABBA, C, CAP, BVS.
Yeah. Budgeted. Budgeted hours. Yes, for standard hours. Into standard rate, no? So budgeted into standard rate will give you budgeted overhead. Standard hours into standard rate will give you absorbed overhead. That only is your volume variance. I mean, you should know to write the conclusion. I mean, because of that, I can't change the degree thing, no?
But this is who actually made this one, the sentence.
Which sentence?
BVS.
Who told you? Then I would have made it. Cost sheet.
Just asking you to for this.
Yeah.
Somebody read.
No. I agree.
Tomorrow when somebody asks me no.
Then you can't tell Abba.
No. I tell them like I only created.
Are you? Please. Yeah. Full copyright to you only.
You created or
Yeah. No, you can tell you have created. Direct expense you can use trash DPJ. That also mine only you can use copyright. Factory overhead is Adi is DSLR. That also yours. Enjoy. Rasam seriously is also mine only. I didn't tell the story actually. Hope you guys remember the story. Seriously and Rasam? You don't remember? Story you don't remember? Okay. You know, in Hindi, mother-in-law is called as what? Sasuma, Sasu. Yes. Now let's say there is a person called Sap, SAP. He marries a lady called Sasu. Sorry, not lady. Oh, yo. Sorry. Fundamental wrong. Fundamental wrong. Okay. Oh, extremely sorry. Let's say there is a person called Sap. Okay. Let's say he marries Harita. Assume. Sap. Now, Harita will go back from her work to the home. Let's say they have a contract. Sundays and Saturdays she will cook. Yes, or Sundays and Saturdays her mother-in-law cooks. Other days she cooks. One Sunday she goes to her mother-in-law, Sasu. Who goes? Harita goes. Whose wife? Sap's wife. So she will go to her Sasu, mother-in-law, and she will ask, what for the lunch? Her mother-in-law says, white rice and rasam on Sunday. So what Harita says? Seriously, rasam? Nonsense. Got it? So Sap, seriously, rasam. Oh, Sasu you left. That is main character. So, production in units are budgeted 20,000, actual 22,000. Fixed overhead is 30,000, 31,000. Budgeted fixed overhead rate is rupees 1 per hour. That means, guys, standard rate is how much? 1 per hour. So, listen very carefully. How did you arrive at rupees 1 per hour? You have taken budgeted overhead, you divided it with budgeted hours, that gave you rupees 1. Correct no? Do you know the budgeted overhead?
Yes.
30,000. Do you know the budgeted hours? Is equal to rupees 1. Now can you tell me the budgeted hours? Understood? Understood the determination of budgeted hours here? And my budgeted hours are 30,000. Budgeted output is 20,000. That means standard hours per unit would be how much, guys? 1.5 hours. Is this basic information clear? Yes. Now shall we write few required data? You understood this? Now shall we write few data? First, budgeted hours. How much? 30,000 hours. Budgeted overhead. 30,000. Standard rate. Rupees 1 per. Rupees 1 per hour. Now, shall we proceed? Actual hours. 31,500 actual hours, madam. 31,500 standard hours. We are producing 22,000 units. Per unit we planned 1.5 hours, which means 33,000 hours. And your actual overhead is rupees 31,000. And your revised budgeted hours would be 30,000. We planned for how many days? 25 days. But now we are planning for 28 days. 33,600 hours. Is this basic information clear? They are asking only 3, but we are going to do all the 5. First one, fixed overhead cost variance. What will be the fixed overhead cost variance? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead is standard hours for actual output 33,000 into standard rate rupees 1, which is gonna be 33,000 minus actual overhead is 31,000. 2,000 favorable. Please keep in mind. Is cost variance clear? Next is expenditure variance. BO minus O. Correct now? That is how much you have budgeted minus how much you have actually incurred. How much you have budgeted? 30,000. How much you have actually incurred? Chichi or Wawa? Chichi. Because you spent 1,000 rupees more. Adverse. Is the clear? Yes. Next is your volume variance. That is how much I am absorbing minus how much I should have absorbed. Absorbed is 33,000. Budgeted is 30,000. 3,000 what? Matching, no?
3,000.
That color simply I did like painting. A and F. No reason. Red means not adverse. Green means not favorable. Simply I was just playing this. Red, white, red, white. Sorry. Red, green, red, green. Hey, one is adverse, one is favorable. Wow, finally. Nivedita would have kept her hand on your head. Cost is done. Smart. 3,000 plus 2,000 is 5,000. How come you write 1,000? Makes sense. Happens, madam. Hopefully all this won't happen in the examination. Efficiency. C, that is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Standard hours 33,000 minus actual hours 31,500. Standard rate is rupees 1. 1,500 favorable because you worked faster. The work which you should have completed in 33,000 hours, you just took 31,500. And remember, now your capacity also should be 1,500 favorable because total should be 3,000. No. Next, cap. This is your cap. Actual hours minus budgeted hours into Actual hours are, budgeted hour, standard rate, favorable or adverse? Why? Oh, ho, 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 ho. We had revised here. Days are there, right? How much is revised budgeted hours? 33,600. Got it? So may I know this? $2,000 adverse, favorable. Why? Because as per the new plan, you should have worked for 33,600, but you are working only for 31. Next is your calendar. Calendar is as per my new plan how much I am planning to work, and as per my old plan how much I plan to work into standard rate. As per my new plan I am planning to work 33,600. As per my old plan I planned for 30,000 into rupees 1, which is gonna be 3,600 favorable.
You've not created something to calendar.
No, that you have to come up with that. RCB.
Improvisation.
RCB. When they went to the dentist, sorry, not dentist, veterinary doctor, dog went inside. On TV, RCB's 2 winnings, 2025 and 26 was getting broadcasted. Oh, you don't like RCB? You're a hater of RCB? You're a fan of RCB? RCB. You're a fan of? Oh, you hate RCB fans. Why you hate fans? Same like CSK fans you are telling. You're a Mumbai fan. Rohit Sharma. Nice. Even I am Rohit's fan. Rohit's fan. Team wise I am RCB's fan. Virat's fan. So yeah, you can remember it as RCB, madam. Whoever hates RCB can remember it as red blood cells, RBC. Better, okay. Use yellow color, sir. Yellow color to which one I will use, sir? Adverse or favorable, I will tell, sir. Not possible, no.
You are created for efficiency, capacity, volume. Then where is the calendar?
They are toxic, sir, RCB fans. Nice. I only wrote Tala for a reason in the morning. Just above that message he has written Tala for a reason. Below that he is writing RCB fans are toxic. That way, everyone on earth is toxic for one or the other reason. We'll proceed. Question number 28. The following data has been collected from the cost records of a unit for computing the various fixed overhead variances for a period. Number of budgeted working days 25, budgeted man days 6,000, output 1 unit per man hour, that is standard for standard. Fixed overhead cost is this much, actual number of working days are 27, actual man days are so much, actual output per man day, so man hour, that means 0.9 we are producing for each and every hours. See, 1 hour may you can produce 1 unit, but actually in 1 hour we are producing 0.9 unit, and actual overhead is 156,000. Calculate fixed overhead variances for the following. Now, first, budgeted hours shall we find out? Shall we? How much is the budgeted man day per hour? Sorry, man hour per day? 6,000. How many days we planned? 25 days. So, 1 lakh 50,000 hours. Correct now? How much is Bo? Budgeted overhead is rupees 1 lakh 50,000. May I know the standard rate, please? Per. That is very important because per unit and per hour will change now. Okay. Next, actual hours. How much we are taking? 6,300 per day. How many days we are actually working? 27 days. So actual hours would be 1,70,100 hours. And actual overhead is how much? 1,56,000. And remember one thing, now I want to find out standard hours. To find out standard hours, I need actual output. What they are telling actual output? They are telling per hour you are producing 0.9. If at all they told per unit if you have taken 0.9, then you should have divided hour by, like that is actual hours taken by 0.9. That is, to produce 1 unit you are taking 0.9 hours. In 1,70,100 hours, how many units you would have produced? But here that is not the case. Here the case is, in 1 hour you are producing 0.9 units. In 1,70,100 hours, what you actually worked? How many units you would have produced in total? 1,53,000. You guys understood what I was trying to explain there? In 1 hour, 0.9 unit is different. In 0.9 hour, 1 unit is different. So you should see what they have clearly given. They told actual output per man hour. That means in 1 hour you are getting 0.9 output. So in 1,70,100 hours, how much you are getting? Okay. Now, standard hours will be 153, 90 units, and each and every unit we plan to be of 1 hour, which is 153, 90 hours. Is that clear? Now, revised budgeted hours should be 1,50,000. That is for how many days? 25 days. And how many days actually we are working? 27. Is that clear? Now shall we start? They asked only 3, but shall we do all the 5? Cost variance. What is the formula? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead will be standard hours into standard rate. 153,090 into standard rate is 1 rupee only, no? Minus actual overhead, which is 1,56,000. 2009-10 adverse because we are recovering less compared to what we have incurred. Correct, no? Okay. Next. Cost variance is done. Next is what? Expenditure variance. Expenditure variance is how much I should have incurred minus how much I have incurred. Oh, budgeted overhead is 1,50,000 50,000. Actual overhead is 1,56,000 is equal to rupees 6,000 adverse. That means your volume variance should be 8,000. Not that 8,910 favorable. If at all it was 8,910 favorable, then answer will be 2,910 favorable. What is the difference between 6,000 and 2,910? 3,090 favorable. Volume is how much you have absorbed minus how much you should have absorbed. How much you have absorbed? 1,53,90. How much you should have absorbed? 1,50,000. You have over absorbed favorable. Got it? Now, volume variance could be due to three reasons: efficiency, capacity, calendar. What is the formula for efficiency? Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Standard hours are 153,090. Correct, no? Actual hours are 1,70,100 into standard rate 1. Favorable or adverse? Because we have consumed more hours than required. Got it? Capacity. Actual hours minus budgeted hours into standard rate. Actual hours are how much? 1,70,100. Budgeted hours are, by the way, revised budgeted hours, yeah, 1,62,000. Calendar is there. 1,62,000 into 1. Favorable or adverse? Favorable, because you are exploiting your capacity. Got it? Calendar. New plan minus old plan into standard rate. Remember, unit wise means again actual hours should be replaced by standard output. Standard hours should be replaced by actual output wherever it is applicable. So revised budgeted hours 1,62,000. Budgeted hours rupees 12,000 favorable, because you are planning to work for more days. Just check whether these three are matching. Efficiency plus capacity plus calendar should be equal to volume. It is. Anyone any doubt here? No doubt? Here hours are not there, only units. POP November 2018 for 5 books. Look at the question. manufacturing concern has provided the following information related to fixed overhead. Actual budgeted they have given. Standard means it's budgeted there. Don't think standard means standard there. Okay. Now, let's write down the data. This is your budgeted output. This is your budgeted overhead. This is your actual output. This is your actual overhead. Okay. Listen. First, they are asking fixed overhead, volume variance. Before that, may I know the standard rate? Budgeted overhead is 5 lakh divided by budgeted output is 5,000 rupees 100 per unit. Rupees 100 per unit. First one, they are asking cost variance. Correct? What is the formula for cost variance? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead in terms of units will be actual output into standard rate minus actual overhead. How much is actual overhead? Actual output, guys? 4,800 into standard rate 100 minus 4,90,000 rupees 10,000 adverse. 10,000 adverse. Is that clear? Hello. Next, expenditure variance. Guys, expenditure variance is budgeted overhead minus actual overhead. Budgeted overhead is 5 lakh minus actual overhead is 4,90,000 rupees 10,000 favorable because you spent something lesser than what you planned. Next, volume variance. Absorbed overhead minus budgeted overhead. How much did you absorb? 4,80,000. How much did you budget? 5 lakh. That means you were not able to recover how much you planned. Adverse. See, that is matching. Next is efficiency, very important, concentrate. Efficiency variance is how many actual output you are producing and in the taken number of hours, how many units you should have produced into standard rate. But the best part here is taken hours they haven't given, but taken days they have given. Correct, no? Hello. Taken hours they haven't given, but taken days they have given. That means, guys, 5,000 units you plan to produce in 25 days. Correct? That means how many units you plan to produce one day? 200 units you plan to produce in one day. Correct, no? How many days you actually worked?
23 days.
So, in the 23 days, if at all you worked at 100% efficiency, how many units you should have produced? Hope you guys understood this. Understood or no? I plan to produce at 100% efficiency 200 units per day. Actually, I worked only for 23 days. In that 23 days, if I worked at 100% efficiency, I should have produced 4,600 units. Actually, I produced 4,800 units. Correct, no? Standard rate is rupees 100. 20,000 favorable, please keep in mind, because you are producing more number of units than what you should have produced. Good only, no? Same days you have taken, But actual production is more than what you should have produced in those many days. Is that clear? Next is your capacity variance. That is how many units you should have produced, not actual output. There you take actual hours. That means here it should be replaced with standard output, which is 4,600 minus how much you have budgeted. But don't take budgeted, take revised budgeted. Why, sir? Calendar is given. Guys, 5,000 we planned for 25 days. We are working for 23 days. Here capacity variance won't be there. How much? 4,600. This will be our revised budgeted output. The reason is we are assuming same number of hours we are working every day. So there won't be any difference. So 4,600, 4,600 into standard rate 100, which is 0. Next one is your calendar variance. As per my new plan, I should produce 4,600. As per my old plan, I should have produced 5,000 into 100. That means 40,000 adverse, because I'm not producing as much I planned. I mean, my plan only I'm reducing. Earlier I thought of producing 5,000 units. Now I'm thought of producing 4,000. Is that clear? Unit wise, is that clear? Computation of that units, is that clear? Pakka? Great. You can proceed, I feel. We'll do one thing, one last question we'll do. After that, we'll take a lunch break and we'll come back and we'll do remaining 20 questions, mixed questions. Okay, that won't take much time. This is also nice question, very nice question. PYP November 2020, for 10 marks they have asked this. ABC Limited has furnished the following information regarding June 1, 2020. Done. Look at this question. Fixed overhead cost variance 2,800 adverse. What do you mean by that? Your absorbed overhead is 2,800 lesser than actual overhead. Fixed overhead volume variance 2,000 adverse. That means your absorbed overhead is 2,000 lesser than budgeted overhead. Budgeted hours are 2,400. Budgeted overhead is 12,000. Actual rate of recovery is rupees 8 per hour. How much is 12,000 divided by 2,400? So your standard rate is rupees 5, but actual is 8. Okay. Now listen. From the above given information, calculate the following. First one, they are asking expenditure variance. Listen here, guys. Budgeted overhead is 12,000. Any doubt here? They have told your volume variance is 2,000. Adverse. Correct? No? That means your absorbed overhead is how much? 10,000. Absorbed overhead amount I am telling. That's why 2,000 adverse, no? Absorbed overhead is 10,000. Actual budgeted overhead is 12,000. That's why you are getting 2,000 adverse. And your recovery rate is rupees. Hello. 5. How did you arrive at 10,000 then? You multiplied your standard hours with standard rate, which is rupees 5. That's how you arrived at 10,000. Yes or no? That means your standard hours should be 2,000 hours. Your standard hours should be 2,000 hours. Is this clear? Hello? Okay. Also, I know that my absorbed overhead is 10,000. My cost variance is 2,800. Are you guys able to understand here? My absorbed overhead is 10,000. Cost variance is 2,800. How do you arrive at cost variance? Absorbed overhead will reduce with actual overhead. That means actual overhead is 2,800 more than absorbed overhead. If absorbed overhead is 10,000, then your actual overhead is 12,800. Your actual overhead is 12,800. Anyone, any doubt till here? No doubt. Now, I know my actual overhead is 12,800. Budgeted overhead is 12,000. That means expenditure variance is rupees 800. Expenditure variance is rupees 800 adverse. Clear, guys? One more way of finding out the expenditure variance is, you know that expenditure plus volume is equal to cost. You know the cost variance, you know the volume variance. Using that, you can find out expenditure variance. Is this clear? Now, actual overhead incurred, that we already computed, 12,800. Got it? Next, actual hours for actual production. Listen, you have incurred 12,800. You have incurred 12,800. That if at all you divide by actual hours, that is giving you rupees 8 they are telling. See, actual rate of recovery of overhead. You understood? Your actual overhead, if at all you divide it by the actual hours, that is giving you 8 rupees. That means your actual hours are how much? 1,600 hours. Your actual hours are 1,600 hours. Is that clear?
Yes.
Next, they are asking fixed overhead capacity variance. Capacity variance is CAB. A for actual 1,600 minus B for budgeted 2,400 into recovery rate is rupees 5 per hour. 4,000 adverse. 4,000 adverse. Got it? Next, standard hours for actual production. I think that we already computed, no? 2,000 hours. 2,000 hours. Next is efficiency. Efficiency is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Rupees 2,000. Favorable. Because you are consuming less than what you simple. See, for this 10 marks. Huh? Easy, no? I mean, you should be able to connect to the points there. You should know that. Okay, fixed overhead cost variance 2,800. That means my absorbed is 2,800 lesser than actual. Your expend volume variance is 2,000. That means my budgeted is 2,000 more than absorbed. Budgeted they only have given. For that, if I add 2,000, I will get the absorbed. To the absorbed, if I add 2,800, I will get the actual. I know the recovery rate is rupees 5. How did I arrive at absorbed amount? Standard hours into 5 rupees I did. That's how I got absorbed. Now using that I found out standard hours. Like that you are going to solve it. See.
You have to crack
Yes. That's what I told. Whatever you write first, that will take you to the remaining things. 4,000, 2,000. Done. Hope it's clear. Any doubts? No doubts? Great. I think we have exact 20 more questions to see in the mixed variances. I don't think so now. Overhead is not as difficult as you guys thought. Yes. Okay. Fixed overhead cost variance is absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. That could be divided into expenditure efficiency. Expenditure is standard rate minus variable. Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Efficiency is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Then fixed overhead cost variance is absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. That could be divided into expenditure volume. Expenditure is budgeted overhead minus actual overhead. Volume is absorbed overhead minus budgeted overhead. Correct? Then volume could be further divided into two. Capacity, efficiency. Efficiency is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Capacity is actual hours minus budgeted hours into standard rate. However, volume is divided into three. Then efficiency, calendar, capacity. Efficiency is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. In that no change. Capacity is actual hours minus revised budgeted hours into standard rate, and calendar is revised budgeted minus budgeted into standard rate. Simple. Unit wise, standard hours will be replaced by actual output, actual hours will be replaced by standard output. How to arrive at standard output? In the actual hours taken, if you divide by the standard hours per unit, that is 1 unit it takes 2 hours. Actually, I have taken 2000 hours. How much I should have produced? 1000 I should have produced. How much I actually produced? If I produce more, favorable. If I produce less, adverse. Hope it is clear. Great. We'll do one thing. We'll take a break and we'll proceed with mixed variances. By first break, then second slot we can start with process costing. If at least process costing theory gets over today, by tomorrow afternoon we can complete sums of that. Then we can go to JPBP, complete that. Then day after tomorrow, whichever you guys say. Okay. So 117, break till 218.
புரியுதா? புரியல. கீழே என்ன இருக்குன்னு தெரியும். இன்னைக்கு என்ன பண்ண போறேன்?
இங்கிருந்து ஏதோ காந்திபுரம் இங்கிருந்து தட்டிட்டா அப்ப என்னன்னு சொல்லுங்க. சரி சரி
சரி இல்ல கிளாஸ்ல எவ்வளோ சரி
நீங்க கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க
வா
நீங்க கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க
வருஷமாச்சு
ஏன் கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க ஸ்டைலுக்குன்னு சொல்லுங்க.
கூட நல்ல அவசியம்
அது நீங்க வேணா அந்த நகரம் அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு 3 மாசம் போயிட்டு
ஓகே நல்லா படி நல்லா
நீங்க வெளியே போறீங்க
அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு நேரம் தான் தியரி இருக்கு அந்த தியரி பார்த்து இல்ல
நீங்க வெளியே போறீங்க வீட்டு பாருங்க
7 மணில என்ன சொல்றாரு
அவரோட ரெஸ்டர்ஸ் ஆப்போசிட் இல்லை
புரியா டேய் நான் மாறறேன்
ஆல்ரெடி இன்னும் மாறிட்டாங்க
சும்மா கேட்டேன் சூர்யா சூர்யா டெய்லி பஸ்ஸோட நீ
சினிமா
சீரிஸ் தான் உள்ளவா
நீங்க அஜிதா
நான்
அஜித் பிடிக்கும் சரியா
வந்து தாங்க நாளைக்கு வீட்டுல சிக்கன் மட்டன் சாப்பிட்டு எல்லாம் ஃபோன் போறேன்
எங்க வீட்டுல அதான் நீங்க புரியல என்னவா இருந்தாலும் நாளைக்கு எதுக்கும் திருப்பி கோயம்புத்தூர் வருவாங்க.
நாளைக்கு அவங்க அப்பா குமாரா இந்த பொண்ணு ஃப்ரெண்டு பண்ணலாம்
திருப்பூர் எங்க ஈரோடு இருந்து இந்த தீபா தெரியாது இந்த நம்பியூர்
ஓ
போயிட்டு அவங்க ஜாலியா வச்சுக்கோங்க ஜாலியா இருக்கீங்க
பாட்டாயிட்டே எதுவுமே இல்லை.
இன்ஸ்டா ஐடி
இல்லையா
அவன் பேர் என்ன
இல்ல முன்னாடி
விஷ்ணு ஐடி போடு அதுதான்
விஷ்ணு கோகுல் விஷ்ணுவோட விஷ்ணு கோகுலாம் இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்
விஷ்ணு கூட என்னோட ஐடி போட்டு
டீஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணிட்டு எப்படியோ டீஆக்டிவேட்
ஓ
டீஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணிட்டு இன்ஸ்டா ஐடி வேணா ஆக்டிவ் பண்ணதுக்கு ஆக்டிவ் பண்ணுங்க
என்ன
மணி ஆல்ரெடி நம்ம மணி பாஸ்
ஃப்ரெண்ட் ரெக்வெஸ்ட்
இது எனக்கு டீஆக்டிவேட் பண்றீங்க
அதான் சொல்றேன்
இன்ஸ்டா பண்ணா அவன் இன்ஸ்டா பண்ணிக்கணும் நான் எல்லாம் மாட்டேன் அதாவது நான் மட்டும் இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் இதுல இப்படி பாக்குறதுக்கு நீ
க்ரோம் போய்க்கலாம்னா க்ரோம்ல யூஸ் பண்ணா கொஞ்சம் கடுப்பாகும் இந்த மாதிரி
ஒரு
ரொம்ப
இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்
விஷயமே இருக்கிறேன்
ரெண்டு சேர்த்து பேரு மாதிரி விஷ்ணு எங்க அப்பா இப்பதான் ரெண்டு விஷ்ணு எங்க அம்மா பேர் வந்துட்டு விஷ்ணு எங்க அப்பா
எல்லாரும்
சரி பாப்போம். இந்த
நீங்க இல்லை இந்த
சரி சாப்பிடு. போயிட்டு நாளைக்கு அம்மாடியா
கண்ணன் மேல பாருங்க. டிஃபரன்ஸ் தெரியாது. நான் கொடுத்தேன்.
நிறைய போட்டாங்க.
இன்னைக்கு ப்ராசஸ் நாளைக்கு ப்ராசஸ். மெட்டீரியல் கஷ்டம் ஒரு நாள் இருக்கு. இதெல்லாம் நாளைக்கு. இது மாதிரி ஒரு நாய் பத்தி உடம்பு மட்டும் பெருசா அந்த மாதிரி நாய்
இருக்கு அது எங்க வீட்டுல இருக்கு. அது பேரு ஸ்பைக். அவங்க அப்படியே
அந்த படத்துலலாம் வரும். அனிமேஷன் மூவிலாம்
இப்படி வளரும்.
அந்த இந்த டாய் சொல்ல
ஆமா
அது
அது
ஒரு
வந்து
நாய் பத்தி
ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு வந்தேன்.
இது எப்பவுமே
ஆமா
அது ஒரு எடுத்துட்டா அது புள்ளி அதனால நீங்க போடுறது அப்படியே லைவ் பார்க்குறேன்.
நாளைக்கு
லைவ் ஓடியே இருந்துச்சுன்னு பார்க்குறேன். இது வச்சு விட்டு 30 நாள் கொடுத்துருது. நேற்று கூட லைவ் இன்னைக்கு எடுத்தாச்சு.
நாளைக்கு என்ன எடுக்குது?
கான்செப்ட் கேபிட்டல் நாளைக்கு இன்னைக்கு எடுக்கிறேன். நாளைக்கு ரெண்டு ப்ராசஸ் அப்படி கொடுத்தாலே எங்க பார்த்து ஒரே சான்ஸ். நீ மாத்தலையா?
காஸ்ட் ஆஃப் கேபிட்டல் ஓகே தான். எப்பவுமே ஒர்க்கிங் கேபிட்டலும் டெசிஷன் தான்.
சரி நீ போய் நீயோட லைவ் இருக்கும் எப்படி இருக்குது ஏதாவது செம்ம எக்ஸ்ட்ரா இருக்கான்னு பாரு. பார்த்துட்டு ஐயோ, ஆள் வந்து இப்படி இருக்காரு.
சொல்லு. Power server transformation and
தொட்டு பாரு, தான் சாப்பிடு. இது சாப்பிடு. படம்
reason.
சுகா சாப்பிட்டது. உன் பையன் பேரு. அப்ப பேர் போட்டுருக்கோமே. ஒரு லைன் கூட கொடுத்துருக்கோம். லிரிக்ஸ் இந்த பையன் நல்லா பாட்டு. இந்த பையன் மியூசிக் அவங்களோட பாட்டு மியூசிக் படுத்து மியூசிக் தான் பாட்டு தெரியாது. You lyric and singer. You know, if you have words, you don't have lyrics. You படிச்சுட்டு மற்ற படிச்சுக்கலாம். எது எதை சொல்றாரு தெரியல. அந்த 5 நாள் சீரியஸ்னால அது இன்னும் சொல்றேன். உனக்கு பிடிச்சிருக்காரு. சரி, சிஏ படிக்க ஒண்ணுமே இல்லையே. சார் அக்கா டாக்டர் பேர் மட்டும் இல்லை. இது சண்டை போட்டு வந்தீங்க.
ஏன்னா நான் ஆல்ரெடி ஓகே அப்புறமா சாப்பிட்றேன்.
ரெண்டு மூணு வாங்கன்னு சொன்ன டைட்டு
2 வாங்க.
இது காலையில போடலாம்.
என்ன இதனால
எப்படி இது உள்ளதான் போகும்.
ஆனா எப்படி அது தெரியாது இது ஸ்டோன்
இது மூக்கு தட்டுதான் பண்ணிக்கல.
அங்கே இதுதான் உண்மை. அப்புறம்
அங்க இருக்கிற எப்படி இருந்துச்சு இங்க கீழே எதுவுமே இல்லாம
எல்லாமே மட்டும்தான் வரும். நானே பசங்க அவங்க 2 பேரும் ஃபர்ஸ்டா கார் உடச்சிட்டாங்க. இது இருக்கும் இதுக்கு எல்லாம் 2 பேருமே இதே வந்து பேரும் இது பண்ணும்போது இது எக்ஸ்ட்ரா அவங்க 2 பேருமே ஓட்டு நான் ஃபுல்லாக
இவங்க புத்தகம்னா ஒரு புண்ணு ஆகுமே.
ஒரு மாதம்
ஹெல்மெட் எதுல பண்ண முடியாது. பாரு
இடையில தலைப்பிடிச்சு 2 நாளைக்கு தலைப்பிடிச்சு தெரியாம பிடிச்சி முடி கிளீன் எடுத்துட்டேன். இது 2 எங்க மாட்டி வாங்கிட்டு விட்டுருவாங்க. குழம்பு செகண்ட் டைம் புளி ஊற்றுவாங்க. புளி ஊற்றி கறி வைப்பாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி டைம் கட்டலைன்னா புளி ஊற்றி வெங்காயம் இருந்துச்சு.
ஏழு மீடியம் தாங்கணும்.
கரெக்டாக 7:32 அடுத்த போனால் 30 நிமிஷம் 5 நிமிஷம் இருந்தாலும் வண்டி
கூட்டு மட்டும் கலந்து வச்சு கொடுத்தாரு. உள்ள போடுவாங்க சுத்தி பார்த்தாங்க.
எடுத்து போய் பிள்ளைங்க செய்ய ஆக்சிடென்ட் நைட் அதில் சாப்பிட்டேன்.
பருவம் எடுத்து பேசிட்டு இந்த காய் பாட்டி இருக்காங்க. பாட்டின்னா அம்மா பாட்டி அம்மா அம்மா அம்மிச்சி அம்மிச்சின்னு சொல்லுவேன். அப்பா
அம்மிச்சின்னு சொல்லி பழகிடுச்சு. ஆனால் அவங்க அம்மிச்சி
அம்மிச்சிதான் நீ
அம்மா அப்பாவோட அம்மா
தான் இன்னும் யார் இருக்கா?
2 பேருமே இல்லை.
2 பேரும் வீட்டில் இருக்காங்க.
அம்மாவோட அம்மா வீட்டில் இருக்கு. அப்பாவோட அம்மா கரெக்ட். அப்பாவோட கரெக்ட்.
இதுக்கு நம்ம லீகலா அவங்களோட பேசிருக்காங்க. அப்பாவோட அம்மாவோட பேசிருக்காங்க. அதனால அவங்க சரி. அப்பா தலைமை சொன்ன பெரிய நாளா கூட படிச்சு இந்த கூட பிறந்தவங்களோட பொண்ணுதான் வந்து அவங்க பொண்ணோட பொண்ணுதான் அவங்க அக்கா பொண்ணு.
அது அப்பா சொல்லுவேன். நான் சொல்லுவேன் சின்ன வேலைதான் நிறைய யூஸ் பண்றீங்க.
ஏன்
முடி நல்லா இருந்தா முடி நல்லா எனக்கு துடிக்கிறதுனாலே கரெக்டாக அம்மா யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. பெரிய வேலை பருப்பு சாம்பாருக்குன்னா போய் இந்த class எழுது இது சரியா இல்லை என்னால முடியாது.
ரைட்டிங் கோர்ஸ் நான் கூப்பிட்டு உங்களுக்கு இருக்கு.
It's okay, but the spacing is very cramped.
அவங்க என்ன டெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டா நாளைக்கு நீங்க வந்து கத்திரிக்காய் போட்டா இல்ல இல்ல நாளைக்கு வந்து நான்வெஜ் சாப்பிட்டேன் அப்ப
ஒரு மீன் சேர்ந்து தான்
கிளாஸ் வச்சிருந்தால ரெண்டு பண்ணிட்டாங்க கவர்மெண்ட் தான் பார்க்கணும். இப்படி ட்ரீம் போட்டு எங்க ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்கு எங்க
சார் வந்து எம்டிக்கு எழுதி கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் வச்சுருக்காங்க.
எப்படி சொன்னாங்க?
சொல்லிட்டாங்க ஆர்டிபிங்கோட சரி பரவாயில்ல மிஸ்டேக் இப்போ நான் எம்டிக்கு ஃபுல்லாக வச்சு
மட்டும் படிச்சு போது போகுது.
மார்க் டெஸ்ட் தானே மார்க் டெஸ்ட் மாடல் டெஸ்ட் 2 பேப்பர்
ஒரே அர்த்தம் தான்.
இல்ல 2 வேற வேற மாடல் வந்து தெரிஞ்சு இது வேற அது வேற தெரியும். பிஓசி சிட்டியம்
பிஓஎஸ் ஆட் பண்ணிச்சு.
இது இந்த ஃபவுண்டேஷன் தான் இந்த காசு.
ஏன் இப்படி பிஓஎஸ் வெப்சைட் பார்க்க முடியாதா?
இது எம்டிபி தானே அப்போ மாடல் எம்டிபி எவ்வளோ கொஸ்டின் இருக்கு? இப்போ 8 இருக்கு மாடல் டெஸ்ட் மாடல் டெஸ்ட் அப்போ இது ஒரு எழுதுறது ரெண்டு மார்க் டெஸ்ட் இருக்கு.
ICA intermediate. ICA intermediate model test.
இயரிங்கோட ரேட் பேசி இருக்கான்.
நீ போயிட்டா அவ்வளோதான். உங்களுக்கு கூட படிக்க சொன்னியா?
எல்லாரும் நிறைய பேர்
பேப்பர் தானே எம்டிக்கு ஆர்டிக்கு மாடல் பேப்பர் இருக்கா
அதனால ஈஸியா கண்டக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க.
சார் 2 மார்க் வச்சு கொடுத்துருக்கோம்.
2 மார்க் கொடுத்துருக்கோங்க
எக்ஸாம் முன்னாடி இது
எது anything. இப்போ நீ மே 24 ஆர்டிகல் கொடுக்கலாம்.
அது சொன்னா இவன் மார்க் வச்சு நான் தனியாக பேப்பரே இது பண்ணும்.
மார்க்னா நீ ஏதோ ஒரு கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் எடுத்து
எக்ஸாம்
எம்சிபி மட்டும் காம்ப்ளெக்ஸா மார்க்கெட் கம்பேர் பண்ணுவாங்க. அதோட யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும்.
ஏன்னா நம்மளோட
ஏன்னா அது கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் இருக்கும். ஏதோ ஒன்று நீ லாஸ்ட் இயர் பேப்பர் கூட போடலாம். நீ அந்த பேப்பர் எடுத்து போடலாம்.
நீ பண்ணலாம் நீ போடுறதுக்கு நான் சொல்லி கொடுத்தேன் கையில் வச்சுட்டு கொஞ்சம் லூஸா
ஸ்டார்டிங் எனக்கு எனக்கு வாங்க உடனே போட்டேன் தமிழ் செய்யும் இருந்துச்சு எனக்கு போட முடியல சரி முன்னாடியே போட்டு வேணா டெய்லி பார்க்கணும் கேரா அப்படின்னு நான் தான் இருந்துச்சேன் நல்லா வேற ஏதாவது வேற அது ஆனா அதுக்கு சாரி போட்டு காலையில பண்ணல அப்படியே இருக்கு நான் அது வந்து முடிச்சு
ஐயோ வேற
என்ன கன்ஃபார்மா
கைகளும் நல்லா இருக்கு சூடா நிஜமா சூடா இருக்கு தண்ணி
எனக்கு அதனால பிரச்சனை இருக்கேன்
இங்க வாசல் நல்லா இருந்துச்சு
ஒரு பாக்ஸ் 249 வந்து சில்வர் பிளாக் பட்டர்ஃப்ளை அதோட பெருசு நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் கொடுத்தனால போட அப்படியே இருக்கான்
நல்லா இருக்கு உங்களுக்கு பிடிச்சிருச்சு சாரி
அதுல
இது நல்லா இருக்கு தெரியாது உள்ள கொடுத்து வச்சு யாரு எங்க
Coimbatore Branch. Hey.
ஜூலை ஆரம்பிக்குது
சென்னையில
கோயம்புத்தூர் ஃபேஸ் டு ஃபேஸ் வேர் பண்ணு
எதுக்கு எப்ப
இப்பதான் சொன்னான் ஷாப்
இங்க
கூகுள் போடவே இல்லை
எப்போ வரும்? ரெண்டு மூணு நாள் ரெண்டாமா அதான் இங்க வர முடியுமான்னு தெரியல எனக்கு பார்த்தேன். அதான் எப்படியாவது ஏதாவது ஒன்று பண்ணி சரி பண்ணணும்.
மார்க் டெஸ்ட் இப்போ இது பண்ணணும்னு சொன்னா மார்க் டெஸ்ட் எடுப்பாரு. ஃபுல்லாக சொன்னாங்கன்னா வீட்டில் இந்த ஃபுல்லாக 20 ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து எப்போ இருக்குது 20 இவ்வளோ ஓகே உங்களுக்கு
இல்லையே நான் பார்க்கணும்.
எனக்கும் கொஞ்சம்
எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் இல்லடா, எனக்கு எல்லாமே ஒர்க் பண்ணுறேன்.
ஒரு கான்செப்ட் இருக்குல்ல,
ஆமா அதாச்சும் ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாதுடா.
ஒண்ணுமே தெரியாம பாக்குறதுக்கு தெரிஞ்சு ஒர்க் மட்டும் பண்ணணும்.
எனக்கு எப்படி தெரியுமாடா, என் கான்செப்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் புரியுது, எல்லாம் நம்ம இந்த மாதிரி ரஃபா இதுக்கு இது டெவலப் பண்ணுறேன். எப்படி அது வந்து எழுதணும் தெரியும். ஸ்டார்டிங் எங்க எப்படி பிரச்சனை அது சுத்தம் வரல. கிளாஸ் அட்டெண்ட் பண்றதுனால எதுக்கு
கொஸ்டின்
ஆடிட்டர்
ஆடிட்டெல்லாம் சுத்தமா ஒரு 3 சாப்டர் வச்சு
இன்னும்
ஒரு செகண்ட் சாப்டர்
நீங்க வந்து ரிவிஷன் வச்சிருக்கீங்கன்னா படிக்கிறது
நான் படிக்கிறதே இல்லை. நான் ஜூலை 1 இருந்து தான் படிக்கிறேன். சரியா? காஷிக் முடிச்சேன். எஃப்எம்ல ஒரு 4-5 சாப்டர் முடிச்சேன் எஃப்எம்ல. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஆடிட்டர் ஒரு 3 சாப்டர் முடிச்சேன். அப்புறம் காஸ்டிங் எடுத்து காஸ்டிங்ல ஒரு அந்த காஸ்ட் ஷீட்டு அதெல்லாம் காஸ்ட் ஷீட் முடிவு போட்டு இங்கே கிளாஸ் வந்தாங்க, இங்கே வந்து. ஸோ எஃப்எம் மிச்ச சாப்டர்லாம் தூங்குது, அப்படியே இருக்குது. எஃப்எம் தொடவே இல்லை. ஆடிட்ல 3 சாப்டர். கார்த்திக் சார் தெரியும். கார்த்திக் சார் கால் பண்ணி 2 பேரும் சேர்ந்து ஷெட்யூல் அவருக்கு மெசேஜ் முடிச்சிங்க. அவர் எப்படி படிக்கிறது சொல்லு.
நீங்க எப்படி ஒரு கிளாஸ்
நான் தான் சொல்றேன், இந்த இது வந்து எனக்கு ஜஸ்ட் இல்லாட்டிலாம் நல்லா
காஸ்டிங் எக்ஸாம்
அப்படி பாருங்க.
அதுதான் என் ஃப்ரெண்டு சொல்றாங்க, ஒரு பேப்பரையாவது நீ
எக்ஸாம் வந்துச்சுங்க அடுத்த வாட்டி 40 பேப்பர் வாங்கினா போதும்.
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு அட்லீஸ்ட் பாஸ் பண்ற அளவுக்கு எழுதிடுவேன்னு ஒரு ஹோப் இருக்கு.
50 இருக்குல்ல.
நீங்க அதான் ஆடிட்ல என்ன சாப்டர் வீட்டை கொடுத்து
செகண்ட் சாப்டர்
பிளானிங்
எத்திக்ஸ்.
இல்ல ரிஸ்க் அசஸ்மெண்ட் தான்
ஃபர்ஸ்ட்
நேச்சர்
நேச்சர் அதுவா நேச்சர் முடிச்சேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் கடைசி எத்திக்ஸ். அதுக்கப்புறம் பிளானிங்
எத்திக்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு வெயிட்டேஜ்.
எத்திக்ஸ். அதனால அதை முடிச்சேன். அவர் அப்படிதான் சொல்லுவாங்க.
skepticism for example சொல்லிருப்பாரு கார்த்திக் சார். ஆமா ப்ரொஃபஷனல் skepticism மலியிலிஸ்டமா இருக்கு.
என்ன
அவங்க ப்ரொஃபஷனல் skepticism என்ன அப்படின்னு மலியிலிஸ்ட் அந்த எக்ஸாம்பிள்ல சொன்னாங்க. வந்து உங்க அம்மா வந்து மலியிலிஸ்ட் எடுத்தா கரெக்டா கொடுக்குறாங்க, ஆனா நீ வந்து அது கொடுத்த காசுக்கு வந்து நீ டேலி பண்ணாம நீ வந்து உனக்கு சாக்லேட் வாங்கி சாப்பிட்ட. திரும்ப உங்க அம்மா இவ்வளவுதான் ஆக்சுவலி சொல்றாங்க, உங்க அம்மா பண்ணுவாங்க. அதுதான் ப்ரொஃபஷனல் skepticism.
அதெல்லாம் எனக்கு என்னமோ ஆடிட் எப்படி தெரியுமாடா, எனக்கு அந்த இதுதான் தெரியும். டெர்மினாலஜி கூட எப்படி
அது வந்து உங்களுக்கு பாயிண்ட் கொடுக்கும். பேர் இருக்கு
அந்த எஸ்ஐஸ் படிக்கணும். இந்த ஃப்ளோ தெரியுது. என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, எப்படி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க, என்னென்னலாம் அதுக்கு தேவை, என்னென்னலாம் அந்த லாங்குவேஜ்லாம் அந்த இதில் எழுதுறது. பட் இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து 3 இதில் ஆடிட்ல எப்படி 2 சாப்டராக முடிச்சிருக்கீங்க? ஒரு 6-7 சாப்டர் முடிச்சிருக்கியா?
நீங்க ஏற்கனவே படிச்சது எல்லாமே ஓரளவுக்கு தெரியும்.
ரெடி
ஆடிட் ரிப்போர்ட்
ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் கண்டிப்பா வரும். ஏன்
Sir, again we are having marathon.
Yeah, I saw 21st is it? 28th. Yeah, 28th. I saw the video. Last batch he did no year only. Yesterday you gave her anything? Yesterday you gave her anything? Chocolate or something? To Pavitra? You kept your hand like this? You gave a shake hand and all? Did you know? Give shake hand now. Birthday, Visher. Seriously telling. Drink water. Swallow water first. Shall we start? Okay. We are starting with mixed variances, where yesterday we discussed about material, today morning we discussed about labor, variable overhead, fixed overhead. Now, mixture of everything. Before going to mixed variances, first let's revise all the formulas once. Material cost variance is equal to standard cost minus actual cost, that is standard quantity into standard price minus actual quantity into actual price. It could be divided into price variance, usage variance. Price variance is standard price minus actual price into actual quantity, and usage variance is standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. And by the way, standard quantity means standard quantity for actual output. Actual quantity means actual quantity consumed, not actual quantity purchased or produced. And actually I should add in my classes now in a regular class. It's not, so far I used to tell only purchased. I wasn't telling produced. So after yesterday's experience, I have to add it also produced. I mean, standard cost we are doing for input, not for output, all everything. Okay, fine. So your usage variance could be further divided into yield and mix. If only one type of product is there, only yield will be there. If at all two or more is there, more are they mixed. So yield variance is seriously standard quantity minus revised standard quantity into standard price. Mixed is rasam, revised standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. How do you arrive at a rescue? Total of the actual quantity in the standard ratio. Correct? Great. Then we discussed about labor variances. Labor cost variance is equal to standard cost minus actual cost, standard hours into standard rate minus actual hours paid into actual rate. That could be divided into rate variance, idle time variance, efficiency variance. Rate variance is standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours paid. Idle time into standard rate is idle time variance. Idle time is actual hours paid minus actual hours work. And efficiency is standard hours minus actual hours worked into standard rate. However, efficiency could be further divided into yield and mix. Yield is also known as sub-usage. Mix is also known as gang variance. Yield is standard hours minus revised standard hours into standard rate. Mix or gang is revised standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. How do you arrive at revised standard hours? Total of the actual hours worked in the standard ratio. And always remember guys, X number of hours worked and X hours of work completed both are not same. 500 hours work means 500 is actual hours worked. 500 hours of work is done means 500 hours are standard hours for the actual output produced. Is that clear? Then we discussed about overhead variances. Overhead variance is nothing but your under absorption, over absorption. Under absorption is adverse, over absorption is favorable. How do you arrive at under or over absorption? Absorbed overhead you will compare with actual overhead. How do you arrive at absorbed overhead? Standard hours into standard rate or actual output into standard rate. How do you arrive at a standard rate? Budgeted overhead divided by budgeted output or budgeted hours. Correct? Then we discussed overhead could be variable as well as fixed. Variable overhead, cost variance is absorbed overhead minus actual overhead, could be divided into expenditure variance, efficiency variance. Expenditure variance is standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours, whereas efficiency is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Then we discussed about fixed overhead variance, ABA and CAB, C, BV, yes, RBC if you want, yeah, RCB, RBC, whatever. Okay, RBC, fine. So first, your in ABA, ABA, A minus A will give you fixed cost variance. That is absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Correct? Absorbed overhead is standard hour into standard rate or actual output into standard rate. Got it? Then that could be divided into expenditure volume. Expenditure is BO minus O. Correct? That is how much we plan to incur budgeted overhead, how much we actually incurred actual overhead. Volume variance is how much we thought of absorbing, how much we absorbed. That is absorbed overhead minus budgeted overhead. Your volume variance could be divided into 2 or 3 depending upon calendar information is given, calendar information is not given. Let's say calendar information is not given, then it could be divided into 2, efficiency, capacity. Efficiency is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. C, SEA. Whereas your capacity is CAB. That is actual hours minus budgeted hours into standard rate is equal to capacity. Got it? However, if at all the calendar information is given divided into 3, efficiency will remain same, standard minus actual. Whereas capacity would be actual minus revised budgeted. And revised budgeted minus budgeted will give you calendar variance. Based on that, so far we have discussed 30 questions. 20 more questions are there to discuss. We'll quickly discuss. Then we can start with our process costing. Shall we? See there. RTP November 2019. Question number 31. JVG produces a product and operates a standard costing system, and the value of material and finished goods inventory at standard cost. The information related with the product is as follows. Direct material 30 kgs at the rate of 350, direct labor 5 hours at the rate of 80. That means this is per unit they have given. Please be careful. That means they have given standard for standard. Now, you have worked out all these sums? Then what you are searching? Searching. Okay. The actual information for the month just ended is as follows. Just concentrate here. Forget. This is RTP November 2019. She has taken only additional question bank printouts. Yeah, you have taken wrong printout.
JVG Limited.
Correct. 7 crore. The actual information for the month just ended is as follows. The budgeted and actual production for the month of September is 1000 units. Okay. Both budgeted as well as actual. Both are same. 1000 they are telling. Direct material 5000 kg at the beginning of the month. Closing balance is 10,000 kg. Purchased during the month were made at 365. The actual utilization of direct material was 7,200 more than the budgeted quantity. Direct labor 5,300 hours were utilized at the cost of 4,34,600. They're asking you material price variance, usage variance, labor rate variance, efficiency variance. One of the simple question here. Listen. First I will write material related information. Okay. Standard quantity. Guys, per unit how much they are telling? Per unit they are telling 30 kgs are necessary. And during the year we produced 1000 units. That means standard quantity will be 30,000 kgs. Correct? Standard price they are telling rupees 350. Correct? Now actual quantity, listen here guys. Actual quantity they are telling 7,200 more than budgeted. That means actual quantity is 37,200. Actual quantity is 37,200. Is that clear everyone? Hello? Okay. Now, however, as there is a stock detail here, this 37,200 I can divide it into two parts. Similar question we have done yesterday if you remember. Opening stock one. Okay. 37,200. In that 37,200, opening stock was how much? 5,000. That means 5,000 kgs were used out of opening. 32,200 kgs were used out of purchased. 5,000 kgs were used out of opening and 32,200 were used out of, hello?
Yes.
Is this. Opening you can value at a standard price that would be around 350. Whereas 32,200 what we purchased that will be at the rate of 365. So remember standard cost would be 30,000 into 350. How much?
1 crore 5 lakhs.
Sorry?
1 crore 5 lakhs.
1 crore? This is your standard cost. Actual cost would be 5,000 into 350 M plus 32,200 into 365 M plus MRC. 1 crore 35 lakh 3,000. That means around 35 lakh 3,000 would be your adverse variance. If at all you take units purchased into consideration, if at all you take units purchased and if you compare, listen here, you consumed 37,200, yes or no? Opening 5,000 was there, you consumed 37,200, correct? That means total how much you have consumed 37,200, how much you are keeping in closing? 10,000. Hello?
Yes, sir.
That means total you wanted 47,200. In this 47,200, you don't have to buy everything because 5,000 anyhow opening was there.
42,000.
So you would have bought 42,200. Correct? At the rate of 365. How much you would have spent on purchases?
54 lakhs 3,000.
1 crore 54 lakh 3,000. How much was the standard? 1 crore 5 lakh. That means if at all you consider purchase, then your cost variance will be 49 lakh 3,000. Okay. Cost variance they didn't ask, no? Fine. Next, price variance. Price variance is very simple. I bought it at 365. I should have bought it at 350. See, because they are not telling us how the opening stock should be valued. So they are assuming whatever is purchased, that only is considered in total. So actually you should consider consumption. But here they are taking, as you don't know what was the value of opening stock, they are doing it for the purchase quantity. In examination, if they ask, they will completely clearly ask. This is RTP question, no? So in examination, if they ask, they clearly ask material price variance for purchase quantity. If they ask so, you will take the purchase quantity and you will multiply. How much it is? Favorable or adverse? Adverse, madam.
Favorable. I bought it for more.
Standard is 350, actual is 365. Yeah, I have just placed it that way. That's what I am telling from yesterday. Don't rely for adverse or favorable on formula. Rely it on items in it. Done. Next up, usage variance. Usage variance, 37,000, 30,000 is there, right? They are telling 7,200, you are using more. So 7,200 into 350, adverse you will get. Is that clear? Now, labor. Guys, for 1 unit, we need 5 hours of labor. We are producing 1,000 units. That means standard hours required is how much? 5,000 hours. But actual hours are how much? 5,300 hours. Standard rate is how much? 80. Actual rate is how much? 4,34,600 divided by 5,300. If you want, you can take. Otherwise, you can elaborate formula and you can write. Sorry? Rupees 82. Labor rate variance. 80 minus 82 into 5,300. 10,600. Adverse. Next. Labor efficiency variance. 5,000 minus 5,300 into standard rate 80. 300 into 80. Rupees 24,000. Again adverse because you have taken more time than required. Simple question. But yeah, material they should have clearly mentioned. Go for purchased. Okay. Price variance for purchase they should have asked. Shall we proceed? This is nice question. Study material question. 32nd. The overhead expense budgeted for a factory producing a capacity of 200 units per month is as follows. Fixed cost per unit is coming to 3,000. That means budgeted is how much, guys? For 200 units, we thought fixed cost is gonna be 3,000. That means budgeted fixed overhead will be how much? 6 lakh, right? Hello. Variable 1,500 they are telling. So for 200 it will be how much? Budgeted variable overhead. 3 lakhs, huh? Is that clear? Next, the factory actually produced only 100 units in a particular month. That means fixed overhead recovery rate is 3000. Please keep in mind. Detail of the overhead actually incurred have been provided by the accounts department. They have given here how much is our total overhead, actual overhead. 11 lakh 50,000. If you know, I have already told you, variable will be absorbed on actual basis. Variable overhead will be absorbed on, if the overhead is divided on variability, fixed overhead recovery rate is computed on budgeted, whereas or normal capacity, whereas variable overhead would be computed on actual capacity. That means here we should assume, as there is no other information given, 1500 only will be the actual rate of overhead, variable overhead also. Variable overhead actual rate is also 1500, as there is no other information given. So for 100 units, how much will be my variable overhead? 100 into 1500. 1,50,000. That means in this 11,50,000, 1,50,000 is what? Variable. That means remaining 9 lakh is what?
Remaining 10 lakh.
Sorry, 10 lakh is what? Fixed overhead. Got it? First, what they are asking, calculate the variable overhead volume variance. What is the formula for volume variance? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Now, absorbed overhead, that is absorption rate is 3000. Units produced are 100. 3000 into 100. Sorry? Oh yeah, budgeted overhead, sorry. How much is absorbed overhead? 3000 is your recovery rate based on the budgeted data. Yes or no? So 3000 into 100. 3 lakh. Budgeted overhead we have already taken. 6 lakh. So around rupees 3 lakh adverse. 3 lakh adverse. Is that clear? Next, variable, overhead expenditure variance. That is nothing but how much I have budgeted minus how much I have actually incurred. How much I have budgeted? 6 lakh. How much I have actually incurred? 10 lakh. Because variable I am treating actual and budget both are same per unit, because variable will change with the units produced. So rupees 4 lakh adverse. Got it? 4 lakh adverse, 3 lakh adverse. Variable I am just segregating and taking, that's it. Because variable, if the question is silent, always remember actual and budgeted will be same per unit, per unit. Hope you guys understood. Shall we proceed?
Yes.
33. Should we do it? Similar question we have done, but variable is also there. Chalo, we'll see quickly. The following information was obtained from a record of manufacturing unit using standard costing system. Production 4,000, 3,800. Working days 20, 21. That means calendar variance will be there. Please keep in mind. Machine hours are 8,000 and 7,800. 8,000 is your budgeted hours. 4,000 is your budgeted output. So may I know the standard hours per unit, please? 8,000 hours we planned for 4,000 units. That means we planned that 2 hours per unit. We planned 2 hours per unit. Is that clear?
Yes. Sir.
Hello.
Yes. Sir.
Okay. Then, during the period, what happened? Fixed overhead is 4 lakh, right? So, may I know the standard rate, please, for fixed overhead? I'm talking about fixed overhead alone. Standard rate, please. 4 lakh divided by budgeted hours are 8,000 rupees 50 per hour. Rupees 50 per hour. Is that clear? Okay. Budgeted overhead is how much? Budgeted fixed overhead is 4 lakh. Budgeted variable overhead is 1,20,000. Here, this is your actual hours. And this is your actual fixed overhead. This is your actual variable overhead. By the way, how much is your standard hours? How many units you produced? 3,800 units. And we determined that each and every unit would take 2 hours. Sorry?
7,600.
So standard hours are 7,600. Standard hours are 7,600. Is that clear, everyone? By the way, variable standard rate will be how much? Rupees 1,20,000 is what we estimated, and budgeted hours we estimated was 8,000. That means rupees 15 per hour. Variable overhead recovery we planned is rupees 15 per hour. Is that clear? Now, shall we start with variable overhead variances? Yes. Variable overhead variances. First, let's go for cost variance. Guys, cost variance, may I know the formula? Absorbed minus actual. Now, absorbed will be how much? Absorbed will be standard hours for actual output. 7,600 into standard rate. Variable overhead standard rate 15. Clear? Hello?
Yes.
Minus actual overhead. Actual overhead is coming to 3,90,000. So how much you have absorbed, guys? Sorry, 1,20,000. 1,20,000. My bad. How much?
So 6,000.
Madam, you multiplied with 10. Rate is 15. 6,000 adverse. 15, no? Recovery rate. Rupees 6,000 adverse. Shall we proceed? Okay. Next, what they are asking, expenditure variance. What is the formula? Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Can I write it as standard rate into actual hours minus actual rate into actual hours? Standard rate is 15. Actual hours are 7,800 minus rupees 1,20,000. That is actual rate into actual hours, which is adverse or favorable? Sorry? Adverse. Okay. Next one is efficiency variance. Formula is standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. So Standard hours would come to 7,600 minus actual hours 7,800 into standard rate 15 rupees 3,000 adverse. Variable overhead variances are done. Now if you guys are ready, we can go for fixed overhead variances.
Yes.
Shall we? And here remember 6 will be there, not 5. Reason being the days are changing. Calendar variance is there. Okay. So quickly can you tell me the revised budgeted hours once? How much is budgeted hours? 8,000. For how many budgeted days? 20. But actually we are working for 21. Good news or bad news? Good news. 8,400. Revised budget hours is 8,400 because fixed no. Fixed means if you work more, it's good only. We'll be able to recover more. First, fixed overhead variances. Let's find out cost variance. What is the formula? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead will be standard hours for actual output 7,600 into standard rate rupees 50 per hour. Correct? Minus actual overhead would come to 3,90,000 rupees. Adverse favorable. Rupees 10,000 adverse. Is that clear, everyone? Next is expenditure variance. Very simple. Budgeted overhead minus actual overhead. Budgeted overhead is 4 lakh. Actual overhead is 3,90,000. That means you are saving rupees 10,000 than what we planned. Favorable. So can anyone tell me how much will be your volume variance if this is the case? Good. 20,000 adverse. Don't tell 0. One is adverse, one is favorable. Next is your volume variance. Volume variance is absorbed overhead minus budgeted overhead. How much is absorbed overhead, guys? 3,80,000. 7,600 into 50 minus budgeted overhead is 4 lakh. Sorry. Budgeted overhead is 4 lakhs. That means rupees 20,000 adverse. You are not able to recover how much you have planned to recover. Is that clear? Now, volume variance could be divided into efficiency, capacity, calendar. Efficiency would be standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Standard hours would be 7,600 minus actual hours are 7,800 into standard rate is rupees 50. 200 into 50. Adverse or favorable? Adverse. Because you have consumed more than standard. Okay. Next is capacity. Capacity would be comparing actual hours with the revised budgeted hours. Now, actual hours are 7,800, whereas revised budgeted hours are 8,400 into rupees 50. Again, adverse only. How much? 30,000 adverse. Why adverse, sir? You are not able to utilize the availability. You are utilizing less than available first place. Correct? Next, calendar. Calendar is how much is my new plan minus how much was my old plan. So my new plan is 8,400. My old plan was 8,000. 20,000 favorable. Just check things are matching or not. 20,000, 40,000, 20,000. Correct. Matching. Anyone, any doubt in these variances, please let me know. Variable as well as fixed. So whenever mixed is there, you have to just segregate those two. First solve one, then solve the other one. Simple. You don't have to worry much. Got it? We'll proceed. Okay.
Yesterday I asked you to share the material.
Which material? This is there, no? You just go to any video. There will be drive link.
In the live video.
Any video you go in that live section. I mean costing only. Reduce the volume. Now you go to description. Event.
The starting itself it will be there.
There's some notes, something have they told? Get here. She opened marathon. Which was done 3 months before. Makes sense. See, here download notes is there, no? Here, there were the chapters done so far. Those videos, those are there. Other things will get added once the chapter. What is it? What is it, madam? Tell. Me. Up.
It's fixed. About 4 lakhs divided by
4,000 is your mistake. That is standard hours per unit. So if you take it on output basis, you will get on that. That is variable. Expenditure variance will be correct only because we are not using the rate. Cost also will be correct. I think you have multiplied actual output into standard rate. You have multiplied standard rate, how much you have taken? That is variable. Niveda, what you have done? Till yesterday she was proper. Now you understood why I asked you in the beginning?
not because of
No, you understood now?
Yeah, sir. Perhaps everything. Every standard.
Happens. That's fair. Do the mistake how much ever you want. Now, in examination, don't do it. That's it. Tanya. Tanya, you should do. Correct. But you mixed it up.
So you are learning
What do you want to teach? What do you want me to teach? ತೆರೆಯೋದು is ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Any word is ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಪದ. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ is don't know. ಸಾಪ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಲ is ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಆಯ್ತು is ಸಪ್.
He's explaining in Tamil.
Yeah, you should appreciate that. No, I'm not traveling to Tamil Nadu so many times. These days I'm staying in Tamil Nadu. That is the thing. I'm traveling to my hometown once in a while. Don't know. Aitu means yeah, correct. Agilla is no. Saptilla. Sapala. Sapdala. Sapdala is Agilla. Sapdingla. Enna sapte. Huh? Enna sapte. Is what you had, no? Why she is giving me that blank reaction as if she didn't understand what I asked? You are recalling what you had. You should say hostel food. Everything will be same only. Color will be different. Taste will be same, no? Your hostel food is good.
color different, but not good.
Not good. That's what I color different. Food will be same only taste. You should use, in our hostel we used to use Maggi magic masala. It will be nice only. What a taste it will. You should use to everything. Lucky person.
But we are paying so much, sir.
How much you are paying?
That was in Bangalore.
How much you are paying? Good only. Good deal.
Everything.
Washing machine.
Everything.
EB separate bill only I saw here in Tamil Nadu. In Bangalore and all there is nothing called separate EB and all. I mean their AC won't be there first place. That's the thing. So AC is the main culprit here.
In Chennai, most of the
In Chennai without AC PGs won't get full at all. Like, I mean vacancy will be there. See this. Similar question, ditto question, but the only thing is there they have given hours information, here they haven't given hours information. Days information. So if you remember earlier we did one days information based question. But in that variable wasn't there. Here variable is there. Okay. Shall we see? First, variable overhead variance they are asking. What will be the formula? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Now, how to arrive at absorbed overhead? Standard R's are not there here. So, actual output into standard rate. Guys, variable overhead budgeted is 14,400. Budgeted output is 4,800. So, how much is the variable overhead standard rate? 14,400 divided by 4,800. 3 per unit. So, rupees 3 into actual output is 4560. This your absorbed minus actual is 14,400. Rupees 720 adverse. You absorbed less, huh? Okay. We'll proceed.
Yes.
Next, fixed overhead variances they are asking. Same formula. Absorbed minus actual. But absorbed will be how much, guys? Absorption rate is how much? 48,000 is your budgeted overhead divided by budgeted output is 4,800, which is rupees 10 per unit. Which is rupees 10 per unit. So now my absorbed overhead will be 4560 into 10. 45,600 minus actual overhead is 46,800. That means rupees 1,200 adverse. Got it? My fixed overhead expenditure variance is BO minus O. BO is what? 48,000. Correct? Actual is how much? 46,800. That means 1,200 adverse. Favorable. Because we spent less. Fixed overhead volume variance they are asking. Volume variance is absorbed minus budgeted. Correct? No. Absorbed is how much, guys? 45,600. Budgeted is how much? 48,000. That means rupees 2,400 adverse. Because you under absorbed. Is that clear? Paka? That is your volume variance, right? Calendar variance they are asking. What will be the formula? Revised budgeted output minus budgeted output into standard rate. Revised budgeted output will be 4,800 we planned for 25 days. For 27 days, question mark. 5,184. So 5,184 minus budgeted output is 4,800 into standard rate is rupees 10. 3,840 favorable because we are planning to produce more. Simple question. Yes or no? Matching? When you have done it? When? In class we have done it. Yeah, marginal and standard, I think almost all the questions we have done in regular class also. Full. In regular only. Not Sundays and all. We'll proceed. Look at this 35th question. Again, study material question only. Concentrate. The following standards have been set to manufacture a product. There are 3 types of material. So 2 units, 3 units, 15 units are required per unit at the rate of 4 rupees, 3 rupees, 1 rupees. Direct labor is 3 hours of 8 rupees. Okay. The company manufactured and sold 6,000 units. So guys, may I know the standard quantity, please? For 1 unit, you need 2 units of A. For 6,000 units, you need 12,000 units of A. Correct? For 1 unit, you need 3 units of B. For 6,000, you need 18,000. For 1 unit, you need 15 units. For 6,000 units, you need. Got it? And the standard rates are rupees 8, rupees 9, rupees 15. Standard price. Oh, sorry, 4, right? My bad. 431 now. Rupees 4, rupees 3, rupees 1. Got it? Now, actual quantities they have given here. 12,500, 18,000, 88,500. Actual prices they have given here. Now, standard hours required is how much, guys? 3 hours per unit. For 6,000 units, 18,000 hours. Standard rate they only told rupees 8 per. Company worked 17,500 labor hours during the period. Actual hours are 17,500. However, for 2,500 of these hours, so that actual hours I will divide into two. 2,500 and 15,000. For 2,500, actual rate is 12 rupees. And for 15,000, actual rates are same as standard rate, rupees 8. Now they're asking few questions. Don't you think you can easily find out? All the required information is there. Standard quantity is there, standard price is there, actual quantity is there, actual price is there. For material, everything it is 3 lines. But for labor, actual may it is divided into 2, but standard it is just 1. So rate variance, of course, 2 lines will come. Efficiency variance will be only 1 line. Understood? We can proceed. Look at this 36th question. Not much special. RTP May 2018 they have asked. RTP May 2019 they have asked. RTP May 2020 they have asked. RTP May 2023 they have asked.
They have not yet asked and we were
No. I mean, nonsense question it is.
18, 19, 20, 23.
Nice question, but nonsense question. I mean, nothing special in this question. Rather than giving it as 2 different questions, they have given it as 1 question. Nothing else. See, we'll only get to know. ABC Limited has prepared the following estimate for the month of April. Material A, material B. So it is an estimation. That means it's a budgeted. Okay. Skilled labor, unskilled labor. So they are telling that you need 2 type of material, you need 2 type of labor. Normal loss was expected to be 10% of the input of material and idle time is 5%. That means try to understand how much you are giving input. 1,400. 800 plus 600. 1,400. Of this 1,400, 5% will go as loss itself. Sorry, 10% will go as loss. 1,260. Listen. Now don't tell this as standard. No. That is, to get the output of 1,260, you need to give input of A, 800. For actual question mark. Second, to get the output of 1,260, you need to give the input of 600. For actual question mark. That we'll do later. Now is that clear here? You understood the meaning of this? I don't know how much units are produced yet. I mean, you read one line, I am still like. I just decoded this much. If you allow me, I will read 2 more lines and I will read. So, at the end of the month, following information have been collected from cost accounting department. Company has produced 1,480. So, 1,480 is your actual production. For 1,260 you need 800. For 1,480 how much you need? 705. Is that clear? So material A, material B, standard quantity, standard price, actual quantity, actual price, revised standard quantity. Standard quantities are 940,705. Hope you guys understood. Don't fall for that 800 and 600 as SQ, because that is not to produce what we produce, that is just to produce 1260. Please keep in mind. Now, rates are 45 and 30. Correct? Now talking about labor, we have two type of labor: skilled, unskilled. Standard hours, standard rate, actual hours paid, idle time, actual hours worked, actual rate, revised standard hours. Okay. Now what they are telling, to produce 1260 units, to produce 1260 units, how many hours of labor you need? Skilled 1000. You are producing 1480. You guys are able to understand? To produce 1260 units, labor are required is 1000. Now you are producing 1480. How many hours of labor you need? Thousand 175. Next, to produce 1260, we need 800 hours. Correct? Now we are actually producing 1480. How many hours of labor do we need? 940. Standard rates are 37.5 and 22. Okay. Next, actual quantity are 900 and 650. 900, 650. Actual prices are 43, 32.5. How much is total AQ? 1550. 1550 to be divided in the ratio of 4:3. 4:3. 886, 664. No, 4:3, no? 1550 divided by 7 into 4. We'll proceed. Now, actual hours paid are 1200, 860. 1200, 860. Actual rates are 35.5, 23. Idle time they are telling 5%. 60, 43. 1140, 817. 103. I mean 103 is not required because there are different standard rates. You can't total and write. Revised standard hours are total of actual hours worked 1957. 1957 in what ratio? 5:4. 1087. Is that clear? Now, as you have the table, you can solve anything. Hope doing this table is clear. Everyone. That output of 1260 you understood, no? When you are giving 1400 input, you are expecting output of 1260. So to produce 1260, labor incurred is this much. For labor, again, don't keep searching what is budgeted output. Same only. Material what you give, labor also will be relating to that only. Okay. How much is 1400 into 0.9? 1000? Okay. 75940. How much is 1175 minus 5%?
1116.25.
See here, actually they are reducing that idle time from here also. From required also. But I am not going to reduce because I am assuming this 1800 is there, no? That only is the standard hours. That means this only after adjustment of your idle time. That means standard hours what we should take is after adjustment of idle time, normal idle time. That means standard hours should include normal idle time. But they are reducing here 5%. You don't have to reduce. Okay? They are reducing and taking here. You don't have to reduce. You do as per these calculations. Okay? Okay. Here while calculating you can see they are taking only 95% of this. That means they are taking 950 is required. Actually not 950 is required. Normal idle time should be there. That only standard hours. Right? Standard hours means inclusive of normal idle time. Is that clear everyone? Shall we go to the next question? Which is the study material question number 37. The following information is available from the cost records of N & Co for the month of March 2021. Material purchased 20,000 at the rate of 88,000. That means per kg how much we would have spent? 4.4 per unit. Correct now? Material consumed is 19,000. That means for variance calculation, should I take 19,000? Should I take 22,000? Sorry, 20,000. I should take 19,000, not 20,000. If at all they particularly ask variances for the purchase quantity, then only for 20,000. Actual wages paid is for 4950, 24,750. And next one is not actual wages paid. This should be what? 1,800. Actual output. Actual output is 1,800. This should be there in your study material. Practical problem. Practical problem, is it? What is it? Actual output? Is it 1,800?
That is what you have asked us.
Hmm.
In my thing, you unit produced, but I have written it as actual.
Standard rates and pieces are direct material 4 per unit. Standard output 10 number for 1 unit. What do you mean by that? They are telling for 1 hour you should produce 10 units. 10 number for 1 unit. That means 1 unit of standard you should take 10 numbers. I will tell that. Direct labor is for 1 unit of output, you need to give input of 10 units. 10 units. Sorry, not hours. 10 units.
10 numbers. When you put 10 numbers of input,
You should get 1 output. Standard requirement is 2.5 hours per unit. Okay. You are required to calculate the relevant material, labor and labor variances. See, first for material, you need what? Actual quantity. Actual quantity how they given? They are telling you consumed 19,000 units. Actual prices rupees 4.4. Got it? Next, standard quantity. Listen what they are telling. To get 1 output, you have to give 10 input. To get 1 output, you need to give 10 input. How much output you are getting?
1,800.
How much input you should have given?
18,000.
Is that clear? Is that clear? Next, actually they should have given it a standard input, but leave. Can't help. Next up, standard rate, standard price. Sorry, standard price would be rupees 4 per unit. Okay, I think now material wise whatever is required everything is there. Now labor wise, actual hours how much they are telling? 4,950. Actual rate, we spent 24,750 on 4,950 per hour. 24,750 divided by 4,950. Sorry? 5. Actual rate is rupees 5. Next, standard hours. They are telling for 1 unit 2.5 hours. How many units we produced? 1,800. So for 1,800 it is 2.5 hours. 4,500 hours. Is that clear? Standard hours. Okay. Standard rate. Standard rate would be rupees 4 per hour. Correct, no? Rupees 4 per hour. Now don't you think you can solve all the 4? Material 3, labor 3. Can't you solve? Yeah. Not 3 lines for each and everything. Only forms. No doubt. We'll proceed. Look at this 38th. Again, study material question only. XYZ company has established the following standards for factory overhead. Variable overhead per unit 10. Fixed overhead per month is 1 lakh, whereas capacity is 20,000 units per month. That means how much is the standard rate of fixed overhead? Rupees 5 per unit. Correct?
Yes.
The actual data. Actual overhead incurred, they are telling 3 lakh. But they didn't tell whether it's variable or fixed. That means it is both variable as well as fixed. Actual output is 15,000. In this scenario, I already told you. What is it? Where variable they don't give two budgeted and actual separately, we assume budgeted rate itself is
Really.
actual rate. That means out of actual output, 10 rupees will be, which is 1,50,000. This is your variable overhead. This is your variable overhead. Got it? Your actual overhead is how much? 3 lakh. In that 1,50,000 is variable. So fixed overhead is how much? 1,50,000. Okay. First, production volume variance they are asking. What will be the formula? Absorbed overhead minus budgeted overhead. Absorbed overhead will be actual output into standard rate minus budgeted overhead is 1 lakh. So how much is absorbed overhead? 75,000. Budgeted overhead 1 lakh. That means 25,000 adverse. Expense variance, that is your budgeted overhead, rupees 1 lakh minus actual overhead 1,50,000, which is gonna be 50,000 adverse. Simple. Whenever they give fixed and variable like this, and variable if they don't tell actual rates, then budgeted rate itself is considered as actual rates. Is that clear?
Sir, for volume variance,
I not only for volumes, for both.
Volume is not there in variable. Expenditure, when you know that standard rate and actual rate is same, there won't be any expenditure variance in variable.
no variance in variable, no volume in variable.
Where is that? We have expenditure efficiency.
So by seeing the question more, we thought like they have not mentioned variable or fixed.
So we assumed it as fixed. We'll proceed?
Yes, sir.
Oh. I think this one now I am not going to solve. You can try solving it. Ditto, everything is there. Budgeted hour, actual rate, actual hours, all those things. Question number 40. RTP November 2021, May 2026. Also study material question. It's there in study material. Shall we proceed? Direct material 0.5 meter at the rate of 60 per meter. Labor 1 hour at the rate of 20 per hour. Variable overhead 1 hour at the rate of rupees 10. All these are per unit. Correct? During the month of August, 10,000 units of star mask was manufactured. Direct material 5,700 meters at the rate of 58. Labor hours we don't know how much, at the rate we don't know, but total we know. Variable hours we don't know, at the rate we don't know, but total we know. Actually labor hours, if we get the total hours, then variable also will be absorbed on that basis only, no. Variable overhead efficiency variance is 2000 adverse. Variable overhead is based on direct labor hours. You are required to calculate the missing figures. Tell me one thing. Labor hour 1 hour per unit. Yes. So standard hours for actual output will be how much? Actual output is 10,000 hours. Per unit it is 1. So for 10,000 units it is 10,000. Is that clear? Okay. They told overhead efficiency variance. May I know the formula? Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate, that is equal to, they are telling minus 2000, because actual is more, they are telling adverse means. Correct? I don't know the standard hours. Oh, I know the standard hours. 10,000. I don't know the actual hours. I know the standard rate. Rupees 10 per hour. Variable recovery rate is rupees 10 per hour. That is equal to minus 2000. 10,000 minus actual hours is equal to minus 200. Actual hours is equal to 10,200 hours. Actual hours is equal to 10,200. So here I will write 10,200. 10,200, because actual hours same, no, into should give me 1,12,200. How much per hour? 1,12,200 divided by 10,200. Rupees 11. Here rupees 22. Yes. Now guys, standard quantity of material 0.5 meter per mask. For 10,000 it is 5,000 meters. Standard price rupees 60. Actual quantity 5,700 meters. Actual price rupees 58. Using this you can find out material variances. Labor standard hours 10,000. Standard rate 20. Actual hours 10,200. Actual rate 22. Using this you can find out labor variances. Variable overhead standard hours 10,000. Standard rate 10. Actual hours 10,200. Actual rate 11. Using this you can find out labor variance, sorry, variable overhead variances. Simple. All the variance also will be solved. Hope it's clear. We can proceed, I think. Look at this 41st question. They are asking you variable variances, fixed overhead variances, as well as they are asking you control ratios, capacity, efficiency, activity. See that. First year paper, Jan 2021 for 10 marks. Premier Industries has a small factory where 52 workers are employed on an average for 25 days a month, and they work 8 hours per day. The normal downtime is 15% idle time. The firm has introduced standard costing for cost control. Its monthly budget for November 2020 shows that budgeted variable and fixed overhead are 1,06,080, 2,21,000. Okay. Now, the firm reports the following details of actual performance for the November 2020 after the end of the month. Actual hours worked is 8,100. Actual production expressed in standard hours are 8,800. Actual variable overhead is 1,02,000. Actual fixed overhead is 2 lakh. Go through the question.
Normal downtime means
Idle times. Normal idle time. Shall we start now? Listen. We have how many workers? 52 workers. And we are asking them to work for how many hours? How many hours a day? 8 hours a day. For how many days in a month? 25 days. 10,400 hours. But this is the maximum hours available. But we are never asking them to work for 10,400 because we know that whatever the hours available, in that 15% will be lost as a normal loss. 1,560 hours. That means how much we are asking them to work. So this is what we planned, budgeted. This is your budgeted hours. Is that clear? Budgeted hours clear? Great. Next, it's the monthly budget of November shows that budgeted variable overhead is 1,06,080. So let me do one side variable, one side fixed. Okay. But anyhow, budgeted hours and all won't change, right? Variable, fixed. Budgeted hours are how much? 8840. 8840. Budgeted overhead. Variable budgeted overhead they are telling 1,06,080. Fixed budgeted overhead they are telling rupees 2,21,000. 1000. Okay. Using that I can find out standard rate per hour. May I know? First one rupees 12. For fixed it is 25. Is that clear? Okay. Next, what information they told? Actual hours worked are 8,100. Actual production expressed in standard hours are 8,800. That means standard hours are 8,800. Actual hours worked are 8,100. So for both, actual hours will be same only. Standard hours are 8,800 hours. Okay. Next, what they asked? Oh, sorry, what information they have given? Actual overhead variable 1,02,000. Actual fixed overhead rupees 2 lakhs. All the information they only have given. You don't have to compute anything then. Is this clear, everyone? Great. Then now all we have to do is we have to find out few things what they are asking us to find out. Shall we? First one, what they are asking: variable overhead expenditure variance. That is standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Variable standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Can I write it into standard rate into actual hours minus actual rate into actual hours? Can I? Now my standard rate is how much? 12 rupees. Correct? Into actual hours are how much? 8,100. Minus my actual overhead is how much? 1,02,000. May I know how much it is?
Advance.
4,800 adverse. Anyone any doubt in this variable question? Hello?
No, sir.
Akka. Oh. Next. Variable overhead efficiency variance. Efficiency variance is much more simple. Standard hours 8,800 minus actual hours 8,100. Yes or no? Into standard rate rupees 12. 700 into 12 is, sorry, 8,400 favorable because you are working fast. Is that clear? Next, fixed overhead budget variance. Fixed overhead budget variance, let it be, I will tell. Fixed overhead capacity variance. What is fixed overhead capacity variance, guys? Budget variance means how much you planned minus how much you incurred. Budget. That means what is it? Actual hours. Fixed overhead budget. Budget means what you planned and what you incurred. What is that? Expenditure, no.
Okay.
What you planned is actual overhead. Sorry, budgeted overhead. What you incurred is actual overhead. So budget overhead, if you want to write, how much is your actual overhead? Sorry, budgeted overhead. 2,21,000. Hello. Actual overhead is 2 lakhs. That means 21,000 favorable. 21,000 is favorable. Is that clear, everyone? Okay. Next, what they ask? Capacity. Capacity is what? Actual hours minus budgeted hours. Actual hours are how much? 8,100. Budgeted hours are how much? 8,840 into standard rate is how much? 25. 18,500 adverse because your budgeted is more than what you are utilizing. Is that clear? Next, efficiency they are asking. Standard hours 8,800 minus actual hours 8,100 into standard rate 25. Is that clear? Simple. Next, ratios they are asking. Capacity, let it be. May I know the efficiency ratio formula? Standard hours by actual hours into 100. Standard hours are how much? 8,800. Actual hours 8,100 into 100. That means earlier whatever you have wrote in amount, now I am writing it in terms of percentages. Capacity ratio. Capacity ratio is what? What is the capacity variance formula? Actual by actual minus budgeted. That is out of the budgeted, how much we actually utilize. That only it is. That is actual hours by budgeted hours into 100. How much is actual hours? 8,100. Budgeted hours 8,840 into 100. 91.63 percentage. Is that clear? Next is your activity ratio. Activity ratio is nothing but your capacity by efficiency. The other day we discussed, if you remember. Or in simple, activity ignoring your efficiency. That means how many hours we have given to you? Budgeted hours. How many hours of work you should have completed? Standard hours. Is that clear? How many hours we have allowed you? How many hours we allowed you? 8,840. How many hours of work you have completed? 8,800. That means your activity is 90. That means whatever we expected of that 99.5% of activity we have done. You might have worked more, work less, doesn't matter. How many percentage of the work allotted is done? Is that clear, everyone? Simple 10 marks question. For you, no, sir, everything is simple. We are writing exam, no. For you, one paper. For us, how many papers? 3 papers. Only think so much. Don't curse and all. For the second question, which is PYP December 2021 for 10 marks they have asked. In fact, this is your case scenario question in the study material also. Question number 42. Question number 42. See there. In a manufacturing company, the standard unit of production for the year is fixed at 1,20,000 units and overhead expenditure estimated is as follows. That means it is budgeted. Fixed is 12 lakh, variable is 6 lakh, semi-variable 60% is in the nature of fixed, other 40% is in the nature of variable. So just divide it. If you remember yesterday I told you. 1,80,000 into 60%?
1,80,000.
1,08,000 and 40%? 72,000. That means your budgeted fixed overhead is rupees 12 lakhs plus portion of semi-variable 1,08,000. Total would come to rupees 13,08,000. Total would come to rupees 13,08,000. Is that clear? Variable, guys. 6 lakh is variable only and portion of semi-variable would be 72,000, which means 6,72,000. Is that clear? Next. Actual production during the month of April 2021 was 8,000 units. Each month has 20 working days. During the month, there was one public holiday. That means 19 days we are working. Calendar ratio will be there. Please keep in mind, not calendar ratio, calendar variance. Calendar ratio means what we will do? How many hours we are available to work? 19 days divided by budgeted days, 20. Second day we discussed, no? Gone already. Oh, you don't remember that we discussed also. Awesome. Huh?
Oh, budget.
Wow. Niveda,
Sir. Just please try.
in examination, let it strike. Fixed overhead 1,10,000. Semi-variable 19,200. Again 60% fixed, 40% variable.
11,520, fixed is 7,680.
So your actual overhead 1,10,000 plus 11,520 and variable 48,000 plus 7,680, 55,680. Okay. You are required to calculate the following variances. Cost variance, variable overhead cost variance, that is overall, right? Overall, fixed overhead cost variance, variable overhead cost variance, fixed overhead volume variance, fixed overhead expenditure variance, and calendar variance. Shall we start one by one? Overhead variances we'll write later, after finding out fixed overhead and variable overhead. First, fixed overhead cost variance. What will be the formula? Absorbed overhead, that is standard rate into actual output minus actual overhead. Correct? Now I want to know the standard rate. How much is my budgeted overhead?
Budgeted. Fixed. 12 lakh. 13,08,000.
13,08,000. Budgeted output 1,20,000. 10.9 per unit. Correct? So my fixed overhead standard rate is 10.9 per unit into actual output 8,000.
1,000 per month.
Yeah. That won't be applicable here. I mean, not necessary here. I mean,
Okay, because we are taking it.
yeah. 10.9 per unit into 8,000 minus actual overhead. Actual overhead they are telling 121,520. $34,320 adverse. Anyone, any doubt here? No doubt. So that we can proceed then. Next, what they are asking? Variable overhead, cost variance. Same formula. Standard rate into actual output minus actual overhead. Standard rate will be how much, guys? How much is budgeted overhead? 6,72,000 divided by 1,20,000. Rupees 5.6 per unit. Correct? So 5.6 into 8,000 minus actual overhead is 55,680.
10,880.
Rupees 10,880 adverse. We recovered less. Correct now? May I know the total of these two? So my overhead cost variance is 45,200 advance. Got it? Next, fixed overhead volume variance. Volume variance is absorbed overhead minus actual overhead.
Sir, budgeted.
Sorry, absorbed overhead minus budgeted overhead.
For both actual overhead is 1,10,000 and 48,000. Okay, sir.
What did I say? I'm just trying to recall what Sadhguru told. I mean, to keep my patience up. Like, I'm just counting numbers backward, like from 100. Don't worry. Now, absorbed overhead is how much, guys? 10.9 into 8,000.
87,200.
87,200 minus budgeted overhead is how much? Listen here very carefully. Don't write 13,08,000 because this is for the year. This is for the April month. That means your budgeted overhead you can't directly compare. You should take monthly data. 13,08,000 is for a year. Per month, how much it is?
1,09,000.
Okay.
21,800. That was
21,800 adverse. Is that clear? Clear or no, guys? Next, expenditure variance, that is budgeted overhead minus actual overhead. Again, budgeted overhead is 13,08,000 divided by 12. Minus 1,21,520 actual overhead.
12,520.
Rupees 12,520 adverse. Got it? Next is your calendar variance. What is the formula for calendar variance? Revised budgeted output minus budgeted output into standard rate. Got it? Now, revised budgeted output. Guys, budgeted output was how much? 1,20,000 per annum. That means per month 10,000. Correct now? 10,000 we planned when we planned for 20 days, but now we are working only for 19 days. 9,500. Correct? 9,500. Budgeted was 10,000. Standard rate rupees 10.9 per unit. Correct now? Which is
5,450.
what? Good. 5,450 adverse, because as per your old plan you thought of producing 10,000 units. Now as per your new plan you thought of producing 9,500 units. Anyone any doubt in this? Simple question, study material question, as there is it is there as a case scenario. Yeah, because we need to take for a monthly. I mean, when you get that extremely different answers, brain should process something is there, because everything you will get in thousands and that one automatically it will go to lakhs, right? Anyone? Sorry? 10,000, no? Revised budgeted output.
8,000 by 20 into 90.
What you are asking? Revised budgeted. 10,000 is per month.
For 29. But that is budget.
Yeah.
Into 19. Actually, it's 8,000.
Ah.
You have to take 8,000.
Revised budgeted output is how much we planned, 10,000, that for 20 days, now for 19 days. Why? Since how many questions we have solved of RBU? We never took it on actual. Only material and labor, revised standard hours, we are taking that. Not for revised budgeted. Here name says revised budgeted. So you are revising the budget altogether. So take the budgeted output.
Maybe the
No, now I am counting from 30. From today morning her brain is not braining. Is it? That's okay. Today you go and practice once again. You will be able to. Just go and practice it once again. Okay? So many numbers. Oh my god. Extreme. Worst. What ICA is doing. No, that won't happen in exam. Don't worry. In exam you will write properly. No? I mean, you should write. No, hopefully and all. One more crazy, extremely nice question. Question number 43. Shall we start? NC Limited uses a standard costing system for manufacturing of its product X. The following information is available for the last week of the month. 25,000 kg of raw material were actually purchased for 3,12,500. The expected output is 8 units of product X from each 1 kg of raw material. That means they are telling standard for standard. That means standard they are telling to produce 8 units, you need to give input of 1 kg. Next, there is no opening and closing inventory. That means they are telling whatever you purchased, everything is consumed. Actual quantity is 25,000 kgs. Actual quantity is 25,000 kgs. Next, the material price variance and cost variance as per the cost records are 12,500 and 1,800 adverse. So material price variance, how much they are telling? 12,500 favorable. And material cost variance, how much they are telling?
1,800.
Adverse.
So how come actual quantity is 25,000? It is given
25,000
it's
kg.
purchased, right? There is no opening.
40, 39, 38, 37, 36. Material cost variance is 1,800 adverse. Now, may I know the material usage variance how much? $14,300 favorable. You know, wait.
10,000.
10,000. No, 14,300 adverse. How much is 14,300 minus 12,500? 1,800, no? Your usage plus price is equal to cost. Usage plus price is equal to cost. Please keep in mind. Is that clear? Now, guys, price variance they are telling how much? 12,500. May I know the formula for the price variance, please? Standard price minus actual price into actual quantity. How much they are telling, by the way? 12,500 positive they are telling. Because standard price is more. By any chance, do you know the standard price per kg? Yes, sir. No, we don't know. But standard price we don't know, but actual price we know. How much? 3,12,500 divided by 25,000. 12.5 into actual quantity is 25,000. That is equal to 12,500. Is that clear? Standard price minus 12.5 is equal to 0.5.
Standard price equal to 13.
Correct. Standard price is equal to 30. Got it? Everyone? Pakka?
First question is
No. First question.
standard price. Calculate the standard price.
Oh, they're asking it. That we'll see later. First, we'll try to get the data out of it. Whatever is possible, we'll try to get it. Next, they told cost variance is 1,800. Hello. How do you arrive at a cost variance, guys? Standard quantity into standard price minus actual quantity into actual price. They are telling this is minus 1,800. That means they are telling your actual is 1,800 more than standard. Your actual is 1,800 more than standard. Now, do you know the standard quantity? You don't know. Do you know the standard price? 13 minus. Do you know the actual quantity into actual price? How much? 3,12,500. Actual cost is equal to minus 1,800. Standard quantity into 13 is equal to 3,000, 10,000, 300 or 700. 700. You guys understood this?
Yes.
That side minus is there. This plus will go. 23,000. They started telling after 3 seconds, you started. But still they completed before you told. The 23,900.
Telling how
The space of me writing. Oh my God. Yeah, seriously. And me every time pulling her legs. How bad I should be. I'll go to hell only. Oh my God, see how sweet she is.
She cannot come and attend class.
Where?
Then
Yeah, of course she will be there.
no, she will not. Correct me.
We'll take online class from there, don't we?
That
No, any classes. SQ is 23,900. Now listen, using SQ, we can find out something. What is it? What do you mean by standard quantity? Standard quantity for actual output. Now you know that how to arrive at a standard quantity. They are telling to get 8 kgs, you should use 1 kg. Sorry, to get 8 units, you need to use 1 kg. That is standard. Correct? No. Now they are telling, boss, you are using 23,900. That means how much you should have produced actually. You guys understood what I am trying to do? Like yesterday's last question only. Using SQ, we are trying to arrive at AO. Generally, using AO, we will arrive at SQ. But here, using SQ, we are trying to arrive at AO. I hope you guys understood actual output, how we got this. 191,200. Understood or no? This is the very important. This is the point. If you don't know this, labor and overheads you can't do. Understood or no, guys? Okay. Now we'll see related to material what and all they have asked. They asked standard price per kg. How much we got, by the way?
5.5.
Standard price 13. Standard quantity of raw material 23,900. Sorry?
23,900
kgs. Done?
Yes.
Next,
Material usage.
material usage variance. What is the formula?
Standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price.
So that you can do, I feel. Next, labor cost variance. They are asking labor efficiency, that we have to do. Calculate the fixed overhead cost variance, fixed overhead expenditure, fixed overhead volume. That will do. Now shall we go to the next one? Using material, whatever could be done, using this data, we have taken that. In fact, the main important data is your output. That output we have computed using this data. Now shall we proceed? Next, standard time to produce batch of 10 units of X is 15 minutes. Now, they are telling to produce 10 units, you need 0.25 hours. Yes or no? Now, to produce 191,200, how many hours of labor is required? 4,000? Standard hours are 4,780. Anyone any doubt in this? No. Next, what they told? Standard wage rate per labor is rupees 50. So standard rate is how much? Rupees 50. Okay. Next, company employs 125 workers in 2 categories. Actual mein we have 2 type of labor. Standard only 1 type of labor. Whereas skilled and semi-skilled in the ratio of 60 and 40. So we have 125 workers divided into 60 and 40. How much it is? 75 and 50, is it? No. 75 and 50? 60 is to 40? 75 and 50 workers. Whereas for these 75 workers, we are paying 50 and 40 for remaining. 50, 40. But remember, standard is only one type of labor for 50 hours. Is that clear? Next up. Done. The weekly working hours are 40 hours per worker. So 75 workers working for 40 hours. 3,000 hours, and 50 workers working for 40. 2,000 hours. So these are your actual hours. Please keep in mind. Actual hours are 3,000 and 2,000. Is that clear? Total is 5,000. Total is also going to play a major role. Reason being, only one type of standard is there. That means cost variance, price variance will be two lines. All other variances, one line. Clear? Next, that's it. What they asked here? Labor cost variance. How much will be the labor cost variance? Standard hours into or variances shall we find later? First, let's write down all the required informations. Using this, whatever could be done, we have done. In fact, standard hours also we have computed. That means it is useful for even overheads. Correct? Now, the monthly fixed overhead budgeted to be 76,480. Monthly fixed overhead is budgeted overhead rupees 76,480. But remember, whatever the data we are taking is for a month, sorry, per week. Here they have given per month. Please keep in mind. Next, overheads are evenly distributed throughout the month. Assume 4 weeks in a month. So how much is a budgeted overhead for a week? 76,480 divided by 4. 19,120 per week. Is that clear? Next, what they told? The last week of month, the actual fixed overhead is 19,500. So your actual overhead is 19,500. Is that clear? Pakka? Any doubts? Done. Now, we will see that. First, what they have asked? No, material cost variance also they have asked. No? First, material usage variance. What is the formula? Standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Material usage variance is equal to standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Sasu, correct. Standard quantity is how much? We computed somewhere. 23,900. Actual quantity is how much? 25,000. Standard prices are rupees 13. May I know the usage variance? 14,000. Okay. Is that clear? Next, what they have asked? Labor cost variance. What is the formula for labor cost variance. Standard hours into standard rate minus actual hours into actual rate. Standard hours are how much, guys? We computed somewhere 4,780 into standard rates are how much? 50 minus actual hours are how much? 3,000 and 2,000. 3,000, 2,000. For 3,000, actual rate is 50. For 2,000, it is 40. So, may I know 4780 into 50 is how much? Two lakh 39,000. May I know 3,000 into 50 m plus 2,000 into 40 m plus MRC is equal to how much? Rupees you left. 9,000 favorable. Is that clear, everyone? Next is what?
Labor efficiency.
Labor efficiency variance. Labor efficiency variance. Labor efficiency variance, what is the formula? Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Standard hours are 4,780. Actual hours are 3,000. Standard rates are 50, which is sorry, actual hours 5,000.
Rupees 11,000.
Thank you. Rupees 11,000 adverse. Is that clear, guys? Next, what they have asked?
Fixed overhead cost variance.
Fixed overhead cost variance. What is the formula for fixed overhead cost variance? May I know? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Now, actual overhead, we know that.
Yes.
Do you know the absorbed overhead? You don't know. Absorbed overhead is not known, no. How to arrive at absorbed overhead? Absorbed overhead is arrived by dividing budgeted overhead with budgeted hours. Do you know the budgeted hours?
Sorry. No.
That also I should write like, no, once. That is budgeted overhead. Budgeted hours, do you know? Listen, very simple. The hourly wage actually paid, will you see there? The standard time to produce 10 units is 15 minutes. Standard wage rate is 50. Company employs 125 workers. Have they told any other thing about the workers? No. That means we assume that is as per the plan. That means our plan is to employ how many workers? 125 workers. And they work for 40 hours in a week. That means we expect 125 workers to work for how many hours? 5,000 hours. That means we expect them to work for 5,000 hours. In fact, they are working for 5,000 hours, no doubt in that. Is that clear?
If any idle time is given.
If at all any idle time is given, that you should eliminate, reduce. Clear? So how much will be your budgeted hours? Budgeted hours will be 5,000 hours. Is that clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
So your recovery rate will be how much? 19,120 divided by 5,000.
3.824.
3.824. Hope it's clear. Now, absorbed overhead will be rupees 3.824 into how many hours? Standard hours for actual output? 4,780. Correct, no? Minus actual overhead is 19,500. May I know the
Rupees 1,221.28.
Is this clear? You understood how we arrived at budgeted overhead?
5,000 hours itself we are considering.
Yeah, because if at all they told, in earlier questions and all, they used to tell you, remember, standard mix, 12 employees of skilled, 24 of unskilled, 30 of this. Then below that they used to give 80 workers, 90 workers, random thing. Their actual used to be different, budgeted used to be different.
Yes.
So their budgeted, they used to give 12, 28. If you multiply with how many hours we are planning to work in a week, then we get budgeted only. No? I used to tell that, if you remember, standard for standard. Standard for standard is nothing but your budget, no? So this is the case. Next, what they have asked? Expenditure variance. What is the formula for expenditure variance, guys? Sorry. Budgeted overhead minus actual overhead. Budgeted overhead is how much? 19,120.
19,500.
Rupees 380.
Is that clear? Next, what they are asking? Volume variance they are asking. Okay. Fixed overhead, volume variance. Fixed overhead volume variance will be your absorbed overhead minus budgeted overhead. Absorbed overhead was 3.824 into 4780. 18,000. 278.72 minus budgeted 19,120.
841.
See, they told very fast. I forgot, like I missed out that 8 only. Is it clear? Any doubt?
Fixed overhead.
Doubt in fixed overhead?
No.
Then
Next one.
next one again they ask.
No, sir. No.
Sorry, I'm writing fast, I feel. No doubts? We can proceed. No? We'll proceed. You need break? You need a break. Awesome. Good. You should ask for what you need. What is this? We'll go to the next question. I mean, asking is your right. Giving or not giving is my right. I mean, just 5-6 more questions are there. Nothing special is there, so we can complete it quickly. Okay. See here. PYP September 2024 for 9 marks as well as RTP May 2021. BG company produces a standard product. What do you mean by standard product? Same product. Okay. Sold in a packet of 10 kg. The standard cost per pack will be as follows. Direct material 4 kg of A, 8 kg of B. That means you are going to give 12 kg of input, you are going to get 10 kg of output. Direct labor they have given. Company sold 1600 packets during the month. Now, can you tell me, for one pack you need 4 kg. For 1600 question mark. 6400. For one pack you need 8 kg. For 1600 question mark. 12,800. Standard prices are 50, 40 and your actual quantity is 7,000, 12,500. Actual prices are 40, 45 and total of AQR 19,500. That should be divided in the ratio of 1:2. 6,500, 13,000. This will be your revised standard quantity. Anyone any doubt about this? Okay. Labor 6 hours you need at the rate of 20. For 1600 you need 9,600, that is standard hours. Standard rate is rupees 20. But actually we are hiring 6,000 and 4,000 separately and 5% of that is abnormal, idle time. Using this you have to find out this. I don't think so we have to solve it now because we have solved many like this. Just you have to take a 2 division, material separate, labor separate. See there, PYP November 2023 for 10 marks they have asked. Budgeted information for the period. Budgeted output is 84,000 units. Variable factory overhead per unit is rupees 16. Standard time per unit of output is 0.8 machine hour. Guys. Some budgeted hours was there, okay? Budgeted hours were there. That you divided with budgeted output, which is 84,000. Then you got to know per unit how much, which is 0.8. Then can you tell me how much is budgeted hours here?
Same type of this output question.
67,000. Anyone any doubt in this? Hello? Anyone any doubt in this budgeted hours computation? Guys? No. Next, actual results for the year. 87,600 is your actual output. So may I know the standard hours please? Per unit 0.8 hours for 87,600. 70,000. 80 hours. Variable overhead efficiency they are telling adverse. Actual fixed overhead they are telling. Actual variable factory overhead they are telling. Calculate the following variances clearly indicating adverse or favorable. Very simple. Listen. First one, what they are telling, variable overhead efficiency variance. What is the formula? No. I mean data given. Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Correct now? Standard hours just now we computed. 70,000, 80. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Minus actual hours we don't know. Standard rate they only have given 16. But if you take that, it's gone. Why?
It is variable.
So we are finding out that only. Per unit. 16 rupees they have given per unit. That means 16 rupees is for 0.8 hours. They didn't tell variable recovery rate 16 per hour. They told per unit. And we know that standard hour per unit is 0.8 hours. That means rupees 20 per hour is standard recovery rate. Please don't get confused. This one mistake, I am damn sure in this attempt around 50-60% people would have done. Remaining 40 would have skipped. 70,080 minus actual hours into standard rate, and that answer will give you minus 67,200. Is that clear? Hello. Now 70,080 minus actual hours is equal to 67,200 divided by 20, please. Minus 3,360. Actual hours is equal to 73,480. 440 now. 73,440 is our actual hours. Anyone, any doubt here? First, variable factory overhead expenditure variance they are asking. What is the formula? Actual rate minus standard rate standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. We can write it as standard rate into actual hours minus actual rate into actual hours. Standard rate we computed it as 20 into 73,440 minus variable actual overhead is 14,37,000. May I know? Favorable or adverse? Sure. Standard is more, you are telling? Correct. I mean, whether I say gave correct or no, I am checking. Of course, you will be correct only always. Next, fixed overhead expenditure variance. What is the formula? O minus O. Correct now? How much is budgeted overhead? 6,72,000. How much is actual overhead? 7,05,000. Rupees 33,000. Adverse or favorable? Fixed overhead efficiency variance. What is the formula? Efficiency. Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Do you know the standard hours?
Yes.
How much? 70,080. Do you know the actual hours? 73,440. Do you know the standard rate?
Yes. 20.
Very good. Proud of you. That is for variable, not for fixed. Whoever other 5-10% got escaped from the trick of variable would have 5% would have got filtered out here. Okay. Now listen. How much is budgeted fixed overhead? 6,72,000 divided by how much is the budgeted hours we computed? 67,200.
10 into 10.
Recovery rate is rupees 10 fixed overhead. Is that clear? Sorry, I'm a bit slow. Rupees 10. Got it? Now we are going to multiply with rupees 10. How much it is?
33,600
Rupees 33,600 adverse. Anyone, any doubt in this? All these questions you have to go and try solving it once again till you get the correct answers.
Sir, in the last 10 minutes, you have reduced the confidence.
I didn't reduce, I just arranged it that way. Fixed factory overhead, capacity variance. Tell the formula. Tell slowly the way I write. Actual hours minus budgeted hours into standard rate. Actual hours are how much?
Actual ones are
73,000.
73,440. Minus budgeted hours are how much? 67,200. Standard rates are how much? 10, which is gonna be
rupees 62,400.
what? Hope it's clear, everyone. Simple. I mean, here the points to remember is that 0.8 and all. That's it. You should always read which is hours, which is rate. You should know that rate of per hour should not be multiplied with per unit unless and until standard hour required per unit is 1 hour. If it's 1 hour, same only. No? Simple question only. You just have to go and check it out.
Given it as per unit.
Yeah, then if you want, you can do it on unit basis also. If you want. But I don't recommend it. Because you have to compute budgeted hours. Then you have to find out, standard output and all. Actual hours, standard output. It's your choice. Hope it's clear. Shall we see one more question?
Anyway, we are going to see 5 more questions. Then I have to say one.
Before break.
Thank you. MD Limited has furnished following information for the month of August 2025. Standard variable overhead rate is rupees 3. Standard hours per unit of production is 5 hours. Actual output is 15,560. Variable overhead efficiency is 11,400. Expenditure is 37,000 adverse. Standard fixed overhead rate is rupees 2. Actual is 1,85,000. Now they are asking you actual hours, actual variable overhead rate per hour, variable overhead cost variance, fixed overhead cost variance. Let's try to get a maximum out of it. Guys, how much is a recovery rate they are telling per 5 units? Per unit 3, correct? And also they are telling that 5 hours is required for 1 unit of production. So can you guys help me out with the standard hours, please? 77,800. Is that clear? They told that variable overhead efficiency variance is 11,400. May I know the efficiency variance formula, please? Correct? Do I know the standard hours? 77,800. Do I know the actual hours? Do I know the standard rate? 3. Correct? That they are telling equivalent to 11,400. In fact, positive. That means your standard hours are more. Now, 77,800 minus actual hours is equal to 74,000. Is that clear? Pakka? Next, actual variable overhead rate per hour. Have they given actual variable overhead there? They haven't given. Correct, no? But they have given you expenditure variance. What is the formula for expenditure variance, guys? Standard rate minus actual rate, variable into actual hours. Do you know the standard rate? 3. Do you know the actual rate? You don't know. That's what they're asking. Correct? No? Do you know the actual hours? 74,000. They are telling this is equal to 37,000. In fact, minus, because actual rate is more, 37,000. No? Actual rate is equal to 0.5, 3.5. And if at all you are getting answer 2.5, how do you get to know that it's wrong? It is adverse. No, not negative and all. I mean, it's adverse. That means your actual should be more than standard. Is that clear? 3.5. Next, variable overhead cost variance. Guys, standard hours into standard rate will give me absorbed overhead. 77,800 into 3. 2,33,400 minus actual overhead. Actual overhead I don't have, but I know that actual rate 3.5 into actual hours 74,000. Adverse or favorable? Is that clear? Next, fixed overhead cost variance they are asking. What is the formula? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead is standard hours, which is somewhere we have written it. Where we have written it? Oh, here. 77,800 into standard rate, which is very good. Proud of you guys. Fixed variable that only for namesake they give. You can take whatever you want. Minus actual overhead is how much? 1,85,000. 29. Simple question for 4 marks. Anyone any doubt in this? See here. PYP Jan 2026 for 7 marks they have asked this. Following data pertaining to the company engaged in manufacturing and sale of single product during the year. Budgeted 60,000, actual 66,000. Sales they have given, let it be. Material you can check. Budgeted for 60,000 they have told, this one, let it be. All this thing, additional information, direct material price per kg is standard 10, actual 8. Direct labor rate per hour is 10 and 12. Listen here, guys. Direct material, here they told per kg it is rupees 10, standard. Yes or no? That means here how many kg standard we estimated? We thought that 28,80,000 will be our budgeted material cost to produce 60,000 units, where per kg it will cost you 10 rupees. That means you are expecting how many kgs? 2,88,000 kgs. To produce how many units? That means how many kgs you estimated per unit?
4.8.
Got it? Per unit, your estimation is 4.8 kg. Standard price is 10. Whereas, in actual, we spent 36 lakh 30,000. But good news is we got it at just rupees 8 rupees. That means how many kgs we have consumed? 4,53,750 kgs. And
This is for 66,000.
guys, 4,53,750, leave. This is your actual consumption. That's fine. Now, first what they are asking? Material price usage variance. Correct? What will be the formula? Standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. How much was standard quantity?
2,80,000.
If at all anyone take this, it will be wrong. Why? 2,88,000 we estimated when we were producing 60,000 kgs. But actual May 66,000 is what we produced. That means standard for 66,000 is 3,16,800. So always remember when you are solving the standard costing question, whenever you take the standards SQ, SH, all those things, always check, am I taking it to the my actual production or no? Once you write, again you check, am I taking it or no? One question you should always ask for yourself. Okay? 3,16,800 is your SQ. AQ is 4,53,750. Whereas your standard price is 10. Not selling price. How much it is? 13,69,000. Adverse or favorable? First one, is that clear? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Any doubt? Done. Next, what they are asking? Price variance. That is very simple. Standard price minus actual price into actual quantity. Standard price is
10.
actual price is actual quantity is
4,53,750.
which is
9,07,500.
Is that clear? Next, we are asking about labor. We'll go to labor now. Guys, per hour, we discussed it as rupees 10. That means standard hours are how much? Not even standard hours. Budgeted hours are how much? 43,20,000. Per hour 10 rupees we are planning. That means we are planning for 4,32,000 hours. Okay. But in actual, we are paying them 52,80,000 at the rate of rupees 12. 4,40,000 hours. Is that clear? Now, this is your actual hours. May I know the standard hours, please? 4,32,000 hours when you plan to produce 60,000 units, but you are producing 66,000 units. 4,75,200. That means, what is the formula for your efficiency? Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Standard hours would be 4,75,200 minus actual hours would be 4,40,000 into standard rate is 10, which is gonna be
3,52,000 failure.
Is that clear? 3,52,000 favorable. Next, what they asked? Rate variance. What is the formula? Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Standard rate is 10. Actual rate is 12. Actual hours are 4,40,000.
8,80,000.
Next, variable overhead cost variance they are asking. Variable overhead cost variance. Guys, they have given you budgeted overhead, they have given you budgeted unit. Using that, can I find out my recovery rate? How? 72 lakh divided by 60,000. How much is my standard rate? Per unit. My cost variance is what? Absorbed overhead minus actual overhead. Absorbed overhead will be 120 into actual output 66,000 because our unit basis, no? 79 lakh 20,000 will be my absorbed overhead. Actual overhead is 81 lakh 84,000, which is
2,64,000.
simple, no? Here, generally, no mistakes will be done. If at all you do mistake, you might end up doing that. Whatever the budgeted is there, that only you might end up taking it as standard. That's the mistake you might end up doing. Other than that, there won't be any other scope for doing the mistake. There is only two things in this question. Will be able to solve or will not be able to solve. Scope of mistake will be very less. Supera Puriyala sir. Thank you. What is Puriyala?
I have not understood.
Oh, not understood. Great.
Superly,
Superly, I haven't understood. Awesome. Come back after half an hour. Look at this 40
sir, where
Puriyala they told.
Puriyala.
48 RTP November 2018. Material 5 kg. All these are per unit. Okay. And overheads you can see 3 and 6. During the Jan, 600 units were manufactured. Material purchased are 5,000. Used are 3,500. For us, what matters? 3,500. Labor 1,700 at the rate of 9. Variable overhead actually incurred is 1,900. Fixed overhead actually incurred is 900. Flexible budget required 1,800 of labor hours for operation at a monthly activity level used to set the fixed overhead. That means they are telling your budgeted overhead is, your budgeted rate is computed on 1,800 basis. Here we fixed no 0.5. Per hour we fixed no 0.5. How did you fix? You divided budgeted overhead with 1,800 hours. That gave you 0.5. Budgeted overhead came to 900. Budgeted overhead came to 900. Actual is also 900. Awesome. That means there won't be any cost variance as such. Got it? Using that you can find out the figures here. Not much thing. Using this you can find out the figure. I don't think so. It will be difficult there. We'll do one thing. 2 more questions are there. We'll take break and we'll proceed. 5:07. Let's take break till 5:22. We'll go.